Hello and welcome to the Magic Misadventures Open Rounds. I am Charmer, but I am joined on the desk by the amazing, the wonderful, the outstanding, the spectacular, the Amy Amazonian. Amy, how are you feeling today for the Open Rounds?
I'm feeling great, and I love how many words you put in front of my name to make it sound even more special. I'm really looking forward to having, a chill, open round day. We're going to be watching these players fight for those top 32 spots, but they do have a chance to kind of come back from behind. Maybe they didn't do so well in their first rounds, but it's tricky. You gotta pretty much win all but one of your games unless you were at the very top of the ladder. So we're gonna be watching some contentious games with some of the best players and the best decks.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be seeing a lot of very intense matches because, as you said, most of these are going to be like you have to win to stay in situations. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be covering the back end of the open rounds, so it's going to be a blast. It'll be more fun than like a 5-hour iCarly video. But first, we need to talk about the format, and this is the format. We've got what's called Riot Lock, affectionately, if you've ever heard that, but if you're new, you might not know what that means. This means players bring 3 different decks. Decks cannot have duplicated champions or region combinations, and if it's your flavor, you can only bring one deck that has no champions at all. Players then ban one deck, and then you have to win with your 2 remaining decks to win the match. There's also a 60-minute timer that does sometimes come into play. There has been some slower decks in the meta as of late, so it very well could be important today, but the entire point of this format of this tournament is to win glory, win fame, and also win some money. So for the seasonal tournament, we have over $20,000 on the line. That's right, $20,300 exactly. But first place is going to walk away with $10,000. Now again, today we're going to be covering the open rounds, so the goal here is to make sure that you make it into that top 32 that gets you in the prize money. That is a big deal. That's a lot of money. It's more than I've ever made from gaming. I did make some money once playing League of Legends, but it was not $10,000. So, and I'll be honest, Casanova carried me in that. With that being said, Amy, I want to know, what are you most excited about in the open rounds? Because they're a little bit of a different beast from the top 32.
I'm looking forward to seeing the decks that you might not see in the ladder that really shine in this Riot Lock format. I'm talking about things like Zoe Lee, these decks that you really do need to ban out what really hurts them. I'm talking about decks that maybe they are good, but when the meta is flush with things like Ari Kennen, you can't risk running them. I'm really excited to see also the really spicy brews that some of these players bring, because there are some deck building geniuses among the players that are playing today. And I'm not just talking about in the North American region. I was watching some of the coverage earlier, just watching people play and stream their games. There were some very fun things going on. I'm talking about things like, one of my personal favorites, Shellfolk. But I think we should take a look at the actual meta of the ladder play that led up into the open rounds. So this is the meta as it was played in the ladder by these Masters players. Not necessarily what they brought today. So what do you want to say about that, Charmer?
This is what has been most seen on the Masters ladder over the past week, and in many ways it is a bit of a preview for what we expect to see today. Obviously, if your deck is successful on the ladder, it's probably going to be successful in a tournament environment, but it does tell a little bit of a story that I wanted to highlight. Ari Kennen is kind of the boogeyman of the format, so it makes sense that it is the most represented on the ladder, but the thing that stood out to me in that previous graphic was the inclusion of Teemo and Caitlyn. So here on the screen, we're seeing a version of Ari Kennen. This is the Go Hard version. There's a number of different kind of splashes floating around. All of them are mostly Ionia with like 1 or 2 inclusions that are from a specific region. In this case, it's Go Hard. But the reason that Teemo Caitlyn choice on the previous graphic stood out is because it's potentially something that can counter Ari Kennen with the way the flash bomb traps work. And so I'm really excited to see if we see a bunch of that today, if people try to target this list. And that's what I wanted to ask you, Amy. Do you think Ari Kennen is actually targetable, or is this just going to be a case of it being banned all day?
I think you ban it. I think that there are decks that do well against it. For me, Scouts has always done very well against Arcana, and the data backs that up. If you look at meta-analytics, you'll see that Arcana is weak to Scouts and some of the other Demacia decks. But on its own, it is an extremely good deck, and in the right hands, like the hands of these top players, it's a beating. So I know a lot of players are planning on banning the Ari Cannon in the mirror and playing their other two best decks. I feel like we're going to see actually very few Ari Cannon matches because of that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because once you remove Ari Cannon from the equation, you can potentially run into a completely different meta, in which case control starts to shine. So I believe one of the next decks that we're going to talk about here is in fact Darkness. This has been very strong on the ladder, and that's with Ari Cannon being a potential deck that you run into. But once you take that out of the equation, you don't have to worry about so many protective spells, things like Deny and Nopify. Once you take away the recall gimmicks and shenanigans, suddenly Darkness feels really strong here.
Oh, Darkness is really strong. Its ability to permanently alter the Darkness card to make it cheaper, make it stronger, and with things like Senna, make it faster, you end up with a brutal finish on this deck where you're able to just directly burn face. The same thing goes for the Ixtali Sentinel, able to double up the Darkness hitting face and a unit. I feel like Darkness is one of those decks that is going to lead a lot of players to have to really watch the clock, though, because when you have a match between Darkness and, let's say, another Darkness deck, you're going to have to think about every single move, and you're going to be taking your sweet, sweet time trying to build up those Darknesses for an explosive finish.
Now, one of the decks you don't have to take much time with is another one we're going to talk about, and that is Lurk. Lurk is very oftentimes thought of as the play on curve deck, because you just want to play a unit with Lurk or play a predict trigger of some sort, and then make sure you're attacking at every opportunity you can so that you trigger those Lurk effects. But one of the things that I really like about the presence of Lurk, the presence of Darkness, even Ari Cannon, is that this meta is very much, in my opinion, defined by decks that have a high amount of synergy. So when you think about metas in the past, like the Shurima meta, the very infamous, like just bring the Shurima package for all three of your decks, that was all about card quality. All of the decks that we're seeing that are kind of dominating the meta today all have a specific game plan, and I really, really like that, and I like that about Lurk.
I like that this deck really needs to run pretty much only cards with Lurk, or cards that predict to set up your Lurks. If you're playing Lurk, it's all about swimming and scuttling under the sand, because you need to set up those Lurks, get the Pike on top of your deck, turn it into Pike's spell, and then destroy your opponent's lineup while swinging in with these ever-growing fish and sand monsters.
You gotta be careful with that scuttling, though. If there's one thing I know about League of Legends, it's that you can throw a game being stuck on scuttling. With that in mind, there are some other decks, as we were talking about, that are very good right now, and Scouts is one of them. So you highlighted it earlier. I'm glad we get to talk about it here as well. This is a list that is, again, very aggressive, very synergistic. You want to get multiple attacks off when you are attacking. You want to level up your misfortune, and you want to punish decks like Ari Cannon that don't really block well. Ari Cannon does a lot of things very well, but if you can either push through damage with overwhelm effects, or in the case of this, with triggers like the misfortune leveled up, for example, this can be a really big deal.
I'm a big fan of Fleet Feather Tracker grabbing Ari and Cannon and just being like, hello, welcome to combat. You don't want to be here and you are going to die. Where's your Recarl spell? Now.
Absolutely. The other big kind of standouts for me in this matchup are Sharp Sight, because being able to block the elusive units is a pretty big deal. But then also cards like Genevieve, where on round 6, being able to give yourself a big challenger that you're going to utilize more than once, potentially forcing them to burn something like a Concussive Palm or multiple recall effects. That means they're spending a lot of time just trying to keep their combo pieces in play as opposed to advancing their board state. And so I think that's why Scouts does so well into Ari Cannon. I think the real key for the day is how well this deck does into other lists, because again, we highlighted Darkness, for example, and Darkness tends to have a pretty good matchup into Scouts. But this is not the only list that we're going to be talking about. We do, of course, have one more that we want to hit before, and that is Pantheon Taric. Now, really, this could just be Pantheon in general, because there's a number of different flavors. Sometimes it's Taric, sometimes it's Shyvana, sometimes Pantheon just steals the show all by himself. But really this is a faded deck, and it's all about going vertical. Means you have one or two really big threats, and then you just punish folks with those overwhelm effects, or sometimes you can utilize the life gain and stabilize your board as well.
I am a huge fan of this deck because it's all about building up your units and making them absolutely massive. We talked before, by the way, about how good right now you have Sharp Sight. Like, Sharp Sight in the meta is huge because you have these elusive that you absolutely need to block. And hey, if your Sharp Sight doesn't just give you +2/+2 until end of round, but also gives you a permanent granted +1/+1, and it's letting you block the elusives, and sometimes it's just giving you that extra combat damage to finish the game, it's gigantic. And this Pantheric version, I feel like this is probably the version you see a little bit because it's got that combo finish with the Golden Aegis, getting to duplicate the rally effect from Taric onto whatever it happens to be supporting. But it also, in the Pantheon Shyvana version, has just these huge dragons that are able to just step over all the other decks that happen to be in the meta.
Yeah, we talked about the power of Challenger when we were referencing Scouts, and obviously the Shyvana version of Pantheon utilizes that very well. Again, I mentioned one of the weaknesses of Ari Kennen is that it doesn't block very well, especially against overwhelm effects, and the 3 of Zenith Blade. And even if you don't draw your Pantheon, you still have cards like Wounded White Flame that get enormous in almost no time at all. And they become a very serious threat when that Zenith Blade connects on it because, again, if you put something in front of it and you recall, all of the overwhelm damage will go through. So you can fight this if you're Ari Kennen, right? You've got stuns, you've got your own recalls. But for the most part, I think that this is a deck that can be well positioned if you are forced to play that matchup. But again, you and I are suspecting that maybe Ari Kennen gets banned an awful lot here as well. So Absolutely. With that in mind, these are just some of the decks we expect to see. One of the beautiful things about this particular seasonal that I'm really excited about, Amy, I'm so excited my brain is going faster than my mouth here, is that it's a wide open meta. Yes, we know that Ari Kennen is kind of like a staple one way or the other, whether it's in your lineup or whether you're planning to ban it or beat it, right? I call it the 3 Bs of deck building for a tournament. You bring it, you ban it, or you beat it. If it's not that, right, if we take that out of the equation, this meta is like really difficult to game plan for. Some of the people I talked to leading up to this said they kind of didn't know what to do with their lineup because after that, after you address the Ari Kennen issue, you kind of don't know what to expect. And the open rounds is even tougher because once you get to the top 32, not only have you seen the decks people have brought, but also you know the players, you kind of know their tendencies. But right now, this is almost like the Wild West.
This is where people are going in blind. You're able to look at some of the Masters data and see historically what your opponents might have played, might have practiced with, but they've been playing in a ladder, not in this best of 3. You only have so many opportunities and gauntlets to really practice this format without just testing with your team. And it really shows because we're going to see deck lists that are very variable. But even right now, the meta has so much variety in it. People will talk about Ari Kennen being this very skill testing, very popular deck, but if you look at the stats, it's actually not being run that much more than any other deck because there are so many viable options. We just talked about 5 completely viable options that people can and do win a lot with.
Yeah, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. So I've got word that we kind of know who we're going to be diving into at the start of the next round. And they also have, again, more spice, some decks that we didn't even highlight. And since we have the extra time, I'm going to treat the audience and we're going to dive right in. I want to talk about one you mentioned. This is Shellfolk. I kind of chuckled when you said it because Shellfolk is not really liked by much of the community.
Shellfolk may have been nerfed to 4 health. That does not make it bad, and it is awesome, and I love it. So
I was gonna say real quick, this is outstanding because it's also just Ezreal, and so I love everything about this.
Yes, so this is not Ezreal Vi. This is just Ezreal chilling, being like, you know what, I don't need any more clutter. I don't want anything in this deck that is not giving me that card selection that lets me do more with my Shellfolk, so let's get going. If you've never played a Shellfolk deck or played against a Shellfolk deck, the name in the game is choosing between cards. I've also seen versions of this deck that run a bit more predict. This one is a little bit lighter on it. Ikato decided that, you know what, Shellfolk Otterpuss is enough for me, Conchologist as well. So what the Shellfolk does is when you select from cards, either your own or your opponent's, for example, predicting or pranking, you get a copy of that card in your hand. That copy costs one less than it normally would. So you get to just kind of steal and combo off with whatever you want. Your opponent's stuff, your own stuff, who cares? Who knows? How many cards can you even play in a turn? You're gonna hit the limit with this deck.
Yeah, and going even a step further, you mentioned predict, right? So we see inclusions like Time Trick, and what you need to know at home is that, yes, you're gonna draw the card from Time Trick, but because you got to make a choice, you also get a copy of that card. So Time Trick becomes, you know, you pay 2 mana, you get to make a choice, and you get 2 copies of the card, and one is going to be cheaper. Shellfolk just ends up being an explosion of resources, and it can absolutely take over a game. But, you know, you and I have mentioned long games, and you and I have mentioned the timer. This is definitely a deck, and this has kind of been one of the complaints when you hear about it, is that it can win a game, but sometimes it takes like 20 extra minutes to close out the game because you're going to win through attrition. You're just never going to run out of resources. But outside of Ezreal and him just burning the opponent's Nexus down, you don't have a clear path to victory outside of just overwhelming your opponent. So we'll have to keep an eye on that if this ends up being played. Another interesting deck that was brought that we did not mention in the pregame, this is Nami and Twisted Fate. This is also a very, very powerful deck. We have seen Twisted Fate be dominant in seasonals past. We've seen him be very dominant on recent fight nights and things like that and other community tournaments. So even though we didn't highlight it, this is still something that I am not shocked to see in a lineup for the seasonals because this is a very, very powerful archetype.
It's a good deck, and even with the changes that have happened between Nami and TF, they're both individually good and great together. Buffing up your TF with Nami is fantastic. Getting to utilize all of those spells created by Ballistic Bot is a great way to just keep on casting spells. And being rewarded for banking your mana in a meta where very often you do just want to open pass by Nami's level up can be very helpful. I just wanted to mention from the previous deck, the Ezreal Shellfolk, the reason it very often takes so long is because it doesn't actually have a built-in win con. It is a non-deterministic combo of a sort where you don't actually know where you're going with the spells you're casting. You just know that you're getting somewhere and you're doing it better than your opponent is.
Yeah, you're solving a puzzle every game, and you're going to get a lot of opportunities to solve said puzzle, and it's not always going to look the same. In many ways, you're kind of just playing Path of Champions, but within a game of Legends of Runeterra, and so that is part of the appeal, it is part of the fun, but yes, it is also sometimes a bad experience if you're on the other end of it. Now, Ikato here did bring, for his third deck, Ari Kennen, did opt to go with the Go Hard version as well. That's not really a surprise, and we don't see anything that is too surprising as far as the actual lineup itself goes either. Numbers tweaked here or there, this is all pretty common. You'll see folks that run a very similar core, but they might have like 3 copies of the Mourned or 2, 3 copies of Godwillow or 2, etc., etc. But ultimately opting to go with the Go Hard version, which is a little bit more mid-rangey, but I think it has a bit more punch in the late game. The real question is whether or not he feels comfortable on this list or if he brought it as ban bait and just hopes that the opponent lets him play those other 2 lists that are very spicy.
Yeah, I think that this is the ban bait. This is most likely the strongest version of the deck. It is also the one that's tuned to the mirror, getting that Go Hard in there, able to snipe those Kennons and Dancing Droplets and Mourns. I think that something that's kind of strange about this deck is actually the inclusion of Go Hard. It does have that benefit of rewarding you in the mirror and getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on, but it does something strange, which it reduces your Kinku Wayfinder's ability to hit Allegiance, because once you fill your deck up with this Shadow Isles card, it's like, oh, well, my chances of hitting Allegiance just went down another 10%, and down another 10%, and down another 10%.
Well, you know, it's a trade-off, though, because yes, you're less likely to hit your allegiance trigger. However, that means you're more likely to draw go hard. And once you get to pack your bags, that's just a really powerful payoff.
Once you get to
anyway.
pack your bags, your opponent may as well pack their bags.
Right. But also, the thing that I think gets lost on folks is like, yes, you could miss your Wayfinder on 4, but unless you just lose the game on the spot from that, you're going to get that opportunity to play the Wayfinder or play copies of the Wayfinder like 3 or 4 more times throughout the game, right? You're going to play Godwillow on your Wayfinder and probably connect on the second one. Or, you know, you miss the Wayfinder, but then you'll connect on Sign In a few times with some of the recall effects as well. So it's not like the end of the world if you don't hit that first allegiance. It's certainly helpful. Wayfinder on 4, hitting the trigger is a very powerful tempo play on the spot, but if you whiff it because you played Go Hard on turn 1 to kill a cannon or something,
fine.
It's not the end of the world.
No,
so I'm fine with the Go Hard version.
And it's got so much of that tempo potential because it's like, oh, I missed. Well, I have 3 ways to recall in my hand, so we're just going to try again. So we actually now know who I thought it was going to be playing against. It is going to be Hentex. And I also want to bring up that both these players are 2 and 1, which means that they've already dropped a round. And if they drop another, they're not making it through to day 2. They're not going to be in the top 32 because the cutoff is 8 and 1. You have to get 8 wins and at most 1 loss unless you have an extremely high ladder performance, which unfortunately neither of these players made the cut.
Yeah, you have to have been creating hot dogs and hamburgers throughout the season. You have to have done the grinding if you want to get in at 7 and 2. But these players, they are basically playing for their tournament life. They have to win to stay in. It's a great way to start our broadcast off. And, you know, you and I were talking about meta diversity. The Hentex lineup is wildly different from Aikido. Shocker, I know, but 3 completely different decks, starting first with the Bandle tree. So if you're not familiar with this is Bandle City. It's usually paired with Noxus as the other primary region, but your goal here is to play every region and then win with the Bandle tree.
And I do love the Bandle tree. So what makes this deck so interesting is that it does use Kennen as one of its champions, which means that Hentex could not bring Ari Kennen in the lineup. You can only use it in one deck. So here's the Kennen and Teemo and Poppy. You know, I do not see Poppy very often since she was tweaked, but here she is hanging out with the mayor once again, looking to get all regions represented.
Yeah, and this is also a very interesting thing to consider. As you mentioned, once you put Kennen in this list, you cannot bring Ari Kennen, but in many ways, this can also befuddle your opponents because if everybody's coming into this expecting to just ban Ari Kennen, if you take that option away, now your opponent has to spend a little bit of extra brain power and decide, all right, what's actually good for me here? And if they haven't done a lot of testing and they haven't really planned for that, then sometimes you can make them have a bit of a misstep here. But outside of Bandle Tree, they did also bring, I believe, Darkness. And yep, we can see that here as well.
Yep, this is very much a classic Darkness build. Lots of removal. We got board wipes in the Ruination, single targets with Vengeance, and of course the double mini-morph just in case somebody has something big and scary like a Lee Sin. Don't see Sion as often, but hey, he still makes a beautiful 3/3.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of champions that do make beautiful 3/3s, but I really like this version just because I enjoy the one of Ruination on the top end. It can really force your opponent to play around some awful game states at times because the thing about Ruination is it's not good all the time, but in the times where it's really good, it can be game-winningly good. And when you are having these open deck list environments, forcing your opponent to not overcommit can sometimes buy you extra time as the control player. So really appreciate the inclusion as a one of here. Now,
the one of
you
the
were
box,
mentioning
same thing though. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, you want to commit to the board? I have all of 4 mana. You want to unload your deck? I'm going to destroy it. Maybe. I don't know. You know I have 1 copy of this in my deck. Do I have it in hand? We'll find out. And, ooh, the third deck is Draven Rumble. We're going to be doing some discarding, getting a little bit of value, and Burning Face with Decimates and Get Excited.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you were mentioning Sion earlier, and so it looks like Hentex has said, you know what? I don't want Sion to become a 3/3. So instead, we're still going to play discard. It's still really strong. It always kind of has been as an archetype. There's been different variations, but discard that attacks is the way that I think of it, has been an archetype in Legends of Runeterra since its inception. This is just kind of the modern version, instead opting for Rumble over Scion, because Rumble, if you get all of the triggers, it gives you that spell shield, which means that it's a little bit harder to get the mini morph off. Not impossible, obviously, but your opponent has to spend more resources. And if they're spending a card plus 6 mana to deal with your 4-drop, that's a bit of a win for you in terms of mana tempo.
It's also a big win for anybody who enjoys Yordles and mechs. So we're going to see how the bans go for these two players. So again, this is going to be Hantex and Ikato. They have to figure out which they want to face off against, because this is a pick ban format. It's going to be, I choose one of your opponent's decks, and I am not going to play against it at all. They're going to choose one of mine. And then, based on that ban, it's time to pick between my two remaining decks. You don't know what your opponent has selected, but you're going to try and figure out the win rates on the fly, what's going to be the best matchup. So we see the Bandle Tree got banned. That's the banning Bandle Tree right there. And is that the... Ooh, that's the solo Ezreal Shellfolk deck got banned on Ikato's side.
Yeah, I really like this choice of bans. You could make the meme argument that, all right, I see a Kennen, I ban a Kennen, regardless if it's Bandle Tree or Ari Kennen. But also, you don't really have a lot of ways to slow down or stop the Bandle Tree other than race it. If you don't bring landmark removal, and we know that Ikato's lineup really just doesn't have an abundance of that, it's probably safe to not let that deck steal a win in a way that you have no way to interact with or stop realistically. So I really think that this was the right call. And we're going to get to see Ikato play Ari Kennen, which I'm honestly a bit shocked by.
Yeah, I felt like we were very unlikely to see many Ari Kennen games happen at all, just because of how dang powerful this deck is. And it looks like Hantex is just saying, oh, we're gonna go for it. Got a nice aggressive start with the Boom Baboon and a Daring Poro on the battlefield. Gonna swing in here, and we're going to see the Kennen bounced back into hand with a classic recall. So it looks like Ikato is going to be building up a couple little Market of Storms here and taking out the Boom Baboon before it can do any more damage.
Yeah, I think when that monkey strapped a rocket to its back, it was not expecting to be lightning bolted to death. I thought it was going to meet a different end, but either way, it finds itself out of the equation, and I really... I'm
already an Ari in hand, and Kennen, and another recall, and a Twin Disciplines. My god, Ikato with a great start here.
I was just about to say, I'm really puzzled by this band selection, because right now it's looking like it's going to be a nightmare of a choice. I know that traditionally, if you're playing an aggressive list, you say, okay, I can just race Ari Kennen, but unfortunately, sometimes you still can't, and it's looking like this might be the case here. Hantex has a big problem to solve, because you've hit the Wayfinder on 4. Again, as you said, we've already got that Ari in hand. We've got elusive blockers for these daring units. This is going to be a tough hill to climb for Hantex, who is only getting Ikato to 18 at this point.
And we're going to get another mark happening here on the other Daring Poro. There are now 2 Kennens on the battlefield, which means that they are going to be inching ever closer to leveling up as they get recalled and replayed. There is, by the way, only 1 copy of Lost Soul in Hantex's deck, so we have seen that discarded, and then the Twin Blade Revenant played, and then dead. But we are going to be seeing value generated off that with that 4/3 Fearsome that just keeps coming back. So now we're going to see Ari's abilities at play, shuffling around during combat. So is this going to be a recall of Twin Disciplines?
Yeah, I think here you just continue to go with the recalls. The discipline is something that can help. I was just about to say save against something else. So in this case, interesting. You are going to use it to keep the Ari around. So you get that connection, you get your Kennen to come back. And, you know, at the end of the day, I think I really like what Hantex is trying to do. It's not looking great because we can see the hand of Ikato, but you are forcing them to kind of bleed resources. And so at this moment in time, there is a path to victory through attrition. The problem is that every time I've ever seen Ari Kennen be in this situation, they end up just top decking Sign-In, and then once that's online, you can recall it or copy it for seemingly ever, and you never run out of cards. And so Hantex kind of, I think, smells blood in the water, knows that's a potential issue, and is going to try to push a lot of damage this turn. We see the ephemeral units coming down, and you know that Aikaido's still at that 18 health. If you can't push damage now and get them within striking distance for your burn, so you can close it out with decimates, then you probably can't win. So this is a very important turn for setting up your path to victory.
Going to be using that champion spell there from Kennen to get 2 damage. It looks like, oh, or thinking about maybe just recasting from hand. There's a lot of choices to be made here. You don't want to keep letting hand techs get that lost soul value, but it's hard to avoid it. And letting your Ari take damage is risky, but these Grenadiers are swinging in for an awful lot. So we are seeing Kennen perish there, but this last Kennen in hand is going to be leveled once it hits the battlefield. And here he comes. It's the little ninja himself. How you
I
doing,
love this
Kennen?
animation. Never gets old. Even when I'm losing to this deck over and over and over again, I still love the animation.
It's quick, it's nice, it's succinct, and I am appreciative of that. So here we have Ari looking to recall the conspirator, strike in twice, and I'm not sure how close Ari is to leveling. It looks like it might be 4 out of 6 here.
Yeah, we know that we're not to like 1 away because you'll start to get that blinking arrow on the card. So right now we just have the 1, but still trying to force through a bit of counter pressure here because as you rightfully have been mentioning, this lost soul is creating issues. One of the things that is often overlooked is how important fearsome is in this matchup. There's not many ways to block fearsome creatures until Kennen levels up, or you find something like a concussive palm. However, Aikaido is now finding A, Kennen leveled up, and B, lots of ways to stun this unit. So we're going to see that pile on here as well.
And both
get
players
some damage
are
on it.
running out of fuel here. You do have the bounciness here, but like Aikaido needs a droplet. The droplet is what gives you that card draw in the game. But the amount of damage that's going to be snuck out here through Ari is going to be big during the next attack token turn.
Absolutely. Ari now leveled up is giving you quite the setup here as well. And
oh, and there's Sinan.
Yeah, I was going to say, this was interesting. Didn't play the Kennen the previous round to kill the Lost Soul. So that means that they very purposefully wanted to set up some sort of combat trick. Here we're going to see the attempted recall. And it's going to be answered by a successful fervor.
Ari, bye-bye.
Kennen comes down for free. Nothing to mark this turn. But you can bounce it back with the Conspirator if you want, still bank your spell mana. However, yep, I was going to say, I suspect that's going to stay because you're running out of cards, as you had rightfully pointed out, but we've got Sign-In in hand, and had you not top-decked this Droplet as a backup, you could have played Sign-In and then bounced it after the turn's conclusion, if you will, kind of done it at the end, and then that sets up a replay. But Aikaido has kind of hit that tipping point, right? He's found a Sign-In, he's found a Droplet, and at this point, he can start cramming cards into his hand. Finds another go hard as well.
Starting to add up. Yeah, so with the second go hard in hand, considering, do I want to swing in with the Sign-In? Do I want to protect it? I like swinging in with it, but that is definitely a play that loses you value with that Lost Soul on the board. So nope, just going to go in right there, get a mark on Lost Soul. Getting ready for the next attack. Yeah, the Sign-Ins generate a lot of value, and there's a second one.
Yep, there's a second one. So if there was any question about refilling your hand, re-gassing up, refueling,
yeah, there's that draw
it's been answered.
too.
Now the God Willow
I was
well.
so worried. No droplets early game. Doesn't even matter. Sign-In is just like, oh, nice. I'm going to get some units. We've got a seedling now, so there's going to be even more ephemeral Sign-Ins just kind of hanging out on the board. It's value time.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, you never really fear it, even if you start to get low, because you know that the minute you find just one, you kind of lock it up. Nopify is going to answer this fervor, and that's going to be a surrender. So
nice. I got to be feeling good about that. Taking the first game in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel pretty good about it, but I would also still be questioning, you know, why did my opponent let me play Ari Kennen in this
I know!
situation? Like,
It's such a good deck.
Shellfolk. I get Shellfolk is a nightmare, and people just have, you know, really fears about that deck. I know more people who dislike that even now in its, you know, less powerful version than maybe any other deck. So, like, I get it, but this is a tournament. You got to ban the best deck, and I still think that Ari Kennen is ban-worthy in that situation.
And now Aikato has to play his other unbanned, non-winning deck, which is going to be TF Nami, another very powerful deck. I'm not sure yet. Oh, Pentex is still on the same deck. You can see the little region symbols there, and opening with a Boom Baboon on turn 2.
Yeah, we're going to see a run it back on the discard, and this is going to be interesting because the power of Twisted Fate Nami is in part in its versatility. Being able to navigate this early game with things like Mystic Shot, when you find your Twisted Fate, you can give yourself access to Red Card, for example, that helps deal with the Daring Poros, these Boom Baboons, and then using that to kind of transition to powering up your board with Nami, with the Admiral, if you have that, for example. That's really, I think, the beauty of this list. It's in the flexibility, but Aikato right now hasn't found Twisted Fate yet, does have some Mystic Shots, does also have this time trick, so still has the tools to get there, but that's what we're going to be watching out for. Can you find that Twisted Fate, kind of clean up the board, and then buy you time to start stacking vertically on some of your threats?
Yeah, and having to sacrifice this Ballistic Bot early is always sad, because generating these ignitions every turn can really take away your opponent's health. Sure, it's one at a time, but it gets you a spell you can cast. It really helps you utilize your mana efficiently, and it can also give your opponent a chance to be like, oh, you do want to cast anything? Well, I'll just cast this paltry little thing. Got it for free, maybe I'll discard it for free later. And, ooh, now there's a Nami in hand, but no units to buff. She is getting close to leveling. Looks like it is 6 of 8.
Yeah, and when Nami comes down, you'll get that Attune trigger as well. With the Flash of Brilliance in hand, you could actually level her up if you wanted to. But as you have rightfully pointed out,
at risk here. It's like,
yeah.
Do you want to like put her on the battlefield? Maybe they'll try using something that could kill her but won't kill her once she's leveled, something like maybe a Get Excited. What can she do against a Draven?
So what I actually really like about this, one, you've kind of baited out a Draven that you can Mystic Shot, but even further, if you don't use the Mystic Shot here, there was an opportunity where you could have tried to iterative improvement the Flame Chompers, and that might not seem like that big of a deal, but giving yourself a challenger,
buff out. Oh my gosh, yeah, that thing would get big fast. But here we go. We see the level up using the Flash of Brilliance. It's a sunk cost. Not the spell you want to get, but okay, it's fine. It can get put back into the library, and hopefully, when it gets drawn, we can just say goodbye to it, because we don't ever want to see that ever again.
You say that, but Sunk Cost was in one of the highest win rate decks on the ladder recently, so clearly the card is overpowered.
Oh, yes,
now we're
definitely
see
OP.
The axe come down with the challenge, and again, with no direct ways to do any buffing to the Nami itself, this might be the end. We're going to see stress testing come down as well as you hunt for some sort of answer, whether that be a Mystic Shot.
Trying to get as many spells as possible here to get that Nami value before she's gone. So, like, here we go. Aurora Borealis is not the worst, especially with this Poro Cannon, but you know what? Might have to say goodbye to it.
Yeah, I actually really like discarding the Archivist there, because you were going to lose that anyway. And as you were saying, the Aurora Borealis, because you're already running Poro Cannons, might have been a real benefit. But we're just going to turbo stack this Chompers. As I had said before, getting all that value on a unit with Challenger is actually a pretty big deal.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a 9/7.
And it's going to force a Might out.
Ooh. There still is the potential for another spell to get cast. Let's see. Looks like we're going to be shuffling one of those Poros back in. And this is now going to be, oh my god, it's an 11/8 in the second Might. Wow, the commitment to destroying this. This leaves a completely clean board, and Aikato has a little bit of value left, as Archivist can help refill things. And there's the double pick a card trigger there, or just the single pick a card trigger, and there's the sunk cost again.
Oh, this cost was so sunk that it came up twice. And, you know, Hantax, that previous round, he was saying, I might kill this Flame Chompers. And then when the buff came out, he said, I might kill this Flame Chompers. And then he had to say it again. So there was 3 mights in total.
And for anybody who did miss the previous 2 turns, no, that is not a main deck sunk cost. That was generated from Flash of Brilliance, shuffled back into the deck with pick a card, and then it just decided to show its pretty little face again. Because, you know, it wanted
Yeah, one of the
to.
interesting things about this particular matchup at the moment, wow, the Archivist whiffed. That is also potentially a big deal.
Spells. That is rough. There is the ability to get this stress testing, kind of keeping these cards that would otherwise disappear from the being fleeting. That's at least a kind of silver lining going on here.
Yeah, that's likely the setup, because I do think you ultimately want to keep the get excited. But I started to say one of the interesting things right now is there's been an awful lot of jockeying for position with very little actually being done so far this game. And the longer that goes, the more I think it actually favors Aikido, because the long-term effect of like getting to your Twisted Fate, if your opponent has kind of ran themselves out of resources, it will mean that you've got an open path to leveling it up and establishing dominance. But right now, I think Cantex also kind of feels the same thing I'm feeling, which is you've got to start generating pressure. Your opponent's still at 15, you're running out of cards, and you're not a deck designed to like win the late game, especially with no hand here. And if you draw your Rumble, right, this is the Rumble version, not the Scion version. That's not as impactful when you've got no cards in hand. And so the clock is kind of ticking on Hantax, and Aikido, right as I'm talking about it, finds its champions.
Ooh, finds TF, gets the Nami here too. That is going to be very good to swing this game. Gonna go for the blue card, refill some mana, and get ready for some spells. And with Draven now only having 2 health, oh, he is very Mystic Shotable. So,
Yep.
very shotable. And you know
Very
who likes
shottable.
seeing that Mystic Shot? Oh, it's Nami. Nami's just like, yo, my best friend, this Poro, my BFF, this Poro, is gonna get huge soon. I feel like Aikido is hoping to see Hantex commit a little bit more into this Draven. Try to level it up, maybe use that last spinning axe in hand.
Yeah, I think that's the case. You saw for a brief moment there was a thought to swing with the Twisted Fate to try to bait out a response, where then you would, you know, go with the Mystic Shot that would also, you know, hopefully buff up a unit with your Nami. You would kill whatever was being, you know, the blocker on the Twisted Fate. It was likely going to be the Ballistic Bot, all things considered, but rightfully, I think, pulled the card back just because you want your opponent to think that it's safe to invest in this Draven. But at this point, Hantax has nothing up his sleeve. So this is a very easy Mystic Shot. You got him to use the last axe, and
Yes, but did you see what Aikido generated off that Flash of Brilliance?
I did, yes.
Oh, it's a strong arm. I'm a big fan of stealing your opponent's cards and putting them into your hand. And this is like, hey, you know how nab is kind of cool, but it really leaves things up to chance? I like stealing and knowing what I'm stealing. So I'm just going to take whatever this best unit is, and I'm just going to scoop it up, and I'm going to put it in my pocket as a treat for later.
Well, and it's a big slap in the face because you've already got plenty of ways to trigger the plunder. So it doesn't even give Hantax a way to try to prevent the strong arm. It's just going to happen. It will likely eat one of these bots, but right now you're going to force some combat so that hopefully if they are forced to block with one, then you can deal with whichever one is left. Does look like they're going to try to keep both alive, though, and go dangerously low.
Wow. Yeah, so we are seeing the Ballistic Bot on Aikado's side being allowed to live. It's getting buffed up again by Nami, and now we're going to strong arm another Ballistic Bot. And these Ballistic Bots are so good in multiples for Aikado because each one of them generates an ignition, and those ignitions really just add up to value. And like 1 damage at a time, when your opponent is at 4, that's 2 damage to the face happening on each turn. Oh, and there's some cost again! You stupid card, get out of here!
Listen, that sunk cost needs to get played. I'm just throwing that out there.
Is that the sunk cost fallacy, that if you keep drawing sunk cost, you eventually have to play it?
Yeah, I think you're going to slow play with these ignitions here, but if that's not played this turn, then Kato's letting me down, because I really need to see. It showed up so many times. It wants its time in the... There we go. There, and it gets the surrender. So powerful, it forces a surrender. You cannot talk junk about sunk cost. So far, 100% win rate on the stream, and it forced a surrender. You need
putting us
to
back on
respect
camera.
it.
I'm still losing it about the sunk cost showing up 3 times. Yeah, so this is great for Aikato. It means he is going to be moving on into the next round, and he has a shot to make it into the top 32. He's going to have to continue this win streak, though. So we do know who is going to be playing next. It is going to be Loserbeam, who's running Lee, Zoe, Darkness, and a Kindred Viego deck up against Onyx.
Yeah, it looks
like
we're going
Onyx
into...
is on Darkness here, too.
Yep, game 2 of this. Loserbeam, I'm being told, is up 1-0 at the moment. And I like this lineup. I'm a big fan of the new Kindred. I was actually kind of surprised that we didn't see any mention of that as far as like the meta, what's been played on the ladder, because I do think that there are several variations of Kindred lists that are really strong right now, whether that's with Viego or also the Piltover and Zon kind of control. In many ways, it's similar to like old Karina control, but happy to see that somebody has brought it. And this is always like one of those interesting matchups, because if you're Loserbeam in this situation, you're just fearing the mini morph. Now, obviously, this Pokey Stick, I think, is trying to bait out more answers, but there's still 6 mana back there. And anytime you're on Lee Sin into Darkness or any Vandal deck, really, you're really worried about mini morph.
Oh, I'm a strong supporter of always holding up Deny when you're trying to get this Lee Sin leveled, trying to get him as your win condition, because having him get mini-morphed when he's 1 spell away from leveling, really setting up for combat, is just, it's embarrassing. It hurts. It feels so bad to happen.
Now, if you're watching at home and you're saying, okay, why even waste the Pokey Stick if you're ultimately just going to play a mini morph? And we don't know that that's going to happen, right? We're actually going to see Darkness now come down instead. But
and we did
if
hop
that was
into
the
the
case,
middle of this game here. Yes, but that Darkness is doing a lot less than it would have otherwise. That's 6 damage being absorbed by a barrier rather than 1 damage being absorbed by a barrier and 6 damage being absorbed by Lee Sin's face.
Yeah, so that was an interesting sequence. But to finish that train of thought, the reason that I thought there might have been a bait into a mini morph is simply that you want your opponent to invest as much as they can into a turn and then counteract them so that you prevent them from like redeveloping. You want to slow them down tempo-wise as much as possible. But it looks like Onyx no mini morph and had the odd sequencing, so unfortunately Lee Sin did not take as much damage as they could have if you would have went in the other direction. But again, I think you just kind of wanted to bait a mini morph, and it looks like Loserbeam is trying to set up a open attack while also denying any sort of Senna shenanigans. So if you're not familiar with that, you can play the Darkness that's in your hand, lock in your attack, and then the moment you do, Senna will create another one right off the bat. And so that gives you a lot of ways to try to deal with Lee Sin. This here, you're going to see an attempt. Lee Sin's likely going to get Barrier to stop it, which will leave 4 mana back for a Deny in case there's something that pokes it as well.
Yep, so here is the Deny. And we also saw a... Oh, I thought the buff was put onto the Dragonling. I guess it was not. Oh, and there's the Pokey Stick. Going to pop that Barrier. Is this worth denying? Your opponent still has 2 mana up.
I have to take the Deny because nothing else saves it, unfortunately. Darkness dealing 7 means that your twin is not going to be enough to keep it up. So this is potentially also really well navigated by Nips.
It also prevents Vigor from leveling, I think, if you're able to stop this, because otherwise, I mean, you don't want that happening. You do not want these Darknesses to go face.
Yep, so the Deny does come out, and Lucer rightfully selects the Darkness as the target, because Deny, you do not have to pick whatever the most recent spell is. You can pick anything that's on the stack at that point. Does shut it down. if you're Onips, you're saying, okay, well, at least I got rid of a deny and a nopify, but also you're kind of panicking a little because Lee Sin is on the board. They've got everything they need for a quality open attack, and yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna see here. So Lee Sin will be threatening a bunch of damage because he's already got Overwhelm, threatening your champions, in this case Viger, which is a big part of your win con, and potentially threatening lethal because all you have to do is get yourself up to 9 attack power, and Lee Sin alone is enough to threaten it.
And Lee Sin already does have Overwhelm here from a previous Zenith Blade, so this is a big Lee attack here. Looks like it's lethal being threatened, exact lethal at this moment, but we do see the Twin Disciplines. We know that a little bit more could come out. What can go in a stack from Onips? Remember, with Senna on the board, the slow speed removal can be cast at fast. That does give you a bit more versatility in what possible removal there could be here. But what could save Onips and give them the ability to recover and win in the next turn or two?
So something they're taking a long time to consider. Okay, stress defense here is actually really solid because that removes a lot of the damage being done and it saves your Viger potentially. I say potentially because we're going to see the disciplines come down. But I was just going to note real quick, Onips does run a 1 of Ruination that can be played at fast speed. And so while you would get rid of your own champions, it would be pretty devastating on this board. And since you had just baited out a deny, it might have been safe, but instead it's a vengeance that is successful. And this is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, all those spells committed into that Lee. It means that the next Lee Sin, if drawn, is not going to have Overwhelm. It's going to have to be set up again. And there's no longer really a win con on the board. There's the stalling in the form of these Dragonlings showing up, but not a way to win.
No, not a way to win. And this is, again, kind of like that nightmare situation if you're the Lee player. Darkness is such a bad matchup to be running into.
Yeah, Loser Beams knows it's death right here. That is going to be a huge darkness doubled up on my face, and I do not have a way out.
Yeah, there's no counter spells in hand. If you're watching at home and you don't know what just happened, the card that was played allows you to copy a darkness spell, and then Viger being on the board means that you can kind of target the Nexus, and so it doubles it. And with darkness, I believe at that point it was up to 8 damage because it would have got another trigger. That meant 16 damage was coming to the Nexus that was just unstoppable. You were also going to get health back because of the lifesteal. So Lucer just calls it. They were up a game. They want to go to game 3. That's exactly what we're going to see here. And again, on Lee Sin, but now you don't have to deal with the Darkness deck, which is a nightmare traditionally for Lee Sin. You do, however, have to deal with Kindred and Viego, which has its own problems for Lee Sin because the Kindred trigger is a great way to get around all of the protections that Lee Sin tries to sit on.
Yeah, the Viego deck is very much an aristocrat's deck. It likes to destroy its own units to make some mist and swing in with some nasty big creatures late game. Also getting those marks from Kindred, they are able to target whatever happens to be the weakest unit on your board, which very often is going to be this Eye of the Dragons.
Yeah, this Wounded White Flame early is actually a pretty big deal. This is a great addition to Lee Sin decks because one of the biggest issues with a Lee Sin list very often is that if you don't draw Lee, you don't have a win con. The Wounded White Flames kind of showed up and they said, hey, we can be scary enough. Like, we're not Lee Sin scary, but we're going to force you to deal with us. However, Onips, they've got their own game plan here with the Kindred already on the board. They're already triggering some of these kind of self-slay triggers. We can see this starting to set up exactly what I was talking about, which is ways to get around the Ionia protections. All your denies, all of your nopifies, none of that stuff matters if Kindred just eats a unit at the end of the turn.
I am wondering, though, are both of these players going undefeated into this round?
I do not have that information immediately offhand, but with that being said, we're going to pretend like they have to continue winning because, as we know, most folks are in that situation, and this is a really big deal here because...
Oh my gosh, yeah, six mana denied by 4. Love to see that, and this dragon is huge, swinging it over
Absolutely.
and over.
That's a massive turn for Lucer, because not only do you get rid of the kindred, which was going to be one of your ways to snowball, you got damage in, you protected your dragon, and you got the mana tempo denying a vengeance. Now, Onips, she answers with Viego, and that's beautiful. That's exactly what you want to follow up with, but we can already start to feel the momentum of this wounded white flame, and so you're going to have to find another way to deal with this big dragon.
Love to see Faded doing work here. Drawing another Eye of the Dragon, just in case you want some dragonlings to deal with. But it looks like we're going to see the face healed up. Drawing a Nopify, that's a very good card to have. Pale Cascade is the second spell cast, so it does get that extra bonus of drawing a card. And love to see the Bastion, because that Bastion means if there's another fast speed spell coming for that dragon, it's gonna have to deal with Spell Shield. Oh, like this? A Vengeance!
Yeah. Like this, a Vengeance, once again answered by 4 mana. Onips has got to say at this point, you know, all right, how many can they possibly have? How many of these do I have to chew through? Because I'm running out of life. This wounded white flame, you know, it says it's wounded, but I'm the one who feels wounded here. I'm down to 7. That thing has 11 attack and overwhelm. It keeps getting bigger. Got to find an answer soon. I was curious, so I went and looked it up. There is 3 of, as far as Vengeance goes, so there is still 1 left in the deck. Outside of that, though, you're kind of relying on kindred or weird, like, combat tricks if you want to deal with this wounded white flame. There is a 1 of atrocity, but at 8 health you would need a massive unit just for an atrocity.
Yeah, and
to
if that's 8
facilitate a
health
trade.
and growing, because Lucer Beam is pretty much always going to have a way to make this bigger, and is going to be protecting the bottom end of the board using things like these dragonlings and Eye of the Dragon. So we already have 1 dragonling on the board, might have 2 next turn, and they're going to really discourage most attacks. These elusive attacks still get to go in, but I mean, Lucer Beam's in a pretty good spot. Lots of open mana, can stun one of these. Maybe you could just take the 4, you're at 19.
As I'm looking at the list that Onips has here, and I'm trying to consider, you know, a path to victory. One option is that your Viego just continues to scale alongside Wounded White Flame. You do have 2 copies of Spirit's Refuge in this list, so being able to throw Viego in front, maybe get a block where your Viego survives and gets you some health back, is a way to get back into the game. Another thing is this list runs a 1 of Syncopation, so if you continue to scale while staying alive, you might get a sneaky big hit of your own in, kind of turn the tide. But outside of that, again, things are looking pretty dire.
Oh, speaking
and this
of
falling comet
getting
is going to make it even
off
worse.
the Invoke. I mean, this Viego's really doing work now, and he is the way out on this board. You were just talking about maybe Spirit's Refuge, getting to kind of block, protect yourself, heal back up. You can't do that if Viego's been obliterated. Oh, there's another
obliterate
mist.
is the right way to put it, because that's exactly what's going to happen. This falling comet is going to be an extinction level event for Onips and potentially their tournament life. This is a big telegraph saying, like, there's something going on.
Because once you trigger that Faded, that's game right there. Or even just recalling the blocker, stunning the blocker, any move like that.
I mean, that's just game in and of itself. That's 7 overwhelm damage, so there has to be something on top of it, and so it looks like it's going to be the discipline.
But no blockers, no problem. Gonna palm strike that back on the board unless deny.
But a second palm strike with no way to stop it means that this is going to be Lucer Beam's game. Unfortunately, even with 3 mana left, no way to really prevent that. The overwhelm damage goes through, and it's just like I was talking about. Wounded White Flame gives you that alternate win con for these Lee Sin lists. Again, in the past, if you didn't draw Lee Sin, sometimes you would just lose the game, but big dragons can get it done.
Big dragons that grow and grow and grow. They don't even need Fury to trigger. They're just out here doing work. So unfortunately, Onips did not win that round, but it was nice to see Lucer Beam get that win. This was, I believe, still round 4.
Yeah, that was still round 4, but we are going to have more games, more rounds coming up. Sounds like we're going to be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere. More Legends of Runeterra, Magic Misadventures open rounds when we return. Hello and welcome back to the Magic Misadventures Open Rounds. I'm still Charmer, unfortunately for you, but thankfully still also have Amy, the Amazonian, here on the desk with me, and we're getting ready to dive into our second round of the day. I'm really excited for this because there are some spicy lists that we're going to get to talk about, and we're going to be watching Zinky take on an opponent. And I was talking with you before we came back from the break, Amy, about these lists, and I want to hear what your opinion is about this particular lineup.
So we've got 3 decks coming in here. The first one is Darkness. Not anything too surprising here. This is the deck that's all about getting Darkness, playing it, making it bigger using things like Vigor and the Catalyzer, and then eventually finishing off the game using a leveled Vigor, using the Ixtali Sentinel, and getting that Darkness damage on face. There isn't really anything too special about this one. It's got the one-ofs for Ruination and Box to hopefully catch your opponent off guard. But the second list is one that you might be less familiar with. It is Zoe Diana, taking advantage of the fact that it's easier now to give Diana Challenger so she can remove those pesky little units. Like Kennen. Yeah, I'm talking about
Ari.
Kennen. It's really, really convenient to have that. So this is a deck that does get some invoking done using the 2 priestesses, Lunari and Solari, and hopefully it gets pretty much every champion it would normally see removed, hushed, silenced into oblivion, because it is running 2 Hush, 3 Mini-Morph, 2 Sunburst, and in case you were dealing with a unit that's not a champion, one of those followers, there's also a couple of Blinded Mystics.
And that's not even counting the stuff you can find from the invokes. I was calling this deck the Fun Police because really you're just trying to deny your opponent from playing champions, or at least keeping them on the board, because again, it's all these burst options, and when it's not burst options, it's stuff like Challenger or Sunburst, where right out of the gate, because of the Daybreak, you're playing it to start the round, and then they have to invest in protecting, so you know how to adapt. This is very much, I think, just, you know, play to mess up your opponent's game plan. And I think that's why I like bringing this deck in this particular event, because as I was saying at the top of the broadcast, a lot of the decks right now are very synergy based. And so this is really just meant to be full on disruption. You can see there's no real top end. You're just kind of relying on star shaping or some of these other invokes to find you a win condition. There's not really one in the main deck. They're just counting on the fact that by denying their opponent to, you know, establish their own game plan, you will find a way to win the game. And then when we go to their third deck, because again, we've been talking about how wide open this meta is, it's not Ari Kennen. They instead opted to bring Thresh, Aurelian Soul, Targon,
Notably,
Shadow Isles Control.
Only one Aurelian Soul in here. That's the top end, and you don't necessarily hit it with anything other than Thresh. It's like, all right, I leveled up Thresh. I've got literally one other champ to bring out, so I guess it's going to be that one.
Yeah, one of the things I like here is they do have that one of Dragon's Clutch, and so when you're looking through the list, if you choose draw 2 dragons, that will always find you your Eclipse and Aurelian Soul combo. So if you find an opening in the early game, you can kind of pull that off, but outside of that, this is very much kind of like the previous deck. It's really centered on disruption with the eventuality of I will find a win con. Again, whether that's through invoking something or the one of Aurelian Soul.
There's
but
so
I just
much
think that the game
removal.
plan...
Look at
Yeah,
this.
I think that...
You've got the Sunburst, and you've got these Vengeances. There's a Ruination as a full board wipe. And it looks like the finisher is Atrocity, to just be like, yo, what's up? I'm going to yeet my dragon at your face.
Yeah, I think that the game plan here is 100% disruption. You look at this trio of decks. We've got Darkness, where I just want to remove your stuff. We've got Zoe and Diana, but really the core of the list is I just want to remove your stuff. And then we come in here with this Thresh Aurelian Soul list where it just says I want to remove your stuff. I really like this game plan because, as I said, this is a meta where it's very wide open, but many of the decks just want to do their own thing. And so if you're trying to cast a wide net, preventing your opponent from doing the thing that they want to do is actually a really good, like, wide net strategy. So I have a great appreciation for at least what they're trying to accomplish with this lineup.
Yeah, I do as well. I feel like going out of your way to run these less predictable decks is also good. Running these things like Concologist and all these invoke cards means that your opponent's going to have to be ready for any type of threat. Also, before we get into the game, I do want to say, And very unfortunately, my dear friend, Mr. Emotional, has been eliminated. He will not be making it into the top 32 of this round. It looks like Aggro did not make it through this time. I'm sorry, Mo. Looks like Cephalopod also eliminated, and Surdamund, RIP, did not get there, got that second loss, and is out for the 5th round.
Yeah, that's a little bit of updates as far as like the field goes. Those are some known names, very prominent players that have done well in past tournaments that we would expect to continue to do well. So they have been eliminated, but there's still plenty of folks in the field that we expect to do well. We'll give you updates. And also, if I'm being honest, I love seeing the new players do well. I love seeing that kind of new flesh rise to the top, and I'm excited to see what our top 32 is like. But we're a long ways from that. We're only going into round 5, and there is a number of players that have to go through a gauntlet, because as we have noted earlier in the broadcast, you have to either go undefeated or be 8-1 to feel really comfortable with making the top 32. A couple of players, they can get in on 7-2 with tie breaks, but for the most part, you have to go nearly flawless throughout this event if you want to make the top 32 and move on to the prize money, move on to that big event next weekend.
Yeah, that is going to be tough for the players, but you know what? Being able to get a win streak like this is a real show of force. You don't just have to be good, you also have to be lucky.
And you kind of have to be mentally tough, because it's a long day.
We hopped in the middle. It was like, oh yeah, what's up? You guys already played 3 rounds? Cool. I was sipping coffee, watching some card games, relaxing, while these players had to just lay like, oh god, and I'm gonna cast my darkness here. Did I target right? Oh, is this okay? I'm not burnt out yet, but I've got 9 rounds to play today.
Yeah, 9 rounds is a long time to kind of like keep your wits about you, continue to make quality decisions, and then that's not counting likely a lot of the preparation that you've done. I know that back when I was playing competitive Magic, one of the things that I would do is I would usually stay up the night before play testing, right? I wanted to be fresh going into the next day, kind of clean up some of the things I was unsure about. And so for many of these players, they're probably coming off of a day where they did a lot of preparation into a very long day of games as well. And it takes a toll on you. It really does. And you got to hand it to the players that continually do well over and over and over again in these events. And it sounds like we have a little bit more time. So I want to ask you, Amy, we've already seen a number of decks, right? But what is something that you're kind of hoping to see in today's open rounds that might be unexpected? We keep talking about the wide open meta. Yeah,
We've
like what is a deck that you haven't seen?
Not get banned. So like seeing an Ari Kennen not get banned, that was already pretty surprising. Next, I want to see Shellfolk not get banned, because there was a Shellfolk and we didn't get to see it play, which is a darn shame. I'm also hoping to see some more off-meta decks, things like this Thresherillion Soul. I want to see how they play in this format and really where they shine, because I don't necessarily know how they'll play in these matchups, having not played the deck myself.
So one of the things that I'm personally rooting for, I root for, I'll be honest, really every seasonal. I'm kind of hoping somebody brought Deep for no reason at all. I don't expect it to do well in this particular meta, but Deep is one of those decks that very routinely has a poor ladder showing. I'm not saying you can't win with it on the ladder. I'm just saying that it very rarely finds itself at like the top of the ladder. Excuse me. Apparently I'm Bostonian now. It's just one of those decks that...
Trying to edge in on my space? You're trying to edge in on my accent space? Get out of here.
I was, and I apologize. It's one of those decks that you don't really see it ever really at the forefront, but then time and time again, like tournament season comes around and it'll just show up and be in a winning lineup and start doing really well. And so secretly, I'm always hoping to see Deep. But with that in mind, we actually know who Zinky's going to be playing now. It's going to be Crazy Colors, and we have their decks available. Looks like no Deep to start. We've got Ari Kennen.
Okay, we are familiar with Ari Cannon. I just want to say my favorite thing about Deep is when you go deep and the game goes boom. That's my favorite part about playing Deep. So we have Crazy Color on Ari Cannon. You've seen it before. It's all about that tempo, getting those dancing droplets back in hand, drawing cards, then doing it late game with the sign-in. Only one copy in this. I like having 2 copies myself, but got some good interruption in the form of denies, homecomings, and the recalls for your own creatures. But Crazy Colors on the edge with an Iceborne Legacy, Poro list, and no championships. Sorry, no champions. Iceborne Legacy, if you haven't run into it yet, is a burst buff, which takes all of your creatures of the same name and gives them +2/+2, and it stacks. So you turn your daring Poros into daring monsters to win the game. And Fiznami is the third, looking to get some elusive swings in, buffing in those little fish.
I hope that was not a prophetic Freudian slip there with the no championships line, but I will say that I appreciate the game plan. We're going to go to the bans now. I really like that they went heavy elusive. So when you're looking at Crazy Colors here, that's kind of the one key theme throughout all of the lists. So we do see Ari Cannon banned. That's not a shock. We see Darkness banned on the other side. I think that makes the most sense because if you're facing 3 control lists, Darkness is probably the most refined. So take that out of the equation. But Crazy Colors really just brought 3 decks that heavily emphasize an elusive game plan. And we're going to see if that plays out in a great way for them, because they're going into control. Arguably, this could be like the counter to a lineup that's so heavily elusive and so heavily kind of aggressive. If you can disrupt them, and again, we know that that's what Zinky wants to do, you're going to have a good shot.
And seeing a nice removal filled hand here with a bit of a curve. Got that Sketcher able to discard something, get a little bit of evoking on. Got some Fangs, same thing, a little bit of invokes going on. And then Sunbursts and Vengeance for big killing energy. So Zinkin not looking to play anything yet until the Solari Priestess is going to get Daybreak and invoke something to be played on the next few turns. Some good choices here. You've got Meteor Shower, which can get you the old 2-for-1.
Yeah, Meteor Shower is a great pickup here because the 1 damage is almost always going to be relevant until you get to the point where these buffs are coming at burst speed from like a Nami, for example, but it still threatens to kill something. It forces a response. The other really important piece about this matchup from like the holistic standpoint, when you're talking about decks and how they match up against each other, is the presence of Hush throughout Zinky's lineup here is a really big deal against these elusive decks, and even more specifically with this Nami one, because once Nami gets to the point where she's stacking a bunch of buffs on something like a Daring Poro, for example, a Hush into a block is really a big deal, and it gives you an answer even if the Nami starts to snowball. It gives you a way out.
Yeah, and like the Sunburst giving that additional silence is quite nice. So the Meteor Shower right now definitely would be overkill for this poor Poro, but I suspect we might be seeing a little bit of drain going on. Oh, and that is a nice and early Burblefish.
It's an early Burblefish, but it's also another unit with 1 health. And, you know, really, we're looking at Zinky's hand here. You've got the Meteor Shower, you've got a pair of Vile Feasts, and then if they do have anything that happens to get pretty vertical, you've got a Comet and a Vengeance. So Zinky, filled with a number of potential answers here, has the Aurelian Soul already in hand. I think they might be pretty well positioned to just drag this game out and see if they can go over the top of Crazy Colors. On the other side, we can't see the hand, but your path to victory, if you're Crazy, is to set up a really big combo turn of some sorts. Something where you get a Twisted Fate down and you manage to level him up in 1 or 2 turns through some, you know, amazing draws. Because if you don't set that up, you're just going to get kind of answered 1 for 1 as the game goes on.
Speaking of being answered 1 for 1, here comes another Burblefish grabbing another spell, and it is gone. Going to get munched on from the Vile Feast. So now there's a couple spiders on the board hanging out with this Priestess, and looks like it's going to be 2 damage here. Definitely not worth vengeancing a 1/1. But we could see Loping Telescope or the Fangs. The Fangs having Lifesteal here is pretty nice because it does give you the ability to heal up a little bit on the backswing next turn. But it's good to get some selection done first. So, looks like Loping Telescope is finding a bit of protection. Gonna give some +0/+2 and Spell Shield to a creature in the future. Or that might get discarded to dig for something else.
Yeah, and it turns out I glanced over the fact that this is actually the Nami Fizz variant. So I was thinking that maybe Twisted Fate was going to be your path to victory. I started looking over the deck list, and it's not even the Twisted Fate version. It's just Fizz.
Yep.
That I think actually even bodes worse for Crazy Colors in this matchup because you don't have any sort of like explosive out. You're strictly on an aggressive, elusive game plan. And so we're going to see Nami come down, and she will level up. You're going to have the opportunity to get some value out of her right away because you still have 7 mana available. But
7
again,
mana and
there's
probably a couple of burst spells to make these Daring Poros fierce, fighty, ferocious. Oh,
Yeah,
and they're going for Flash of Brilliance first. That's going to refill that mana. Give another choice of spells. Another Flash of Brilliance. Ooh, the chain Flash of Brilliance can be brutal.
Yeah, the chain is exactly what you need, but again, the real issue here is that all of the answers kind of already exist in Zinki's hand. You've got big hard removal in the form of Vengeance and the Comet, but you also have these smaller answers. So we're going to see the Silence come down now, which is a little bit interesting.
It's setting up for the Meteor Shower. But, you know, we'll see how this goes. Looks like there's a line 'em up, knock 'em down. So we are going to see this once silenced Poro buffed up again.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see it so early just because it will get rebuffed. So it's not really setting up the Meteor Shower. What it does do, however, is it means that it allows you to chump block it. So you're really only worried about the elusive damage from the single Daring Poro at this point. Your spiders and so forth can jump in front of the silenced Poro. And it looks like we're going to now see a Meteor Shower try to take out this Nami. Should be successful because there's not much that is going to be in that list that saves her from the 4 damage.
We know what 2 cards are in hand, sort of. We know that they are 6+ cost spells from those Flash of Brilliances. We have not yet seen those come out. And now the elusive Poro has to decide, do I block? Do I go down to 1 toughness when I know my opponent has the ability to remove me with a lot of different cards? Or do I just protect myself, hoping to be the finisher? But with so much direct removal in Zinki's hand, I don't think that Poro is going to be long for this word. And there comes Progress Day! But no Nami on the board to really take advantage of that. Oh, never mind. Here comes Nami. Hi, Nami!
There's Nami. That was really much needed, though, because you were running out of steam, and your window is closing. The longer the game goes, the more it favors Zinki, but even further, Zinki's still at 16 health. And this is a deck that also has plenty of ways to gain health. So it's not like, okay, once I start racing them, I can close things out at the end. Like, you still have to go through star shapings and all of these other mechanisms. And so you've got to find an answer now if you're Crazy Color. Like, let's be honest, the longer it goes, the more it favors Zinki. And we see the Aurelian Soul in hand kind of threatening. We're going to have an attack come this time around. It looks like it's going to be double elusive because of the buff here. So a lot of damage threatened, but...
Yeah, that's 14 damage coming in, but I don't think it's going to connect. I feel like it's time for vengeance.
Yeah, the real question is, do you take out the champion or the bigger damage? I think that this is the right call. You just preserve your health total. You've got plenty of answers for the Nami after the fact. You've got the Sunburst. You still got the Comet. Preserve your life.
I mean, Nami all alone also doesn't do a good job protecting herself. She's more about buffing up another creature with no other units on the board. She's alone, all alone. Burst Seed spells go to waste. And she's gone. But, oh, third Nami already drawn. Wow. Crazy Colors, you're good at drawing Nami.
Yeah, Nami showing up in full.
We haven't seen any fizzes yet. I think this deck runs all 3, right? 3 possible copies?
Yeah, it does. So when I was educating myself, and I was realizing that it was not the Twisted Fate version. Yes, it is Nami Fizz. There are 3 copies of both. Fizz would have been helpful in conjunction with Nami, because Nami buffs Fizz and then Fizz does a better job of protecting it. But This is the third and final Nami, and it might just well eat a comet here.
I think she's
We're going to see the hover.
Obliterated, destroyed, ruined. But first she has to get blocked by a spider because this is a slow spell. Ooh, but there's time to develop the board a little bit more. Again, Nami not scary without any other units out here.
Yeah, this is a bit interesting because you could develop the Thresh. It looks like that's going to be the play, and then maybe if your opponent plays something else, now you have your choice. Do you use the comet or not?
Do you use the...
You could also just end the round. The other option there, honestly, could have just been to play Aurelion Sol because there was a wide open window.
Looks like we might see Aurelion Sol played here. We see the hover. Zinky's thinking about it. Zinky doing a thinky. Thinking, it's time for my big stellar dragon. Because with the ability to move that Nami out of the way using Thresh, you do have a pretty good swing in here. Also get to once again invoke and find the Immortal Fire. Being able to block elusive units with that is great because it gives you 2 blocks at the very least. This Phoenix does come back from the death.
Yep, that's a great
Shelly.
call. There might have been, yeah, I was about to say there might have been temptation to grab the Obliterate spell that hits everything 3 and less power, but Admiral Shelley can ruin that game plan. So this was really heads up. I like the call. The Crescent Strike here also means all of that damage will get pushed. It's not quite lethal, right? You've only got 15 on the board. Your opponent's at 16, but even getting them to the point where an atrocity finishes them off is a pretty big deal. And I think that's the game plan here, right? Even if your opponent plays after this spell concludes 1 blocker, Thresh pulls the blocker, you get 10 in with the Aurelion Sol, and that sets up your atrocity.
Also, here comes Shelly number 2. Shelly's gonna move into the back line. Thresh is yoinking that thing. Does not matter if it's elusive, it can still be challenged. Aurelion Sol swinging in, and Mystic Shot to the face to buff Shelly and keep it alive.
Yeah, you also get that damage. You're trying to set up an open attack with your elusives because you know, again, your opponent has a better late game. You're trying to race that. However, the atrocity should be successful. Now, the only way that Crazy could pull this off would be if, in response to the atrocity, you had enough burn, right? If you had like double get excited or something crazy, but the's not enough cards in hand for that.
There's not enough cards in hand for double get excited. We've seen a Mystic Shot. It would have to be triple, and it can't be. Is it?
And it's
it's 1 short. We got a get excited and a Mystic Shot for 5 damage, but 5 damage is nothing to compare to 10. And just in case Thinky is saying, hey, you know what I have? Gaining 1 life. Check that out. Make a spider gain a life. Mm-hmm.
So
and atrocity sacrificing the 1 Aurelion Sol to deal 10 to the face.
What a way to start this match off. You go right down to the wire, and Crazy, I felt like did a great job of trying to establish a board because they were behind for much of that game. You really need to race these control decks, especially these ones in particular, because they're Targon based. You know there's a lot of healing. You've got those star shapings. They're going to get another crack at it here. You got to hope that you find your early game and keep it on the board. That was the big deal there. We'll see if they can find a Fizz. Fizz was a no-show. If they bring this deck back, I think that's going to be one of the things that they can hopefully build on here, because they had no Fizz. They lost everything early on.
And getting away from this targeted removal is exactly what Fizz does. It's a slippery little fish. Zinky has a nice quick opening here with Zoe on the attack token.
Yeah, Zoe just comes with the attack token. I think it's the unwritten rule. Gonna connect unless we see something like a Poro Cannon or something wacky out of that side of the board, but we don't. So Zoe connects. Not much interactivity on the side of Zinky though. So if Crazy Colors has an aggressive opener, this is actually what we were talking about, where you can take advantage of the early game, get some pressure. You do have those star shapings in your hand, which will buy you some time, but if you can establish an early board and build on it, then that's a potential path to victory.
Looks like we're going to see a trade of 1 drop for a 1 drop. Fizz and Zoe meeting in the middle. and trading. That means that there's not a Fizz on the battlefield to be buffed later on by a Nami, but it also means that that Zoe's not going to be generating any more value. Ooh, this is a nice hit. You get the choice between removal that can spread itself a little bit wider, Falling Comet, which is just obliterating, it takes things out no matter what, and Written in Stars to get whatever your champion has to be. Getting a buffed up Zoe is actually really nice here, just because it's like, oh yeah, a 3/3 elusive, I can contest with your big elusives.
Yeah, that's honestly a really interesting decision, because not only is the Zoe nice, but obviously Diana with that challenger really helpful as well. So kind of a tough call, but in the end opts for the card that sets up those 2-for-1s. I think it was the right call here. You've got plenty of health gain. Your only other removal option costs 6, and it's the mini morph. So I think taking something that maybe gives you the most value in the form of a 2-for-1 is the right call there. We're going to see the star chart come out now, and you're probably looking for I was going to say the silence, but it turns out just grabbing another elusive is also nice.
No, here's a 3/3 elusive on the board. We've got the Trickster, and Ballistic Bot is getting more and more ignition value here, generating those spells every turn. And you see Zinky's still just like, hey, you want to block? You want to block? You know what I have? I give it +1/+1. Oh, but now I have a Pokey Stick. Doesn't even matter.
Yep, Pokey Stick coming in big. Iterative improvement on the elusive has to feel like a bit of a gift for Crazy Colors at the moment, but unfortunately, again, lots of potential answers now in the side of Zinky, because we've got that Meteor. We also have Hush, and the Hush would allow you to at least trade even. I expect the Pokey Stick to come down at some point here. Looks like that's going to be now. One of the other things I really like about Zinky is the inclusion of the Spell Thief, because in this particular matchup, there's going to be a lot of spicy choices available.
I'm always here for doing crime. I'm telling you, stealing my opponent's cards is what I do. And, oh, there's a Yordle Captain! Maybe gonna make these two elusives go toe-to-toe. But of course, there's a Pale Cascade that could help out.
Yeah, the Pale Cascade helps out quite a bit, and so does Becoming Ungovernable. You thought you were turning in for Legends of Runeterra, but instead you're just getting, advocation to do crime, I guess. But Crazy Colors still has the attack token, decides not to swing, which honestly is a bit of a tell. That says a lot about their hand, because it means that they don't have much to develop, and they don't have much to protect their unit, so they're probably sitting on reactive options, maybe a lot of burn or things in that regard.
And holding on to that burn can be quite nice. And Zinky is, I think, trying to decide here between looking to develop, sealing a spell, kind of just going through the different options. And the choices here are Ignition, Iterative Improvement, and pick a card.
Yeah, Iterative Improvement is honestly a pretty good rip, because you can copy your Yordle Captain, make another one that's even bigger, and then really start generating long-term value with your future draws. Like if you've got 2 Yordle Captains on the board and you play your Diana, that is a ton of value. Instead opts to copy the elusive. That's also fine if you don't want to be turbo greedy like me. And Scrap Shot off of Flash of Brilliance.
Ooh, it's very expensive removal, and it's not very good, but it does kill this otter.
It does kill the otter, and it lets you keep your elusive otter on the board. Maybe even sets up an open attack. We're gonna see the iterative come down first.
Wow, they're both just like, I'm improving upon these otters. Oh, so beautifully.
Yeah, space otters are just evolving nonstop. They're the next they're the next evolution in technology, apparently. But a 5/5 otter kind of making Crazy Colors reconsider there. You saw the snap.
Yeah,
they are gonna lock
like,
it in.
Do I want to go in for this? And it turns out that this is going to be the loss of the otters, because the Hush takes away the elusive from that first otter, and the second one is just going to be swinging into the 5/5. So we're going to see, does Crazy Colors have any tricks here? There are tricks aplenty in a Fizz Nami deck, but it looks like none of them are coming out here.
Yeah, at least not right now. As I said, we kind of suspect that Crazy Colors has reactive elements. So now we're going to see the line them up, and this will at least attempt to kill the otter, but we're going to see star shaping on it to save it.
Usually you use star shaping to heal like your champions, maybe your face after you've taken a bunch of burn damage, but no, here it's going to be keeping this otter well and alive. Now this looks like it's a flash of brilliance for desperation, trying to figure out what you got there, and it was, well, there's a get excited. Goodbye, otter.
Yeah, you got to feel really good about this if you're Zinky. We suspected Crazy Colors had those kind of reactive damage-based spells in their hand, but you just made them spend so much to kill your otter, and you're left now with your handful of cards. You've got your big destroyer. It's got Spell Shield. It's got Overwhelm. Crazy Colors in this deck does not have great ways to deal with this, both because of the Spell Shield and because of the size. Everything's direct damage based. So this is looking like the end of Crazy Colors with this Pokey Stick.
9 damage going in, protected by a Spell Shield, and now Pokey Stick straight to the Nexus. And Zinky going 2-0, undefeated against Crazy Colors.
Yeah, I liked the game plan for Crazy Colors. Going heavy elusive in this environment is, potentially a pretty big deal, especially if you're banning opposing Ari Cannons and your opponents are not on the same game plan. But unfortunately, you ran into Zinky, who was running triple disruption, right? 3 control decks, said, I don't really need win cons. I just need to make sure you're not winning, right? Sometimes the best way to win is to not lose, and Zinky did that beautifully here.
I mean, I think
made it look easy.
The choice to trade the Zoe with the Fizz without units to follow up on it, there's that one ballistic bot, really swung a lot in that game, because that Fizz could have carried through the game if maybe one of those line them up knock 'em downs took out the Zoe, really left things open, but nope, it turned out to be a battle of the 3/3 elusives with various buffs on them.
Yeah, and I think that also speaks to Zinky understanding the matchup, understanding the decks that they brought, because some players might say like, okay, well, I want to keep my Zoe around. I don't have anything else. I also want to use it to generate star charts, give me the value. But Zinky said, you know what? My units are expendable. I trust that as the game goes on, my removal and my package will deal with my opponents. And I don't need this right now. And this is not going to be my win con. It's not going to carry me. So I'll absolutely make the trade for a Fizz that I have a hard time dealing with my spells, right? Like that's really a great option for them early game. And they pounced on it. But it sounds like we've got another game lined up, another match, and we're going to be jumping in to see Majin Bay taking on the Americanas
favorite. How you doing, Majin Bay? Looks like we've got Zoe Lee, one of Majin's favorite to bring into tournament lineups, up against Americanas running, looks like some Akshan. I'm not sure if it's Akshan Sivir.
Yeah.
A lot of different champs pair real nicely with Akshan. Hopefully we can get our deck list soon, but for the meantime, we are seeing spells upon spells upon spells lining up for this Dragonling producing Eye of the Dragon here, and Zoe's just kind of chilling.
Yeah, this is vintage Majin Bay, right? We're jumping into a seasonal tournament where they're piloting Lee Sin. They're currently winning their matchup. They're up 1-0 here, and they've got Zoe on the board. They've got their Eye of the Dragon. And I'm going to say vintage Majin Bay because we also don't have Lee Sin in the hand yet. I don't know what it is about poor Majin. Yeah.
Himself, okay? He shows up exactly when he needs to finish the game.
I did get confirmation it is Sivir Akshan on the opposing side, which makes an awful lot of sense. But right now, it's just the Akshan show. We've got treasure seekers and a bunch of looters and all sorts of things working for the Americanas.
Taking a look at these lists here. Love to see one copy of Radiant Guardian in the Sivir Akshan list. I feel like that's actually a really good stabilizing card in this meta. And I think the Americanas is right to include it. So now we have an extra big Eye of the Dragon here. It's a 2/5 with Overwhelm. Trying to dig through the deck, cast all these spells, line up for a leveled up Lee Sin whenever it feels like showing up.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal early on because 5 health makes it incredibly difficult to ever kill this Eye of the Dragon. You're gonna have to like get Sivir down and then catch it with a single combat. or something along those lines. Meanwhile, you're going to get a lot of value in stalling. Yes, your opponent has a nice wide board, but you've got the dragon laying here, so it can trade with something, maybe gain you some health. The Eye of the Dragon can jump in front of something, and you've got all your defensive tools to keep it alive if you really need to. So you're in need to stabilize, but you've got the tools to do it. On the other side, though, the Americanas has to feel really good about the start, because Akshan is likely going to level up if everything goes well this round during this combat, and you still have a decent chunk of cards in hand. Akshan, when he levels up, is also going to give you the ability to find even more, and you really need to kind of like keep your foot on the gas pedal if you want to win this matchup, because the longer it goes, the more likely you're going to see some big Lee Sin combo, and then it won't matter if you have Radiant Guardian or not.
Nope. So this Akshan level is going to be nice setup for even more pressure on the next attack turn. Here we go, getting to see the daring, the devilish Akshan leveling up, getting the Warlord's Horde there.
So leveled up Akshan, and you keep your 3/3s, and you generated some pressure. The Americanas has to feel really good about that particular combat. We also still have the ability to draw another card. Let's be honest, that's likely what's going to occur from the Akshan level up. On the side of Majin Bay, quite an interesting decision. Written in the Stars likely find you a Lee Sin.
Get you that Lee Sin, an extra large Lee Sin. I mean, I gotta say, Demacia, Shurima, not so good at just straight up removing a creature. They don't kill things. They usually have to go with combat damage. They're very punchy, beady regions. And I feel like an extra large Lee Sin with his built-in protection of the barriers, that's looking pretty good, but instead went for going wide on the board, getting some healing with the sisters. And it looks like the first game, the one that we did not get to witness, where Majin Bay won, was up against Shyvana Pantheon. So it looks like Majin got a win with the Shyvana Pantheon, and the only remaining deck is Zoe Lee to get this final win. Both players brought Ari Kennen and then banned Ari Kennen from each other's lineups, which leaves the Americanas with Fizzlulu and Sivir Akshan, which we are watching right now.
Yeah, we're going to see this rally come down, and this is also a pretty big deal in theory, right? Because you get more progress. You've targeted something, right? The landmark ticks down because of the Akshan thing. You're going to get another attack. But I say in theory because Majin rightfully comes in with the Crescent Strike to slow things down. We're going to get at least one block here. You're out of mana, so you don't want to overblock. You can't protect your units, but you keep yourself at 8.
Oh my gosh, I think Zoe's about to level.
Yeah, I think this is why the sisters was taken. That's what I was just getting ready to highlight.
The reason the elusive
that the sisters,
and you get the life steal, and you get a whole lot of units on the board, and you get a leveled Zoe. And once a Zoe is leveled, her aura, I would say, stays in play until the end of the game. Yeah,
and so not only do you get all of that from the sisters right out of the gate, right? Because your entire board's going to have elusive and lifesteal.
Future turns, more lifesteal off those dragonlings.
Because you've kept your Eye of the Dragon, you're always getting lifesteal, and your ability to stall becomes massive. And so you've got to figure out the right way to navigate into this Zoe popping off. This shouldn't progress Zoe, right? Because you've already played one Zenith Blade. But because of the arrow flashing there, you know you can do it like at any given time. I think you're just trying to bait something out from your opponent, hoping that they try to get rid of the Zoe before you level it, and then you respond and level her anyway. I think that's the game plan here.
Yeah, this is a, hey, do you have removal? Because I can deal with it.
Yeah, you don't have to go into the like three sisters leveling up right away Zoe game plan. You can always kind of do that whenever, and it looks like Majin knows that and says, okay, I've got the palm, I've got ways to survive this next round if you take your open attack, and if you don't take your open attack...
Oh, and hi, Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin's a great way to give everything some more punch.
Text. Oh, look, it's our boy Lee Sin out here. Probably gonna have to be a defensive Lee Sin if he gets played this turn, but that is still not bad. There's enough mana to protect with this discounted. Yeah, that's a discounted deny. Ooh, but here's the Sandstone Charger. It looks to me like the Americanas is looking to finish this game now. The Americanas does not know what got pulled off that invoke, that it's 2 creatures wide. Doesn't know that there's this Lee Sin at the ready to follow up, or that the Zoe could be leveled at any time. We're gonna see a stun on that Charger because it is ephemeral. It cannot survive beyond this turn.
I like this play for a couple of reasons. One, you're stopping the Charger but keeping it on the board, which makes playing more Chargers a bit more clunky. And it means that you have to play something else from overhand to overwrite either one of these landmarks or that unit itself, but then you're investing even further. Majin Bey really here is just trying to make the Americanas show as much of their game plan as possible before he overcommits into any one line. The last thing you want to do is play into something, empty out your mana, and then have them catch you with a concerted strike, hit you with that single combat, whatever the case may be. So Majin is just being very patient here. This is, you know, something that he's accustomed to. He's played a ridiculous amount of Lee Sin Zoe. He knows how to navigate this, but I just want to praise exactly how patient he's being, because a number of players might have just slapped down the sisters, leveled up the Zoe, done all of those things a long time ago, and he's just making sure he has the right opportunity. Lee Sin could come down here, or the sisters. Both are great options.
Is great because you might actually see a finisher in the next turn.
Yeah, I think the concern with Lee Sin here is that you don't have a way to finish him this round, and you're at 8, so you want to make sure that you're in a position to still get that health back. Now, what's interesting is Lee Sin came down, but Zoe did not level up. So that either means Lee Sin had already been played once, or our count was off for
It's very
Zoe.
possible that Zoe was at 8, not 9. But that's still fine.
Yeah, that also would go even further to explain the decision making. You're waiting to really get the most value out of that 3 sisters. Usually when the arrow is blinking, it means you're 1 away, but
it means you're in like the upper third there, but until he hovers, it's always tricky to tell. And there isn't like a checklist for us coming in partway into the game to see which spells have been cast so far this game. Looks to me, based on the fact that there's 2 twin disciplines in hand, that they have not been played. And we're gonna see Pale Cascade, just mixing up all those consonants over here.
Are you leaking that Kale is coming to Legends of Runeterra? Is that what's happening right now?
Oh, you're not talking about Kale the vegetable, you're talking about the angel. Oh, no. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I feel like having Indestructible kind of built in as an ultimate. Very cool stuff. And
you're actually wrong. I meant the seaweed. Kale is coming as a playable card as a follower in Bilgewater as a region. And it just gives a unit +0, +1. You're feeding it, making it healthy. All right, Lee Sin's leveled up, has the Challenger, does not have Overwhelm. There's obviously ways for Majin to give it Overwhelm, but that would put you at risk. Right now, you want to keep your mana open for either Disciplines or that ever-important Deny.
Ooh, I want to see the Hush. Oh, or Deny. Maybe just disabling this Concerted Strike. There is enough mana for a second Concerted Strike, though.
Yeah, that is the dilemma. Now, the good news is you've made them use 2 Concerted Strikes at that point, but the bad news is you're down a Lee Sin and all of that time and investment. So we'll have to wait and see if Majin decides to just take this as an acceptable loss now and bank the mana. You could just do that, pass the turn, go back on the defensive. You could also use a Discipline here, save your Deny, and force them to still use that second option anyway. It looks like this is
going to bring Lee Sin's health up to 10 and get that barrier.
Yeah, this is something that I'm a big fan of. So obviously a second Concerted Strike still is effective here because of the way that it works, right? The first strike is going to get rid of the barrier. The second one will do some number of damage, but as long as it is, greater than 3, then you're threatening, and then the second concerted strike gets there. But because Majin Bey did this, that other twin disciplines actually, might be enough to still allow it to survive
Giving
this.
+0/+6 is going to be enough here. With the way that it was ordered, though, it looks like Bey is saying it's not worth it.
Yeah, instead just wants to hold on to the disciplines, hold on to maybe set up that Three Sisters big swing play on a future turn. But I thought for sure with them being out of mana on the other side, that we might see that second twin disciplines.
Out of mana, but now with all of that self-targeting, after the spells resolve, we do see the Akshan's horde getting broken up here, and here's the Sentinel's horde giving these various choices. They're all focus speed, and looks like went forward, drawing cards, refilling the hand.
Yeah, I think it really was just an ordering there. There was still potentially going to be 13 damage done because of the 3 damage striking first on that concerted
and then the
strike.
double 5. Yep, because there was a buff on that Akshan. And here's Sivir. Sivir absolutely leveled at this point. There's been a lot of damage dealt this game, especially just by those 2 concerted strikes.
Yeah, so you're going to start by just taking this Behold the Infinite because it's free. You'll know what your options are. And then from here, you can decide how you want to answer the Sivir. Three Sisters could still come down if you really needed it to, but your entire board already has lifesteal. So I think instead trying to go for, something that peels off Spell Shield to set up, a reactive play for the Sivir, prevent the Sivir from attacking could be the way to go.
Yeah, once that Sivir attacks, that's going to spread the that spell shield across all the other units. So what we saw there is we saw the Hush to pop the spell shield, and now here comes the Comet to obliterate.
Yep. Now this is a bit tricky, just because if your opponent technically had a second Sivir here, they could let this go off, play the second Sivir, and then they're right back to where they wanted to be. You have to assume, however, that if they had a Sivir, we likely would have seen it before now, but instead we're going to see the single combat come out, trying to get rid of this eye.
But this eye might be getting a bit of a buff.
I was going to say, you have the tools.
It's gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have the tools to protect it, but the reality is they still had enough mana up where they could answer back with like another single combat, and because it was striking each other, you still get the lifesteal there. So I think that, I think that you just kind of let that go.
And we are seeing vulnerability granted to this paw. That's going to mess up the lifesteal a little bit here, since the quick attack on Akshan is going to kill it before it's able to deal any damage, unless Twin Disciplines makes into a 3/5.
The patience pays off, unless that Twin Disciplines that would have saved your Eye of the Dragon instead kill an Akshan, and you still end up net +1 health. Now Three Sisters comes down, you give everything lifesteal and elusive.
I feel like Majin Bey is going to end this turn at 20 life.
Yeah, there's a really strong precedent for that being the case.
1 second, could there potentially be lethal here? Yes, there definitely could be.
That being said, you are playing against Demacia, so you always have to consider things like Sharp Sight.
Sharp Sight is very real and very dangerous. The question is, do you want to commit maybe the Pale Cascade first? Say that you have lethal? Or wait for your opponent to react, leaving you with something like this Deny?
I think right now you just play reactive. And the reason for that is that
4 additional damage, because only preventing 2, that's still lethal potentially going through here once these blockers are committed.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you have avenues for pushing, 4 more damage between the Disciplines and the Pale Cascade if you want to. But again, if you just play
you
patient,
don't have to.
You're going to end up at 20 health. You're going to end up with more cards than your opponent. With the ability to draw more, you've got that meditation in hand. You have kind of reset everything in your favor. and you're going to force your opponent to deal with your existing board because everything has lifesteal, everything has elusive. And in doing so, they're going to expend cards from their hand. So I think ultimately Majin is just recognizing as long as I make them answer what I already have, there's no way I can lose this game.
Hey, Charmer, you want to know what 2 really good keywords are?
Fury and Faded?
And Fury, yeah! I see that Wounded White Flame, and it could even be given elusive after with that Zoe. Ooh, some good spells here.
Yeah, great, because your entire board gets those amazing keywords because your Zoe's leveled up, giving these units that already have elusive, that already have lifesteal, even more ways to get bigger is such a massive play. And then, as you said, the Zoe can come down and then reapply elusive to the Wounded White Flame as well. I think this just goes back to what I was saying, where Majin knew he could reset everything in his favor, right? He's at 20 health. This looks like a really impressive attack until you remember that the Americanas is at 3 and Majin is at 20.
And look
and
at
then
that
you look
Faded
at the disparity
granting
in
the
cards.
+1/+1 on top of the +1/+1 for turn.
Yeah, this is gonna, you know, kind of be what Americanas needed in order to try to catch up on board.
Yeah,
but the actual
2 Merciless Hunters in a
momentum.
row. That's a really good pair of draws, able to take out those elusives. But will it be enough? There's a riposte. The riposte does give a nice spicy barrier to take out the White Flame, but we do have other units surviving this turn and getting bigger and still elusive.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is Majin only needs 1 unit to survive. Any 1
3
unit
damage,
is enough to threaten
easy
lethal.
peasy.
So more units come down for the Americanas, but it ultimately just comes down to what is in the hand, right? Zoe coming down is now a 2nd elusive unit with plenty of buffs in hand. Americanas needs to have answers for both of them. Again, the patience for Majin Bey here is just really paying off. Plenty of times where they could have opted to over expend resources to save something on the board, and every time when they were faced with that option, Majin Bey instead opted to just trust the process. I'm gonna draw what I need. I've got more cards in hand. I've got better units, better keywords, ride this thing out. And so now not only do you have elusive on 2 different units, but now with the overwhelm as well, even if you had a sharp sight as a potential answer. And yeah, that seals it. Once you see 1 card in hand, Majin knows this is over.
Yeah, nothing here is going to save the Americanas. Nothing here can really react. That's a sharp sight. That gives you all of 1 blocker. But with buffs aplenty, Majin Bey is still going to be ending this game.
Yeah,
Or just
so
letting the
congratulations,
overwhelm
Majin Bey.
do its job. There we go, Majin Bey getting a victory here. And it looks like we're going to be hopping over to Game 3 between Squeeby and Black Bass, 2 very, very prominent players in the North America region. So looking forward to that. Or actually, I shouldn't say North America. In the Americas region.
The Americas region, yes.
Black Boss
but
is...
With that being said, as
usually-
we're hopping into this game, I have to say that last game that we just watched was such vintage seasonal action. Majin Bey on Lee Sin just being super patient, getting the
it's
victory.
not Black Bass, it's Black Bass. There we go. I don't
Yeah,
actually
it's
know
Black
Black
Bass.
Bass. Oh, and it looks like we're going actually right back into a Lee Sin battle here, and Shavana Dragons on the other end.
Yeah, this one's a bit more balanced. While Sivarakshan has ways to beat the Zoe Lee Sin deck, you don't really have the access to the important cards, right? Hush is a really big deal. You want that burst option to shut down a Lee Sin, get those trades. Targan also potentially a couple of invokes that give you more options to deal. So I expect this to be a little bit more balanced. Also, while Lee Sin can absolutely win a game for you, on the other side, a Pantheon pop-off turn can close out a game as well. So this one I expect to be a bit more back and forth than the last one that we just witnessed.
Yeah, I'm also taking a look. They both do have a good amount and a fairly even amount of time on the clock between these 2 players. They will have to be pretty quick about their plays. Can't be dawdling too long when it comes to Game 3.
Yeah, this is game 3. 11 minutes left in the round. We're up to round 6, right? We can see that from the mana. So things are about on pace for what we would expect. But with that being said, just because things are on pace doesn't mean they're close to finishing, close to closing out. Both
No,
these
these are
players
two games-
relatively healthy.
You can have a big swing for either player here, and the ability to then deny it with these dragons, and with things like Lee Sin.
Yeah, Squeeby's in an interesting position because technically you have everything for success. You've got Lee Sin, you've got lots of spells, and you have got the Zenith Blade to give it overwhelm. But I say technically because Black Bass, is over there at 16 health with a fistful of cards in regions that are known for having answers, and also has a pair of decent blockers, big bodies with those dragons. So yes, you've got Lee Sin, you've got your combo pieces, but you've got a lot of opposition staring you in the face.
Love to see these faded dragons of wounded white flame, just like, what's up? I want to protect myself, I'll get bigger forever. Looks like we're seeing some consideration for card draw, a deep meditation, or Zenith Blade making use of that Daybreak and making this Wounded White Flame forever overwhelming.
Yeah, I think this is a really important play for Squeeby because at some point you're going to develop one of your Lee Sins. You've got a backup one, so you can invest in the first one to try to like bait out answers, but also you needed to try to get an answer from Black Bass here on the Wounded White Flame. Now, unfortunately, this Mystic is perfect because that was something that was only for followers anyway. You don't expend any of your critical cards on the Wounded White Flame the way Squeeby wanted you to. So unfortunately for Squeeby, even though I loved that game plan, you were trying to get something out of them before your Lee Sin comes down, you hit the exact perfect answer. Black Bass got rid of your overwhelm, stopped your dragon from growing, and made their own dragon bigger.
Ooh, yeah, that is a very silenced dragon here. Now, Lee Sin is not quite leveled yet, but we do see the champion spell here and 2 more copies of the Sonic Wave for some very quick spell casting.
Black Bass develops a second Shyvana since we've joined this particular matchup, and now we see the single combat come down.
But I don't think that single combat is going to do what it needs to, because this dragon is shrinking. Shrinking. Oh, yeah? Or are we just going to see a Sonic Wave protecting this Lee Sin and giving him a bit more power?
Yeah, see, this is an interesting decision that you have to make, because the Sonic Wave setting up barrier does mean you're down the Sonic Wave as a tool, but by saving the Hush here, you still have an answer if they have like some sort of counterplay. The other problem with Hush here is like you can Hush this dragon, but then if they have a sharp sight, you're right back to needing to find other ways to keep the Lee Sin alive if you're not already triggering the barrier, right? So you would still have to end up spending one of these anyway. And so knowing that that is a potential option, right? Like if you're running it through your head and I play Hush, they play Sharp Sight, I have to spend one of these Sonic Waves anyway, I might as well just spend a Sonic Wave right from the get-go.
Lead with it, put them just about where they were before. Right now, Squeeby is waiting to see if there's anything reactive from Black Bass. There are a lot of different cards, especially in... Ooh,
yeah,
there's a Hush. I was going to say in Demacia, but Targon does give you access to the silence from the Hush.
So this is a big Hush, and now this is where Squeeby is rewarded for saving their own Hush if they want to give that a go, right? Theoretically, you could Hush the dragon, your Lee Sin would at least survive that exchange, but if you were already worried about Sharp Sight and they're sitting on 2 mana anyway, I think it makes sense to just let that go, especially because you have the backup Lee Sin. However, that means you give Black Bass a great open attack here. We're gonna see likely this Shyvana level up as a result.
Shyvana level up. We're gonna see both the Fury on these 2 attacking dragons too. The Wounded Weight Flame just getting huge, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. These units are gonna become impossible to deal with.
Yeah, this is a really big deal, not just because of the units growing, but Shyvana leveling also gives you access to more...
Healing and fighting.
Well, and more removal options, right? Every time that Shyvana attacks, you're getting the equivalent of a 3-cost single combat in your hand. And yes, you've got your denies, you've got your notifies.
Your dragons. I like that part of it too. But yes, it does give you more interaction against your opponent, and your opponent does notoriously run very few units in their deck. Oh, but here comes the rally. There is still some interaction here. You could stun that one. Is it enough?
Yeah, I think this almost requires a deny. I don't think that you can let this go.
There is still a deny in hand. There's lots of different choices for interaction, but can you take that extra 10 damage? Do you want to chump block with this palm? Getting the tail of the dragon here?
Yeah, so the palm, you stop the one dragon, you give yourself a blocker, but your opponent still has 7 mana to work with, and they still get the attack token here. So it does look like we're going to see, I think, the palm instead of the deny, but I think that there's more opportunity for this to be punished.
I think I'm seeing the potential follow-up, maybe even with the hush here, to kill the challenger dragon, the one with barrier.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that what you're doing here is you're saying, okay, they're going to attack with just these 2. They're not going to further develop, and I can punish them with this bait play. So Squeeby going big-brained here, likely going to get a huge reward for this risky play. But had Black Bass just decided after the fact to play more units, like if they had to slap down another, dragon or 2, this could have been rough. And honestly, if you didn't have the hush here, this would also have been massive, because
it would have been
buffing the dragons and giving them overwhelm
damage. It would have been lethal.
Yeah, so as it is,
we're seeing the choice here between do I silence the one that's hidden me here? Unfortunately, you cannot use the Oracle's Eye to see quite how that resolves.
Well, you have to hush the White Flame now, because if you hush the other one, you don't trade. The entire point of hushing the one that you were blocking
four health because it healed up
to trade, right?
It got one extra attack and 1 extra toughness off the clutch. So now I feel like Leveled Lee Sin is going to have to end this game. There is a Zenith in hand.
You've kind of got to take the Hail Mary here, because when you're looking at the board state, you don't have great ways to stall forever. You don't have any access to healing in your hand at the moment. You've got the Comet, but
Comet takes out one dragon. There's
you're facing multiple dragons, and then there's also what they play from their hand. So I think right now you kind of have to do this, hope that you're at least getting rid of one of these. Even if you're not going for lethal, you're trying to slow them down by kicking a dragon back to their hand. And then you're also hoping that you can back this up with your deny or some other effect. But you need this to be successful. The problem is that Black Bass has so many cards in hand and so much mana available that if they've got enough interaction in their hand, I think they're still going to come out on top. We're going to see the barrier here to start.
And also, I want to direct you back up to the top left. Squeeby's in overtime.
Yeah, the timer is also an issue here, but it's not going to matter. We've got dragons, we've got multiple options for interaction, and so this is going to be the game. We see the surrender. Really well navigated by Black Bass there. It was kind of, when we jumped into the game, I was highlighting how that particular matchup is a little bit more favorable than what we were watching Majin Bay, for example, right? You've got access to the hushes, the bigger dragons, and it really paid off. So congratulations to Black Bass. You got a big win against a quality opponent in Squeeby, and you are continuing on in the open rounds.
Mm-hmm. And also, it is time for the players to take a little break. They have been playing for 5 entire rounds, and a lot of them are going to be playing for 4 more, so we'll be taking an extended break now, but I hope you'll come back soon for some more Runeterra.
Hello and welcome back to the Magic Misadventures Open Rounds seasonal coverage. I am still Charmer, once again joined by Amy the Amazonian on the desk, and we saw some great matches before our extended break, and I'm ready to dive right back in. How are you feeling? Are you feeling refreshed? Did you get something to eat?
I just ate a wonderful plate of food, but more importantly, earlier on in round 4, we got to watch a sunk cost get cast, and I have my fingers crossed that we're going to see spicy moves like that again. And we already know who we're going to be spectating in round 6 because it's the #1 top seeded player in NA. I'm talking about Kever. If you looked at the points that this dude accumulated, it is insane. It was like he's got 1,000. I think one other player had around 1,000, and then you skipped all the way down to like 650 LP for the next highest player. You want to know who's got the tiebreakers? Kever's got the tiebreakers, and he's going to need them because he is 3-2, which means that one more loss disqualifies him from making it into the top 32. So he's going to have to do his best to go undefeated for the final 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's really important to note because most players, again, they can't take 2 losses and continue moving on. Kever showed during the season, hey, I know how to grind the ladder. I know how to get these wins. I know how to get LP. So it's potentially paying off here. But unfortunately, now he finds himself amongst the rest of the field. Has to continue winning.
He's got a target on his back. So one thing Kever could do is he could play Ari Kennen against anything and win. I think his win rate for the deck was something like 72%. Very, very high. Absurdly high, even. Which means everybody's going to ban it. You go up against Kever, you ban the Ari Kennen. And that means that you have 2 other decks to contest with. And I think we should take a look at all 3 of those lists. So we have, of course, the Ari Kennen. This is his masterpiece. This is the deck he has played the most of. He wins the most with. And it is a mistake to not ban it. I don't care if your lineup targets Ari Kennen. Do not go up against this man with this deck because he will win. I'm going to say that now and he's going to get like steamrolled in some crazy matchup today. But I stand by it. This is a deck that is scary in Kever's hands.
Yeah, it is absolutely terrifying. However, it's just like you said, that paints a target, right? So if you're already planning on banning Ari and Kennen because it's a bit of a boogeyman, and then you go into this matchup and you also take away Kever's best deck, that means that Kever has to win with the next 2. So those 2 decks are Zoe Lee Sin and Shyvana Pantheon. Now, both of these decks have something in common, right? Here we're seeing the Zoe Lee Sin list, and you and I have kind of already talked about that. It is that you have to find Lee Sin, right? The other deck that we'll get to in just a moment has a very similar problem where it's very champion-centric. You have to find your champion. So that actually might explain why Kever finds himself at this 3-2 position, because if people ban your best deck and now you're playing lists where they are very champion-centric, you can find yourself falling a little bit behind.
And it's going to be tricky if your opponent is on something that's very aggressive, able to get in underneath your higher cost cards. So that third deck list, though, is probably the one that we're going to see doing a lot of work today in the hands of different players, and that's Shyvana Pantheon. I love to see these lists. This is a fated list, but it's got a bit more dragons than most others. In fact, this one's even running 3 Dragon Chow. So all of your lovely dragons have something to munch on, with the exception of Wounded White Flame, who can't even kill a Dragon Chow.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you're playing the Shyvana version, I think 3 Dragon Chow is kind of a must because it's so good into Wounded White Flame. Not only do you get to draw the card off the Dragon Chow, but you also get to draw another card when you eventually play that Shyvana, and then that also still buffs your Shyvana, but it also counts as late game ways to trigger your Shyvana to level her up. So if you find yourself in a position where you've got Shyvana on the board, but you know, maybe you're at a bit of a stalemate, you can't get that dragon damage in, having access to the 3 Dragon Chows means that anytime you play another dragon, you're going to get that damage because it strikes the Dragon Chow. It doesn't just gobble them up, it strikes them, and so that helps with the Shyvana level up condition. So I think that this is the right call. I like this inclusion. This list is a little bit more resilient, not finding your champions when compared to Lee Sin, because you do still have Shyvana, you do still have the Wounded White Flame, you've got the other dragons, but make no mistake about it, Pantheon is still likely your closer there, and so we're going to have to keep an eye on, one, do you ban Ari Kennen? I think the answer is yes, whoever's playing Kever. But then after that, do you find your champions? And Kever is 3-2, needs to continue winning. So that means he also needs to continue to draw those champions.
So I'm not sure who his first opponent is going to be, but they're going to have quite a fight ahead of them. So this is going to be another player who is teetering on the edge of elimination because of the record and the fact that this is a Swiss round open. The Legends of Runeterra Magic Misadventures seasonal open rounds are today. And remember, only the folks who make it into the top 32 will make it into next weekend's Magic Misadventures finals.
Yeah, and that's where you want to be because that is where the money is. Again, as a reminder, if you did not catch the beginning broadcast and if this is your first seasonals, there's over $20,000 in prizes on the line for this event. And to get a chunk of that money, you've got to get into the top 32. First place, again, gets $10,000. So a lot of money that Kever could be winning if he continues to win here today, but you've got to make it to that top 32 before you can breathe that sigh of relief and say, okay, now I can start game planning for the top end of the tournament. Now I can, hey, I've made some money. But it all starts here. It all starts today. So players have played 5 rounds. It's been already a long day. They still have 4 more rounds of competition ahead of them. And for Kever in particular, it's got to be 4 wins. You cannot drop a game. Again, we're still waiting to find out who Kever is going to be facing off against here so that we can talk about how those lineups kind of go head to head. But I want to ask you, Amy, if you knew that you were going to be facing Kever, what's the kind of lineup that you wished you would have brought, right? So if you know that you're going into Zoe Lee Sin, you know that you're going into Pantheon, Shyvana, and then Ari Kennen, what is the kind of lineup you think would do well into Kever at this point?
Well, I think it's tough to outdo the tiny bits of healing that the Zoe Lee gives you. I go aggro. I don't care who I'm going up against. I go aggro because face is the place. If I'm not dealing Nexus damage, what's even the point? I mean, more realistically, I feel like there's some great choices in the bit slower decks. I'm talking about things like Darkness. I like having access to good single target removal like Minimorph. I just don't really play those sorts of decks. Things like Tom Raka aren't really my style either. I like to attack. What about you? What sort of decks would you like to bring into this matchup?
Well, I'm going to go to the other end of the spectrum and I'm going to say control. But when I say control, I mean controlling the Nexus, because I agree face is the place. I'm an aggro player at heart. I think math is for blockers. But also, if I'm being honest, I think that control would struggle into this lineup because you have so many ways to protect your units. Doesn't matter which deck you end up banning against Ari Kennen, all the recall mechanics, the denies, the notifies against Zoe Lee Sin, very, very similar, right? You can give your Lee Sin barrier, you've got denies still, you potentially got notifies, etc., etc.
And so then when you go to then in agreement, pirate aggro, faces the place, spiders to follow up. We're getting in here, fearsome or bust.
Yeah, or as I like to say, just all the decimates.
If I'm not running decimate, maybe some Pharons too for extra decimates. I mean, why just
like
run 3?
Why not? 3? I miss the glory days when Pharon made 3 decimates, and it was always so funny to me because it's not like you ever needed all 3 to finish the game. Like if you've played Pharon and you're playing the kind of deck that plays Pharon, like, if you need all 3 decimates, there was something wrong. But I do miss the glory days of the triple decimate Captain Pharon. That being said,
slam down done.
We are still waiting to find out who Kever is going to be facing off against. This is, one of those things that happens on these long broadcasts. Oh, I was wrong. We know.
I believe is going to be the opponent. This is one of those things where when we come back from the big break, all the players have to get resituated. They're all being aligned with each other. There is matchmaking in the client for Legends of Runeterra, which is very convenient for the seasonals, but it still is a good amount of work making sure everybody is there in place at the right time and does not drop around because they, spent a little bit too long making some delicious food for dinner or, I guess lunch, so like a late lunch for people on the West Coast. I'm an East Coaster. You can see it is dark outside and it has been dark outside for hours.
Yeah, I am also in the Eastern time zone and it is certainly dark outside, has been for hours. There's like a foot of snow in my front yard as well. But it doesn't matter where you are. When you take a break, you can go and make yourself a nice grilled cheese, maybe heat up some soup, And then if you're like me, burn said grilled cheese, set off the fire alarms at 2 a.m. and then your entire family wakes up and yells at you and wants to know why you were making grilled cheese at 2 in the morning. So don't do that, but definitely make sure you're nourished throughout your tournament run.
Yeah, and if you're in my apartment building and you're setting off our fire alarms in the middle of the night, oh, you are going to get a stern talking to by me with my arms crossed as I stand outside in the snow, also looking very, very upset. So Nightshade's decks, looks like we've got Shyvana Pantheon, Akshan Sivir, ooh, and we're waiting on the third. Those are some good decks right there, and we're gonna hop right into the deck list. There's Shyvana Pantheon, very similar, if not the same list that we saw on Kever. I want to actually see if I can spot any big
Yeah, it's not quite the same. Like when you're talking about the actual numbers comparisons here, one of the things that jumps out to me is the strafing strike is nope, those are actually both the same as well. Dragon's Clutch, excuse me.
Yep.
I misplaced my eyes on the wrong 3-cost card. Dragon's Clutch, Kever's only running a 2 of. Night Shoddy, I believe, is actually how that's pronounced, but if not, that's the way it's going to be for the rest of the broadcast for me. Opts for 3 Dragon's Clutch, wants to either draw cards or make sure you're giving that buff, you're getting the overwhelm. We've kind of talked about how powerful Overwhelm is in the current meta a few times, and so that also might be a reason for going with the 3 clutches.
Now here we go, we've got Sivir Akshan. That's a fine piece of aggression there. Love to get some Merciless Hunters, wrapping up pretty gifts for Renekton. Get to protect things with your Bright Steel, and of course get in that damage with the Treasure Seeker and those Sandstone Chargers.
Yeah, this one is kind of neat because we see the Radiant Guardians and the Bruiser as kind of like the top end of that mid-range game plan, and this is exciting. We didn't know what the third list was going to be
it's Turbo
until
Thralls.
It was on the screen, but it's Thralls. We haven't seen that on the broadcast yet today. It's an interesting choice because Overwhelm is really good, and this is the kind of deck that can just really pop off. But I feel like it almost might be a little bit too slow in the current meta, so we're gonna have to wait and see how that matches up.
I love 8/8s. I'm gonna make so many 8/8s. It's like, oh yeah, what's up? I played this on turn 1, and it was gonna make 1 8/8. And then I made it so it was gonna make 2 8/8s, and then I duplicated it so I have 2 of them using Talia, and they're like, I've already reduced their time that they're gonna crack, so I've got 4 of them. There's gonna be 4 8/8s on the board. And
we have a
forfeit the match.
It
appears that Kever and his almighty LP was so scary, so frightening, so threatening that Nightshade just did not check in. It's also possible that Nightshade felt, oh, I don't really have a good chance getting into the top 32. I'm tired, I'm hungry, I do want to eat even more food. I made 6 grilled cheese sandwiches, and I'm going to eat every single one of them before I continue to play Runeterra.
Sounds so good.
Yeah, 6 grilled cheeses. That is what I'm talking about. So we're going to have to take some time to line up the next match for your coverage pleasure.
But while we're waiting for production to get that lined up, I do actually want to talk about why this is so important for Kever and why so many players talk about the importance of ladder going into a seasonal, because most players, once they hit 2 losses, are just out of the tournament, and it's entirely possible that Knight bowed out because of that reason. Kever falling to 2 losses as the Swiss rounds get matched up, it's entirely possible that he's going to be running into people who just want to bow out. They want to go finish their weekend tonight and have a good time, and they don't want to be playing around in the Runeterra client when they've already been eliminated. So as weird as it sounds, losing 2 rounds could benefit Kever in these kind of like mid rounds until we get to like round 8 or round 9, where he's more likely to run into an opponent with the Swiss round pairings. But now we're going to be jumping into a game.
Seku versus the Confuzzler. A confuzzling match indeed. It looks like we've got Spiders with an Iceborne Legacy up against Ari Kennen. Somebody out here. No, wait. Is that the Absolver Splasher? Yes, this is going to be the Ari Kennen splashing for the Absolver.
Yep, this is the Absolver Solver Your Problems version, but they are up against what I like to affectionately call the Cold Spiders, because spiders come in multiple flavors now. You've got the Cold Spiders, you Iceborne Legacy them, you pair them with Freljord, you play this kind of control attrition style game where you have cards like Vile Feast, for example. totally fair card in a normal meta, but when you can pump up your spiders and this starts making 3/3s and 5/5s, it's a lot more impactful. Now, I call it cold spiders because the aggressive version of spiders is the hot spiders, and they come in hot with the burn and the aggression as well. But here we're going to see an attempted Vile Feast and block, and this is successful. I was not expecting that outcome.
I thought there was going to be a Twin Disciplines or something of the sort, but nope. We saw the Elise just sitting right in front of Ari and saying, hey, I've got 1 more health than you. What are you going to do about it? The answer was nothing. We also get to see another spider generated off that Vile Feast. So now Elise gets to hang out with her spider friend, and Kennen, being a 2/1, cannot block Elise. She is fearsome, she is spooky, she is scary, and we have even more buffs happening here, and we see this before the combat really moves forward because there's no reason for this Kennen to block before the Iceborns, unless a recall. Okay, block and recalling him, trying to level up that Kennen as best as you can, maybe kill this Elise this turn. Ooh, and indeed. Summoning a Mourned and a Kennen, getting another Mark of the Storm. There she goes.
You do get rid of the Elise, but I mean, I gotta say,
There's
the
2
Confuzzler confuzzled me with that exchange earlier. I never expect a clean combat when I'm dealing with Ari Kennen, and so the Vile Feast and the Ari trade working in the favor of Seku just still is kind of blowing my mind. Now here we've got a pair of Mourns coming with a lot of options available on the side of Seku. You have Withering Wail and or Vile Feast, or you could just let it through because it's only 4 elusive damage and you've got plenty of ways to heal. Maybe you get them to expend more resources and then you catch them with a Withering Wail after they've spent mana, but it looks like they want to keep their life nice and at 20. And this is successful as well. This is a huge tell
this
as far as what's in the hand.
Strange that there's no way for this deck to protect those very valuable pieces. Okay, well, this does refill the board, using the Seedling to get the Conspirators out, getting, once again, Kennens and Mourned. But, oh my gosh, there's going to be so many spiders this next turn. There's enough for a Brood Awakening, which is going to summon 3 spiders to the board.
Yeah, this is going to be 3/3/3s, and then you buff everything because of the effect on the Brood. So all of a sudden, you're going wide with a very impressive board. You've got the health lead as well, and Confuzzler is running out of cards. We haven't seen much action in regards to Dancing Droplet because that one died early on. We haven't seen a sign-in yet, and so this is exactly what you want when you're playing Cold Spiders. You want to kind of win the game through attrition. You make these normally innocuous spiders become so difficult to deal with that you just generate value over time, and you get yourself into these situations where your opponent has to spend a ton of resources just to deal with what's normally benign 1/1s.
And we saw a choice there to sacrifice the Kennen rather than the Mourned. And unfortunately, Confuzzler is still facing down a terrifying board of spiders. Each of which, if it's recalled, by the way, is only a 1-cost unit. They still come out as these 3/3s. They don't retain the buff. But Seku now, just in case, does have a very strong pair of follow-ups. Got single target removal in the... Oh my god, in this Vile Feast, but also has Glimpse Beyonds to sacrifice spiders, Trundle as a strong unit, and, oh, I don't know, an Atrocity for some face damage. I want to see Trundle get sacrificed to end this game. That's my dream.
The thing is we're pretty close to it not even needing to be Trundle. We're 1 damage away from a spider getting the job done, and there is maybe no greater disrespect in the game than using a spider via Atrocity to close it out. Now, you do have to have that successfully go off. Obviously, Confuzzler is going to be running cards like Deny to maybe stop that. We're going to see an aggressive attack here with the Ari as well, trying to push elusive damage. But Seku has, again, a lot of health still. They're at 18, and a lot of reactive options, including burst speed versions. We have that Troll there as well in the hand, and then we're going to see the Vile Feast come out, so not really in too much danger.
And that is victory for Seku.
Yeah, made it look rather easy against Ari Kennen. I think a lot of that just has to do with the draw. It's hard to tell exactly what was in the hand of Confuzzler, but I think seeing those trades, especially early on, when we saw the Ari die, when we saw the droplet die, and we didn't see any recalls, any combat effects, it kind of said, okay, your hand just doesn't have any of your reactive tools. And against a control deck, doesn't matter what you're piloting, if you don't have a way to keep your units alive, you're just going to end up folding. So back to the drawing board for Confuzzler, opted to swap decks, not going to run it back with the Ari Kennen. Both players, I'm told, have darkness.
Ooh, yeah, both players are now swapping to their darkness decks. Seku, because they have to, and Confuzzler, because they feel that it's going to be the right choice.
Yeah, we might be in for a bit of a brawl, bit of a slog here. This is a control mirror. Now, the
there's
important
a catalyzer
aspect,
and opening hand on the attack. That feels pretty good to me.
The important aspect for this matchup traditionally is who can grow their darkness fast enough and who can protect their Vigor. And so being able to land this catalyzer and connect, and then you draw the Vigor.
Hit space, get the Vigor for the next turn, send us to follow up a Pokey Stick. Well, a Pokey Stick. That doesn't even kill the catalyzer. What are you doing? Concologist, same thing.
Yeah, if you don't have like another Pokey Stick or whatever, like all you did this round is you did the Hokey Pokey, but
and you turned yourself around.
Right. We're instead going to get the dart off of the Conchologist, which is still fine for Seku because you are looking at your hand and you're saying, okay, I've got Vigor, I've got multiple copies of Senna, and I've already got the first growth. Kind of surprised to see this without something like a stress defense to potentially protect your Vigor, but I suppose if your opponent hasn't grown their own darkness, you probably feel safe. And yeah, that's another free growth. So darkness already up to 4 now for Seku. Gonna lose this Vigor, no way to protect it, but you do eat a vengeance, and that's pretty big.
I think Vigor's doing just fine. Besides, there's going to be a Senna coming down pretty soon. Perhaps right now. Dark Bulb, in case you wanted a little extra darkness. I like the Senna here, though. She's a strong unit. Going to be able to attack next turn, won't be dying, and is going to move this darkness up to fast speed, so it can be used reactively in combat.
So this is a bit of an interesting position to be in. You've got the Senna. You could take the open attack and feel pretty comfortable with it connecting unless they use like another vengeance. It does look like that's going to be the case, but the reason it's a little bit weird is usually you want your opponent to have something on the board so you can lock in a darkness, and then when she's attacking you regenerate one. But I think taking the free damage there is still worth the trade-off. You also have a backup Senna in hand, so if they kill it after combat, not the biggest of issues. And this missed call top deck also helps protect the existing Senna a little bit further. So all in all, it just feels like Seku is in the driver's seat.
Dark Bulb Alkalite is going to make a darkness, but that darkness is at 2, not 4.
Yeah, still behind on the growth. A lot of times with mirror matches, it just comes down to who executes their deck's game plan fastest. And so far, we've seen Seku jump out ahead with multiple darkness growths. They've also landed champions. Senna is getting closer now to leveling as well. This darkness doesn't finish her off, but it puts her in danger. But again, you've got your backup Senna in hand. You've also got the Mist's Call, and you're forcing your opponent to spend their resources dealing with what you've already got. Yeah, they're going to let this go, and then they're just going to use the call.
Here comes Senna,
no,
and Senna is going
Senna
to make more darkness.
I think this is fine. You can save that missed call for when this Senna dies. The only reason I potentially like using it there is you knew exactly what you were getting back, whereas in future turns it might be a little bit clunky. But the other benefit to holding on to Mist's Call is that if you get a Vigor later, obviously Vigor is the key unit for this list. So saving it for a potential situation where you're going to get a Vigor back also has big ramifications. So I could go either way on that choice. But right now, Seku got a ruination out of this and has the missed call if they want to take that 50-50.
I feel like getting back Concologist, not even the worst that could happen. So instead, looks like we're getting a Dark Bulb Acolyte. Just gonna swing in there. If we wanted to see a little bit more damage, we could have seen the Unspeakable Horror, but it wouldn't have been a great play. And here comes the Excelli Sentinel, which is going to be able to double up damage from the darkness onto the Nexus.
So speaking of high rolls for your Mist's Call, we also see Seku pick up a Rekindler, and the Rekindler will
bring back the champions.
Yeah, it'll bring back a Senna because it's always your highest attack power one. But if Rekindler dies and that Senna's still on the board, you can miss call and then you'll get back a Rekindler again. And then also get another Senna, because in this game, it doesn't count like cards as actual cards. If you're used to like a physical card game, for example, Senna being brought back by Rekindler doesn't make the future Sennas not come out.
It is still just a card which has died at some point. There is still a noted dead Senna. Always has been, always will be.
So here
we see more darkness. And I did like the denial of the lifesteal on that Sentinel. And it looks like Confuzzler is saying, you know what? I'm done. There's 8 damage at least swinging in. Senna's about to level up. That's game. And Seku's getting the win and moving on into the next rounds.
Yeah, I have to feel like Confuzzler just felt way behind in that mirror. Darkness was already well on the way to being an issue for Seku. They've got multiple growth. They've played multiple Sennas, then they played the Rekindler. And so at that point, even if you've got a handful of cards like Confuzzler has, if they're not the right cards and you're frustrated, you can just bail out. It looks like that was ultimately the choice there. But congratulations to Seku. They are moving on and they keep their tournament hopes alive. So waiting to see if we're going to be jumping into another game. I assume we're going to try to catch the end of at least one more. There's still plenty of time left in the round. But
we'll
sounds
Grandpa
like
Roji for a little bit more of round 6 action.
Yeah, Grandpa Roji, another great player. You're probably pretty familiar with them if you're on the Masters ladder, and certainly somebody that we have seen in other events, whether that's fight nights or seasonal tournaments. Waiting to find out exactly what they brought for their lineup. However, I already like what I see.
I see landmarks.
This looks like some sort of Ziggs Xerath deck, potentially. We do see it paired with Targon, so yes,
my God,
Chip!
it's Chip! It's the best unit in the game. Hi, Chip. How you doing? We love you. You're 1-1 now, but not for long. It's Talia Malphite. I'm wondering if it is, or if it's Xerath. I don't have the list yet.
It's Talia Malphite. I just got confirmation.
Talia Malphite. Oh my God. That's
and
beautiful.
This is such a beautiful curve. You've got the Hopper that comes down on 2, which buffs the Chip, totally shuts down the Valor play. You now have Endless Devout on curve on 3, and then when you look at the rest of your hand, you've got a nice reactive tool, you've got a protection spell, cost-effective unit, and a second Chip, or you can go with even more landmarks.
A 3/3 Chip. You got a 3/3 Chip.
You got a 3/3 Chip.
Love Chip. I'm in it for the Chip.
I gave this feedback when we first got champion skins, but I want to give it here on the broadcast. Champion skins are great, but we also need follower skins. I need a version of Chip where he's in a dark brown rock color so that I can have a chocolate Chip. I'm just throwing it out there. I need it. I want it. It's got to happen.
So Roji is pretty much the player to trust piloting this deck. Nobody else plays it quite like he does. Gets quite the draws, gets as lucky, is as good. So exciting to get to see this. And we're already seeing the double Chips on the board, really just putting the pressure on. I mean, there's a misfortune on the other side of the board, but you know what there is on this side? Chip, other Chip, 2 Chips. Make Star Guardian Chip, I agree. Give like magical girl costumes, 2 Chip. Make a chocolate Chip. In fact, you know what? Just make Chip the next champion.
Chip does deserve to be a champion, but speaking of other followers, I want a Star Guardian Cythria, now that you have put that in my brain.
I'm surprised that Cythria is not a champion at this point. She's gotten more Legends of Runeterra cards than anybody else.
Interesting developments here. The previous round, Misfortune did come down, but we didn't get the full like double attack because this double chip board was too intimidating. Even with the Valor there, it would have forced a trade. And so Young God is trying to kind of fight from being behind, and that's not something that Scouts traditionally wants to do. That's not to say that they can't find a path to victory. If you get a good turn where you get multiple rallies, or if you can find a way to level up this misfortune, it'll go a long way. The problem, though, is that right now you've got to have something to protect her. The sharp sight does come out, but you're still going to have this landmark also pop off and give you this 5/3 fearsome. So the imposing board of Grandpa Rogi just becomes even more imposing, and eventually when Malphite comes down, that is a literal mountain to get through for Scouts.
Yeah, you don't see Malphite all that much playing on ladder, but here we're seeing MF, who was saved with that sharp sight, blocking the fearsome, because 5 damage there is a lot to go through. There might also be another MF in hand. I do not know what Young God is running right now. Looks like we see a Bright Seal Protector, gonna protect the birdie.
Yeah, even if you don't have a second
landmarks.
misfortune.
Oh, Broadback Protector, how you doing?
Oh, that's a spicy inclusion, but even if you don't have the second misfortune, it looks like they did not, or at least they're not playing it here. I think you still had to take that block. As you said, the fearsome was a real problem, and misfortune, one of the few units in the deck that can go toe-to-toe. We did see that Bright Steel come down this round, but if that was the top deck, maybe you didn't know that was coming, or even if you did, you also probably just didn't want to go down to 5 health because, again, as a Scout player, you don't have a lot of tools to come back from behind.
Yeah, and Rogi is still at 19 here. Gonna be dealing with a big Scout turn, though. But hey, there's healing. There's face healing here. The Nexus can be healed by Broadback Protector.
I was just gonna say you do have to worry about that. Wouldn't have been surprised to see Protector come down. You can save that 4 mana for like a rally effect, but knowing that Young God is down to 1 mana, you're not worried about that this round. Maybe you just plan on going through this and you're going to slap down the Protector here anyway, or maybe you just want to bank the spell mana. But I feel like getting some health back on your Nexus now that you're down to 2 is the right move.
I feel like being at 2 is very dangerous. By the way, you're seeing a visual bug right now on the screen. That is not actually a rally token, a scout token. It is just showing a little bug of them having the attack token when they do not. Young God is not able to attack right now.
All right, this is a massive pickup. The Talia here is going to level, but also you were running out of cards, and now you get to copy this Preservarium, which means that the next round you're going to get 2 more cards in hand. It also means that you can generate your own, imposing turn potentially here, because Talia's damage does a great job of punching through, and it's also helping you go a bit wide. But the Cythria is a great counterplay by Young God.
Tough. Yeah, so that Cythria is going to make blocking really, really difficult for Grandpa Rogi. In fact, it might mean that just lethal damage becomes unavoidable, depending on what is in Young God's hand.
Yeah, we are going to get the benefit of drawing 3 cards next turn because of the Preservariums popping, but I am not sure that there's anything in the list at fast speed.
No, we need to see the Chip come out here because you need as many fearsome blockers as possible. And Chip is a 3/3.
Yeah, what you're looking for here is
healing up to 8.
ground slams, star shaping, and there's also a 1 of Hush and a 1 of Absolver as far as like trying to help you with the fearsome portion, but doesn't look like we hit any of the cards we were really hoping for.
I feel like you might need to play the Malphite here.
I was just about to say, with the fearsome potentially being an issue.
Oh my god, and for Demacia, gonna see a negation on that. So that is why we saw the play we did, holding up mana for the negation.
Yep, the negation was a pretty big deal here because not only do you stop the For Demacia, but if your opponent had rally effects, like that also likely would have just finished the game on the spot. So heads up play by Grandpa Rogi. Stalls it for a turn. If they can survive here and keep the Talia alive, that would be a pretty big deal. Broadback is also technically worth 3 health if you're not dead. So you might want to try to save that if you can as well.
Still alive. Right now, Roji is not dead.
Not dead is where you want to be.
Mm-hmm. Not dead. It gets a little bit of temporary ramp next turn off the landmark and is going to gain a bit of life off the Broadback Protector.
Yeah, dodge the
those are
sharp
good
sight.
rolls on these Mirai.
So we wait with bated breath. Star shaping has a lot of potential.
Malphite! Malphite is leveled up. Gets an unstoppable force.
So this is a really big deal because your opponent's at 8, and if you stun their entire board, it's going to make it hard for them to block. And then you still have this star shaping to come back at burst speed on the following turn. If they do somehow survive, you're going to have, you know, a better position than it appears so that you can deal with open attacks and things of the like. But right now, you can play a blocker, so they're going to go with the scout. But you have to block the Malphite, and this should be game unless you've got something in hand to stop this somehow. I can't think of what you would have that is enough.
Doing 10 damage with or without a blocker. I think it is lethal either way, and Roji gets the win.
Yeah, Grandpa Roji gets the victory there. Again, you and I have been talking about the meta and it being kind of wide open. A deck that I was not expecting to see today. I'm not surprised to see a landmark deck, but the not Xerath Ziggs version, instead Talia Malphite getting it done.
Listen,
and
Roji knows what he's
gotta love it.
doing, and Roji will always draw all 3 chips. As you just saw, perfect chip gameplay, Chip the MVP, Chip the fearsome blocker. Chip was the real game winner right there.
Yeah, you and I still haven't seen our deep deck yet. I have been told that somebody is playing it. I believe it's Max got the tracks, so maybe at some point we'll see it. I don't know, but Malphite Talia is a nice like consolation if we don't get deep. That being said, we're jumping into yet another game. The action doesn't stop here, and we're back to Aikido. We saw him at the top of the broadcast. Right now, up 1-0, up against I believe this is Keiko win, or it's Kakaoin, or Cake. Wine, if you're trying to, I don't know. The point here is we've got Shell Folk, and you wanted to see that earlier. Instead,
yes, I did, and I see a Shell Folk in hand and some Concologist, and I see Aikido already up a win in this series. So how's it gonna guys picks? Apex by picks.
Yeah.
Mr. Shot just gonna take a little snack right there.
Mystic Shot says, you know, I know you're a 0-2, but you're also just going to be dead. I was going to say curious if there's going to be a sharp sight to save this, but that would be, I think, still a victory for Aikido at that point.
You know, Aikido, I did not get to see this before because he didn't get to play this deck. It was banned out. He is using one of the Ezreal skins. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Ezreal skin on the board in a couple turns. Hopefully. See if he draws it.
All right. Instead, we get a Time Winder off the top and just the pass. The saying, hey, right now, the later the game goes, the more I'm favored. You're the aggressor here. I'm going to let you develop, and then I'm going to answer. And that really puts your opponent into a pickle because you were kind of hoping that they would spend some mana. You could plan accordingly for, you know, all right, maybe they have this removal, maybe they have that. But right now, everything's on the table, and you really can't afford to pass here. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can pass, and then you try to develop on your turn and then attack. But that
it feels so hard to give up 8 mana as a scout stack. So here we go. We're going to see Quinn developed.
Yep, Quinn comes down. We're going to see a poke on the Valor. Group shot, trying to take down a bird. Don't know why we have so much bird hate here. I like birds.
Yeah, but it turns out the things that have 1 health are the real menaces. I'm talking about you, Zoe.
Talking
it's
about you,
bird
Timo.
Hate. Talking about you, Kennen.
Oh, the Rangers resolve.
But these are some tough cookies. Is it time to see a Mystic Shot on that bird once again? I love how much this is just, I am protecting my Concologist. I'll have you know.
Yeah, so Aikedo's just showing what we've all known. The first poke is not enough. It takes a second shot to fully inoculate against Valor. Remember, get your vaccinations against Valor, folks, because you do not want to deal with that bird when it comes back around to their turn. And we're in a bit of a spot. I was just about to say where I think Genevieve is going to come down. However, a lot of options still available here. The Pokestick, you're going to draw a card. Maybe you find a better answer. Instead, finds a Pharos. Not likely what you were looking for here. Pretty big scout attack coming. You're at 18 health if you're Mikado, so you can survive a good chunk of this. Your opponent doesn't have enough mana back for a rally effect, but that doesn't make this any more palatable. You're still not very happy with taking as much damage as you're about to.
Nope, and a Time Winder, not quite it here. It's unfortunate not being able to play and establish the Conchologist here is also tricky. Wants to start getting that value very soon, but still have to be able to protect before really landing it. And Genevieve, also very scary. Genevieve Scouts is just so much damage adding up over time. Might be at 18 now, but after this pair of attacks, I feel like Aikado's not going to have much left.
Yeah, this is a bit of a sticky spot. You can develop the Pharos, and Inferno Bomb could potentially help smooth things out, but instead just opting for the Hail Mary says, all right, this is maybe going to be the answer I need it to be. Inferno Bomb, the biggest problem with that is while it could help you, it's really hard countered by Ranger's Resolve. You know scouts run it. Yes, you've already seen one, but if you run into it a second time and you're trying to Mega Bomb, then the game's likely just over. So instead, they take something they can maybe Hail Mary with. They're going to develop Shellfolk here. They get the Otterpuss. They're going to start trying to generate as much value as they can.
Free otters! Hey, these otters are good blockers, and they do crime. Crime otters. Gonna be pranking that hand. Gonna look for some other useful gets here. Vanguard, Sergeant, and Sharp Sight. It's a shame that the prank targets right there aren't the best for stealing, but still more choices. Here's a Trinket Trade, giving the choice between Poison Dart, Jury Rig, and, of course, as always, Otterpuss. So here's the free Otterpuss and the spare Otterpuss, getting that attune value as well, and more pranks.
Yeah, this is actually really fun because you made the Sharp Sight of your opponent cost 4, and then you get one that costs 1. So while it wasn't necessarily the best targets, it was a ton of fun for you as a player when you're shifting the costs that far. And you're going to get another Sharp Sight here as well. So these seemingly, benign 1/1 Otterpusses have the potential to grow to a pretty considerable size.
This Hextech Anomaly just became Revitalizing Roar?
Oh, that's...
Well, that's interesting.
Maybe interesting. It's not going to stick around long enough for you to get, like, the cool Enlightened play. And it's only 4 health for 7 mana on your...
It's not worth it.
Shellfolk, yeah.
It's not worth it. So before we were talking about Valor, the bird that absolutely must go, but did you know that Valor and Valorant, the Riot game, unrelated, also Valoran, which is one of the continents of Runeterra, all really, really similar sounding names here. Dang, that is a very expensive Sharp Sight. Is that an 8 mana Sharp Sight at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that Sharp Sight has grown so big that it can no longer be notified. It helps to, like, level Jace. It does a bunch of things, but unfortunately it doesn't do any of the things that Keiko wants it to do. We're getting pretty close to that card just not even being playable if it continues to get pranked, and it's a great target. If you are looking to make these Otterpusses stick around, give you value as we're seeing here, if you also want to find ways to keep your Shellfolk alive, the Sharp Sights are good pulls. The card is one of the best in the game. It's certainly potentially Demasia's best card. at 2 mana. And every time that you make that thing more and more unplayable, you're also getting 1 mana cost copies yourself. This time around, they took the Ranger's Resolve. I think just having that as a one of, especially for free, is also fine here on the off chance that it turns the tide of like a big swing. And you have to feel like that's coming in the near future as Keiko continues to widen the board.
Yeah, there's unfortunately no more big choosy things left, and now we're going to see these Mystic Shots pluck off a couple of units before they get buffed by the 4 Demacia. Still a lot coming in, though.
It is a lot of damage potentially being threatened. We do have these Otterpusses that can soak it, though. You don't get the value trades that you were hoping for, but you stay alive, and if you're the Shellfolk player, that's really all you need to do. You just need to stick around long enough to get the value. It is worth noting, while you've got a second Shellfolk in hand, you have run out of ways to generate more value, so you're going to be hoping that you top deck something to give you a bit of an edge after this attack. Quinn leveling up, also a bit of a problem because...
bird!
Yep, you got the bird that's doing the challenging, so we're going to get the free Ranger's Resolve here, mostly just because it's 0 mana and saves your Shellfolk.
It keeps your Shellfolk alive. We're also going to see the trade here with the larger of the Otterpuss. And just preventing damage. 3 is still going through here. And because this was not a scout attack, this was a everybody attack, that's going to be it for Kakawin's turn.
So you still have 1 Shellfolk, you've got another in hand, and you're just trying to find something. Unyielding Spirit is honestly really good here.
Do you want to live forever? Do
Yeah,
you want
so
to be the eternal Shellfolk that can block and block and block and block
well,
and block
this
and block
this
and
is
block?
the consideration. You can do that, but the problem with that is that Quinn on the other side is always going to be pulling that Shellfolk. So yes, you always survive the Valor, but it doesn't help you deal with the rest of the board.
What is the Hextech Anomaly spell there? I didn't see it pop up. That's the Unyielding. Okay.
Yeah, that's the Unyielding, and then the Sump Fumes is what was top decked. So we're going to opt not for the Unyielding. I think this is probably the right call. It's super tempting because keeping a Shellfolk around as a blocker forever makes an awful lot of sense, but at the end of the day, it doesn't deal with the Quinn and Valor issue, and you're also, by not playing it, hoping that you high roll into something else. So Strong Arm here, not really what you were hoping to hit, but perhaps you'll still get something next round, right? You're just kind of holding on to that. Interesting. We're going to get 2 Valors pulling things, but this Aloof will help deal with the Sharp Sight.
Oh, hey, Ezreal.
Hey, you get the skin.
Ezreal that went to school. Hi, Ezreal who went to school.
Yeah, it's a shiny Ezreal that did, in fact, go to school. So you got your wish. We finally find the Ezreal. Probably not what you were hoping to find.
No, definitely not the best spell here. The Sump Fumes can get a little bit of damage saving one of these, but really, Ikaru needs more of that Shellfolk value. Needs something that gives card selection. And so it looks like we're going to see the saving grace here of another Sharp Sight. Now, notably, Kakawin does have enough mana to cast pretty much anything. 11 mana, if there's a trick in hand, it can happen. And here's Ezreal, who is leveled up. Lots of targeting spells so far this game.
Yeah, there's been so many targeting spells that it would be really hard to count. So Ezreal comes down, a Warden comes down on the other side, which means there's just the 1 card left that we don't know quite yet what it is. It would be kind of backbreaking if that was a rally effect. Instead, we now know it's a Butcher. This should be survivable, but
it's a very wide board, but it is not a deadly one.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but it should be survivable. Because you know what's in hand, you can try to block accordingly here. You're at 5, so you're going to have something in front of the 3/4, unless you're using the fumes.
Yep.
And so this would get you down to 2.
Not dead yet.
not dead yet. You also get a little bit of damage from the Ezreal. You save one of the Shell Folk, which is a big deal. Again, you're still trying to top deck something to get the value going. This is actually a really interesting game for me because we've seen 2 Shell Folk hit the board, and yet we're still running out of cards, right? You almost never see that happen. Running out of gas when multiple Shell Folk have hit the board is almost unheard of.
It just means that something has not been drawn to set off the chain. There hasn't been another Concologist or anything like that. Also, I love that leveled up Quinn really just shows the bird. It's like, yeah, what's up? I'm Valor now. I feel like it's in reference to how she used to behave in League, where she would just kind of like morph into a bird, apparently. It definitely was not the bird coming in and swooping up. She just turned into a bird. That's what it always looked like.
I think it's interesting that
is definitely something. I thought it was a good survivor,
oh!
But Otterpus, what can you do? What do you see? Also, a True Shot Barrage is not too shabby. That kills the Quinn.
The True Shot Barrage is huge, but the Otterpus play here also will let you know like what the other card is in hand potentially, right? So you're gonna take this prank here, and
but it
you
hits
know you've
something
got to deal.
in deck. That's my bird. I found that bird.
That's my bird.
That's my bird. I found it. Also, True Shot Barrage. Nobody ever puts it in a deck. Ezreal's signature spell right there. I know that it's also, in a way, Mystic Shot. But I think it's going to be the finisher.
Yeah, this is really important that you connect with this Ezreal because you're going to need the Mystic Shot to finish the Quinn off because they have that Ranger's Resolve in hand.
Ooh, there's MF.
Yeah, I think you still have to... Oh, this is such a tough call. I was about to say, I think you have to kill the Quinn, but if you kill the Quinn here and your opponent attacks with the 0/3 Scout next turn twice. So, yeah, instead we're going to have that come down. You're going to get some damage in on the Misfortune, but that Ranger's Resolve, they still have enough mana to pay the overcosted one. This is quite the dilemma.
Yep, gotta take out all the scouts. Gotta make sure that there can only be one attack next turn. Trying to figure out also, could it just be lethal off Ezreal's ability? It is not. Oh, not going for the scout murders. Instead saying you have to use this Ranger's Resolve.
Yeah, you can't kill both of them because of the Ranger's Resolve. So anything at 3 health isn't going to die from this True Shot at all. And that's the problem, right? You can't kill both scouts and the Misfortune, and so now you've got to top
part of the cards. You see, he's looking. It's a Shell Folk that does not do it. He is done. Gonna have to move into game 3 between Kakowin and Aikado.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just a misplay or a calculated risk or what. I would love to talk to them because the choice to not kill the Misfortune ultimately resulted in them being able to attack twice and do the ping. I'm wondering if they didn't realize until after the fact, like, hey, there's that Ranger's Resolve still there. Yes, it's super expensive, but I can't kill things with the True Shot. I don't know. Interesting way that game ends. Again, I've never seen 2 Shell Folk hit the board and have somebody still run out of cards, be relying on the top deck. It's kind of uncharted territory for me.
Sometimes you just don't get the tempo. You have the pieces for it, but you never get the card draw. So there we saw the Shell Folk as a vanilla 4/4 hanging out on the board and actually doing a very, very admirable job surviving while those Quinn attacks went in and in and in. The pile of Otterpuses did their best. Otterpie?
I don't actually know what the plural would be.
Octopi, right? Because it's like octopus, Otterpus. I would think it would be Otterpie.
Yeah, I don't know what the plural of a platypus is though. Are they just platypi as well?
Yeah.
I guess it is otterpie. But now I'm hungry.
It's adorable. I want to eat some otterpie.
Regardless of what it is, it's also game 3 in this match, and so we're gonna see Ari Kennen, the Go Hard variant, going into Shell Folk. This is going to be kind of wild because when you think about the kinds of things you want to steal as a Shell Folk player, this is a deck that has a lot of really interesting options.
Crime.
Ooh, crime. That seems to be the theme of the broadcast, but this is a great time for it to be the theme because a lot of things that you want to steal. This is also a great aggressive start for Keiko. You've got the Ari, you've got the cannon, you've also got the dancing droplet. This is everything you want. You hit your wayfinder on curve on 4, and that's always where you want to be because that makes your future go hards feel a little less bad. You've already got your allegiance trigger at least once.
And having to absorb damage here, kind of wherever possible. Denying the Ari recall. Whoa, wait, you can move the clock around?
Yes, if you didn't notice that earlier.
I have never seen anybody move the clock around.
You can move it around, and we had somebody that was kind of trolling us because they moved it underneath the round banner so that we couldn't see it. It was not lost on me, but yes, you can move it around. So with that aloof going down, we have a fistful of cards on both sides of the table, but we also have a nice 2-3 body that can relatively safely swing in. Does get some damage in. We get a little bit of a trade. Neither of these players have access to a ton of healing natively. That's not to say that they don't have some, but at least in their decks in the traditional sense. And so these early damage jabs do matter. Of course, I mentioned not a lot of healing, and we of course see the drain one of Go Hard pop off immediately to make me a liar, but it is what it is.
This is quite a board from Kekawin. This is going to be very tough for Aikato to recover from. Just the amount of damage on an open attack next turn could be backbreaking.
Backbreaking? I hear that backbreaking is where it's at. Yeah, the problem that you have if you are the Shellfolk player is that you haven't hit any of your multi-damage tools, and so this board went significantly wide. You don't have access to things like Withering Whale. You haven't found any of your... Well, okay, we have a Pokey Stick now, but we haven't found any of our split damage spells. Mini-Morph isn't really helpful here. You're just kind of drawing the wrong half of your deck at the moment.
So in comes the swing. Ari set up to recall the Dancing Droplet, draw a card. We've got the Conspirator as well. Oh, wait! We might be seeing some reordering.
Yeah. This is actually a really interesting game plan here because on the one hand, like, you want to make sure that you go through and you make all of your choices and you secure the victory, right? We're in game 3. We're late into the event. But I can't help but notice that timer also very much favors one player at the moment. And so we might see the Shellfolk player try to stall out and just grind a time victory here. That's certainly on the table.
Oh, so that is what that lineup was for. That is Kennen leveling up on the Dancing Droplet being resummoned.
Yeah, this has all of the makings of being a very big swing turn. Because, again, we can see the hand of the Shellfolk player, and our friend Aikato just does not have many great options here. Like, you can block, you've got the Pokey Stick, you can force some options out from your opponent. I actually like targeting this ephemeral one because they're more likely to just, like, let that go, as opposed to if you target the other Dancing Droplet, then they might spend a recall option. Here, if you're more worried about the health...
Come on, Aikato! Hiding the round timer? He knows. He knows we were talking about it.
Yeah, doesn't want to give away those super secret strats of playing to the timer. Listen, timer victories are still valid victories.
Yeah, I mean, if your opponent runs out of time in the 3rd round, that happens. It happens, and it's a victory. It's extremely important to manage your time well in this game. Because especially if you're playing these like trickier decks that have very long decision trees, like Ari Kennen, these very skill testing decks, you have to make sure that you actually win the game before you run out of time. And there's only a few minutes left.
Absolutely. Mana is a resource. Health is a resource. Cards are a resource, but time is also a resource in these tournament formats.
And we can't see the timer because Aikato has hidden it from us.
Oh. I love that this is how you learned that the timer can move.
I honestly
really
didn't know because I've never tried to move it
really
before.
appreciate that. Oh, a double tap now in hand, but we're gonna have the shell folk come down as we try to generate those resources and stall things out. And that means the double tap will likely transform, if I remember correctly. That was the card that does not stay the same. We do have Prank coming down here as well, maybe looking for...
Ooh,
yep, I was just going to say
droplet.
any sort of elusive blocker that you can play cheaply, or in this case for free. So that's actually a really big pickup. And we're going to maybe see... I was going to say either a Homecoming or a Palm here. Palm, if you're trying to widen the board, makes sense, but the Homecoming makes more sense because there's no way to replay this Shellfolk. And if you're trying to set up a great open attack for the next round, while also denying any sort of aggression this round, this is a solid path. You want to get that value from the Shellfolk, so that's why we are responding here by going through the creation. And honestly, these Death Rays are nice because they give you access to pokes that Keiko's going to have to play around, but they also can hurt you. You and I talk about how Go Hard sometimes messes up your allegiance triggers. These Death Rays can also kind of mess up your draws as the game progresses.
Sometimes you do not want deal 2 damage, deal 3 damage. What you want are the cards you put in your deck to do good things.
Yeah, these kind of free pokes or these low mana cost pokes are fine, but when you get to the point where you're spending 3 to deal 3, it can actually be a bit cumbersome because a lot of times you don't need that much firepower. It'll be helpful against cards like Ari in the future, but then even going a step further, you still have to worry about Nopify and Twin Disciplines, and so you don't get as much value with the more expensive versions of the Death Ray.
Let's see, these unstable cards have transformed.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. You just top decked a Death Ray, and it's helpful here, but I'm not sure that it was really what you were hoping for. This is a lot of elusive damage. You've got answers, but your opponent has a fistful of cards and 8 mana. So again, Twin Disciplines and things like that are going to be a bit of a nightmare. You're going to respond with Mystic Shots and Death Rays at some point. Maybe not here. Maybe you're not too worried about protecting your health total because lethal hasn't been threatened quite yet. But at some point, we're going to hit the back and forth exchange of removal versus answers.
And with this leveled Ari, we're going to see a big chain of damage. And it looks like we're going to see the 2 marks coming out here to stun and deal 2 damage to Ezreal. We're going to see now the Ari chain interrupted with this Mark II. Gotta get that laser right in place. Now Ezreal's no longer killing the droplet.
Interrupting the Ari chain was a really big deal there because it stopped you taking a bunch of damage, but it also stopped the cannon going back. Everything that Keiko was looking to do there was on the back of those cards were going to go to your hand. You had 8 mana to work with, so you could clear the board and then also, in many ways, just lock down any future plays as well. Now instead,
the overlay has been hidden. There are 3 minutes remaining. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds left on Kakawed's clock. And with how often you're going to be past priority to react to things in these next rounds, that could be huge.
Yeah, especially with these 2 decks. These are not 2 decks where you are just like playing something on curve and then swinging.
Oh my god, that's a ruination.
Oh, wow. If Keiko goes below deny mana, that could also end up being a massive swing. You see the God Willow come down, draw more cards. Keiko has tons of firepower, but even just the slowing down of tempo of a successful ruination would be huge. We're not going to see it, unfortunately. It'll change by the time we come around to the next turn, but
it would have been funny.
Would have been so fun. Instead, we're going to see it go hard.
Well, there's a recall and a wayfinder there. Board's already pretty full.
That's got to be a legitimate concern as well. When you're at 6 health, if your opponent gets to pack your bags, that's going to be game ending.
But if you steal enough recalls, then you can keep bouncing these otterpuses. And making so many pranks. So many pranks.
I mean, the important piece of just like slamming recalls and replaying otterpuses and so many pranks is that you're passing priority a bunch. Just to be clear.
Yeah,
if playing for time is
your
game plan here, that's actually
40
a big deal.
seconds left, just about. There's some long animations here. A lot of different effects have to go onto the stack. We're talking about things like the droplet enters, you draw a card. The clock is ticking. Ikato knows it. Playing for time. Oh, a Nopify? Well, that's just Nopifine.
Yeah. You've got a brief decision to make here, but you've got such a huge lead on your timer, right? So right now, if you just let your timer go all the way down.
You can also kind of like try to be unpredictable with passing the time. Catch your opponent off so they don't have the rhythm to pass back as quickly. I know that that's a very like weird thing to think about, but it does come up in situations like this. You have to be ready to click the button, make your decision, rapid speed, right after seeing what your opponent locks in.
Yeah, this is such an interesting position to be in, and it's not normally the sort of thing you get excited for in a card game, but when it comes up, it opens up an entirely new line of strategy. And yeah, you can see the snap plays now from Keiko. I think Keiko has realized what is going on, and we're going to see the attempt to shut this down, right? You want to stop the zero-cost recalls on the otterpuses into pranks. You have to know that's going to pass priority a bunch. You're still letting this timer go down, though, because you have a full minute. And so there is a very strong case for a timer victory coming. It's ticking. You can lock in this attack because, again, now you're just passing the timer. And so there's the zero, and there's the victory.
That's game.
You've got to feel really good if you're Ikato there, because
really bad.
That game was out of control. There. I cannot believe that if time was going on, that the Arikanen player was not going to potentially steal that victory. You were not in a great spot, but because you took advantage of your resources, again, time is a resource, just like health is a resource, just like cards and mana. You come away with the match victory. I mean, congratulations. Big win for Ikato. Keeps his tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, remember, he was going into this with 2 losses, so he did need to win every single match moving through these rounds.
Yeah, and I feel like...
He had a loss, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Early.
Yeah, there was one loss early on as well when we started with them at the top of the broadcast, but they're probably looking forward to taking a break, and I think that our audience is likely looking forward to a brief break after that as well. But we're not done. The open rounds are still going on. We're going to take a short break here on the broadcast. When we return, more Legends of Runeterra action and likely not races against the clock. We're going to jump right into a brand new round. Hello and welcome back to the Magic Misadventures Open Rounds. I'm still Charmer, once again joined by Amy the Amazonian, and we're coming off of a round that ended with a time victory. But as we go into round 7, as we're getting closer to crowning our top 32 for this seasonal, we've got a great matchup in front of us. We're going to be seeing GiantSlayerTV taking on a tasty carrot.
Carrots.
Carrots. I love carrots. They're like one of my favorite foods, but...
I know. Do you like them raw, roasted? What's your carrot preparation method?
Steamed or grilled,
Okay.
buttered, pretty much any way but raw. But
you don't like the crunch?
no, I don't. I don't like my vegetables earthy. I like them cooked. I'm not a savage. I'm a civilized human being. But
A little bit of crunch.
we have Runeterra we're supposed to be talking about here, and I'm also getting hungry, so we really need to change the subject. Let's talk about GiantSlayerTV and the deck lists. He's the one who wants to be crunching on a tasty carrot, and they're going to attempt to do so, starting with a Zoe Diana list that has Aurelian Soul on the top end and runs Shellfolk.
Ooh, this appears to be a curious Shellfolk Invoke deck. Whenever you invoke, you are choosing from between 3 cards, which means the Shellfolk will make a copy and discount it.
Yeah, so you get all of the benefits of the beautiful Targon goodness, but you get it twice. You get it potentially cheaper, and a single invoke can sometimes generate a ton of value because you invoke, you make the choice, and then sometimes the choice you make also invokes or does other things, and so your Shellfolk can pop off with even just a single
if you get like the
trigger.
Traveler, then you get to go even deeper. Same with cards like Loping Telescope, also sometimes go into more cards that give you choices, or Conchologist, or Spacey Sketcher.
Or Spell Thief, and we love crime on this broadcast.
Hello
We
and
love
welcome
crime.
to the Magic Misadventures, Crime Seasonal Tournament.
Well,
Now, Nami TF is the next one here, casting lots of spells and buffing these little fish.
yeah, absolutely. These wiggly little burble fish. This is the version that I was expecting to see earlier, but instead it was Fizz. Twisted Fate Nami, a lot of powerful turns, can pop off with a leveled up Twisted Fate, gives you a ton of value, or can just create these wide elusive boards. Finish off with buffing through Nami, buffing through Fleet Admiral Shelley, etc., etc. And yeah, pretty straightforward here. We're going to be ending, of course, with Ari Kennen. We are hitting the point in the event where I'm expecting most lineups to include this, but as we've seen today, not everybody decided to bring it.
Yeah, well, I feel like playing it is the right choice. It's a really good deck, but if you don't feel comfortable playing it, or you wanted to play, let's say, Kennen in a different deck, like that one Bandle City we saw earlier, well, then you're going to be more interested in playing what you like to play and what you feel confident with.
Absolutely. Now, GiantSlayerTV wants to, crunch on this tasty carrot. Tasty Carrot has a bit of an interesting lineup on their own side of things. They are packing Lurk, for example. I know that they have Shyvana Pantheon. So we're going to be seeing a lot of board action between these two players. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how it plays out. It looks like the last deck that they brought was also Akshan Sivir. So they are likely on the just ban Ari Kennen list and then try to win with these board-centric decks. We're in the bans now, so we're going to see if that ultimately ends up being the case, but it's very clear.
With Akshan, yeah, so it looks like we're going to see the Pantheon Sivir Big Demacia deck get banned here. No Fated, no Fury. Or possibly just going to take a look and say, can I beat these? Can I hush my way to victory? Or will they shush my creatures a little bit too much? My units do have to survive, and some of them do need their abilities in order to win during a turn. And it looks like that's it. We're going to see Shyvana Pantheon banned, and running the Zoe Diana with a hint of Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, I really like the ban strategies of both of the players here. On the one side, you take away Ari Kennen, and then you just try to go and win games with your board-centric lineup. So I really was not at all surprised by a Tasty Carrot's choice there. On the other side of things, if you know that your opponent has 3 board-centric lineups, the only one that does something kind of unique is the Pantheon list. The other 2 are pretty much play on curve. Yes, you got your spike plays with something like Pike, for example, wiping your board, but for the most part, Lurk wants to play things on curve. Sivir, Akjan wants to play things on curve. So you take away the one deck that does something a little bit unique, and then you know what you're walking into.
Ooh. And that was a double Lurk on turn 1. That means Rek'Sai must have been on top of the deck.
Yeah, that's huge, because not only does that mean you have a Rek'Sai that's going to be entering your hand later, and that's, you know, obviously a big deal, but you get that double trigger right out of the gate, so your scaling is already above par. And
oh, and into the fish, did not hit a Lurk on that one.
Yeah, didn't hit the Lurk on the second one. So I guess all of that momentum from the turn 1 Rek'Sai a little bit pushed off. Interesting that the players know that, right? So from this point on, Yangzera has to be planning around something like a Bone Skewer, for example, because that's one of the cards that a Tasty Carrot could have whiffed on.
It's going to be one of the very few cards in the list. Usually there's maybe 6 to 8 cards at most that they themselves do not have Lurk. I'm going to just quickly check in the list to see how many there are.
And while you're checking, we're going to see Yangzera wait and see what's developed. We see a Pike come down, so not the spell version is hardcast. That allows for Yangzera to invoke, find the Meteor Shower, and maybe use that to deal with Pike later. Again, the problem is if you're planning on your opponent having something like the Skewer, getting rid of Pike is actually problematic in some ways, because they can put him back on the top of the deck and then turn him into that dangerous spell. You don't want him to one-sided board wipe you.
No, and there are only 7 cards out of the 40 that do not have Lurk in this deck. Ooh, and here we see a Lurk again. Gonna get bodied by the Otterpuss, and looks like Yang's going to heal up.
Yeah, we're gonna get the heal. We're likely gonna take a big threat. I like the Immortal Fire choice, both because it's a big elusive body that Lurk will have trouble dealing with, but also if you really need to, you can use it as a blocker in the pinch, and then it will turn around, revive, essentially. It's not really a true revive, but it stops itself from dying, and then you can still attack.
Unfortunately, because the connection seems to be a little choppy, you can see that little warning in the top left, we're going to be swapping to another game. Hopefully those games go well for both players, for both the Carrot and for Yang. And we're going to take a look for who else is streaming their matches right now. Because we're in the later rounds, a lot of players have been eliminated, so we do... Ooh,
see, this is why I like my carrots to be cooked, right? These raw carrots don't give me enough frames. So instead, we're going to be jumping into the Cover game. Again, reminder, Cover is on 2 losses, but because of the ladder placement...
the best possible tiebreaker with the highest LP in the bracket.
Yeah, so it still has to win out, but still has a chance to make it. And it does look like we see from the tracker that Cover has on their stream that they just recently hit a bye. They also had a 2-0 victory around 5, etc., etc. So they found adversity early, but they have evened things out. It also seems that their opponent did not ban Ari Kennen. Based on the aristocrats and the region combinations, I'm going to assume they're on Cold Spiders on the other side.
I'm gonna guess from the spiders, but here's the question. Why would you not ban Kever's Ari Kennen? You must be confident, absolutely the most confident that you can beat the guy who's the best on the deck, with the deck. That is a choice.
Well, Chief is confident. You don't get to be the leader of your tribe without your own successes. So I feel like Chief wants to not just win, but wants to win big, wants to make a statement, wants to, you know, show why they are the chief.
I think based on the accent, Mark, they're actually not the chief. They're chief.
Yeah, maybe. They're the chief chef. I don't know. The only other thing I can come up with is that maybe you feel that you are just confident in your lineup into this matchup. They are, in fact, on what I call Cold Spiders. So this is a control list. And if you can keep your health afloat, you've got a fair amount of disruption. We can see some spiders coming down here as well. You can go wide, kind of force this deck to block. And you know I have talked about in the past that Ari Cannon doesn't block super well, at least long term.
No, and
so maybe that's the game plan.
4/5s very well.
No, it certainly doesn't. Now, we haven't hit Iceborne yet. We can see that these spiders are, normal sized, but there's a lot of cards in hand and a lot of mana available. In fact, there's 10 mana available. So yes, they're 2/1s, but they could jump to 6/5s on a moment's notice. And here's Iceborne Legacy number 1.
Now these are 4/3 spiders.
Yeah, you're just kind of asserting dominance here. Not really a reason to play it.
These are still enough mana, by the way, to do that again.
Yeah, perhaps that was the bait. You play the 1 when you kind of don't need to, so that your opponent thinks, all right, they've got the 1 out of their hand, and then you catch them with the second one. We're kind of waiting to see what Cover does as far as this attack goes. Still hasn't declared his attack. He has the attack token, has a fair amount of elusive units, so we expect some sort of action, but I think both players are kind of jockeying for position in terms of mana spent. And Cover just wants more card draw, and this is a great way to do it.
Gonna buff up all these elusive units. Get a ephemeral attacker. I'm about to sneeze. I apologize for that.
How dare you? Control yourself.
This is going to make for a very strong attack for Cover.
Absolutely. This is going to be a strong attack. You're buffing those elusive units. Your opponent is still sitting on the 5 mana. It's also possible that they were, maybe trying to catch a withering whale. And now that the buff from Sign-In has went off, they're abandoning that game plan. And now they're going to try to kill this Ari with a Despair. Deny is available for Cover. But you also could just potentially let this go because you've got a wealth of options in your hand. This isn't a huge loss. Your Ari isn't close to leveling quite yet. Kind of thinking it through. And it looks like we're going to get a recall.
This is the cheapest way to deny it and gets you even more value later.
Now that you've said something, I'm fighting a sneeze. It's like they're contagious or something.
Let me take over here and talk through this combat step. All 3 elusives are going to come in. I feel like that 3/5 has no reason not to attack, unless trying to keep those 1/1s as 1/1s and not let them become the 3/3 spiders inside. Inside of you, there is 1 spider. It is a 3/3. Not 2 wolves, 1 spider.
I don't want any spiders inside of me. That sounds like literal nightmare fuel.
Sounds pretty good to me. Oh, and there's a Go Hard. Hey, Go Hard.
So the open attack coming. Really like this move because you, again, you are kind of relying on Ari and Kennen to not block very well. And worst case scenario, you get them to spend some resources. Best case scenario, you get some damage into boot. And knowing that your opponent has found a Sign-In, has triggered it multiple times, you can't win the attrition game anymore. Normally, Iceborne Spiders, what I call Cold Spiders, likes to try to play the attrition game, but this is a deck that in many ways you can't do that against, especially once they find a draw engine. There's just too many ways to recall and replay it. That was a lot of damage pushed through. So I think Cover says, I'm going to let you do that, and I'm going to set up a game-winning attack for when it comes back around to my turn.
So here we're going to see some damage marked. 1 entire Nexus health healed. And the spider is only marginally weakened. I feel like Kever's going to have to try to line up lethal next turn. And it is doable.
Yeah, Ari is in a position where just by bouncing a unit with the attack, she'll level. So even though she's not leveled here, she's a threatening as a leveled Ari when the time for the attack comes. You do have a number of elusive units available. You do have Twin Disciplines in hand. You do have the Deny. So as you're going into this next turn, if you're trying to set up a lethal attack, you have the tools available. The question is whether or not the opponent has anything that can get through Now, Withering Wail here, I like this call because you're spending your mana, forcing them to do something. In this case, likely the deny, because you don't want to lose all of these elusive units. And then if you have anything else in your hand for the follow-up turn. Oh, instead we're going to see the Homecoming, potentially sacrificing the Turbo Go Wide game plan. To finish that train of thought, the other thing that I was going to mention is that you have to worry about something that has like a frostbite effect, because if you overcommit to the RE Twin Discipline attack, then any sort of frostbite effect shuts that down. I wanted to check the deck list, and it does look like Chief has at least a one of on the Three Sisters, so that is something else to consider.
Three Sisters is great. Gives you the choice between putting things in ice and putting things on ice. So we're going to see the Mourned recalled. We're going to see Dancing Droplet recalled as well. Ari has leveled, which still leads into a nice chain attack here. But if there's something strong on Chief's end, it could interrupt that attack and prevent the swing from winning the game.
Yeah, ultimately...
I could see this Twin Disciplines, though, in response to it, maybe pulling through.
I was going to say, ultimately, Cover still trying to get in a position to threaten lethal. Open attack with a Twin Disciplines on Ari at least threatens it, and then you have deny back up. But you don't have any answer for the Three Sisters, and you're at 4 health, so you kind of have to close this out. Oh, a second deny off the top. This is huge.
Double deny. Deny, unfortunately, not able to hit things that are at burst speed.
No, but when I checked the list, the only thing at burst speed that you have to worry about is that single Three Sisters. Now, we came into this when it was already kind of like in motion, so it's possible that Cover knows it's already been played, but that's the big concern if you were trying to push for lethal, is that Three Sisters. There's no other burst speed options that would cause you any problems. Ooh. You do have to worry about technically Atrocity, but you have 2 denies for that, but theoretically an Atrocity on a Spider also just loses you the game. So now we wait with bated breath to see when the attack gets locked in, how it gets locked in.
Here we go. Ari and her lethal army.
Yeah, interesting spot, because you're not threatening lethal without the Twin Disciplines, even with the 4 units. This is only 12 damage. But by playing this, you put yourself on only 1 deny now. So this is a bit of a moment of truth. And there's no
the moment of truth is they don't have it. Chief out of options to respond to the chain attack, recalling all the elusives, and Ari swings in for 24 damage all on her own.
That was not what I was expecting. Maybe, no burst option, but at least some sort of fast spell. Absolutely nothing. So doesn't matter how many denies Cover has. You don't need any of them. Going to take that victory, showing why, again, you still should be banning Ari Kennen when Cover is playing it. And his tournament hope is still alive. Yes, he's got the 2 losses, but because of the tiebreakers, because of being #1 on the ladder, still in it. I believe that was just game 1, though, right? We might be jumping into the second game here.
Match between them. Iceborne Spiders still in it, but it looks like switching over to Darkness.
Yeah, it does look like they are jumping over to Darkness. Scouts is the 3rd list, but that was banned. And that makes sense. If you're Cover, you don't really want to deal with Scouts. The other 2 lists are very similar in what they're doing, so if you have to run into one, you might as well run into it twice. This should be the Lee deck, if I remember correctly, right? We had Ari Kennen, we had Lee Zoe, and then Shyvana Pantheon, and I believe the Pantheon list was the one that was banned, so this should be the Zoe Lee Sin. The early Catalyzer, not what you wanted to run into if you were Cover. And a second one is potentially catastrophic. I mean, you have the Pale Cascade if you want to kill one of these and survive with your Eye of the Dragon, but them getting multiple buffs on Darkness this early is rough. And I like this play. You're going to see a answer to one of the catalyzers here, while also giving your Eye of the Dragon the ability to trigger for next round. Because I don't really think...
This does still give you a catalyzer attack, though. So we are going to see darkness buffed once, but at least it's not twice.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to let it buff twice and leave both catalyzers on the board.
Oh, that is asking for trouble. Using up one of these moon weapons seems like a great plan. And getting yourself a little tiny dragonling.
We did pick up the Priestess. I expect that to be the first play. It's just a question of whether or not you want to open attack with the Dragonling or not. And I feel like this is a pretty safe development. Yes, Chief could have answers. They might have like a Vile Feast or something like that, but they're going to have that either way. But if you give them time, they could play something that generates a darkness spell, eventually enters the Dragonling. You might as well just take the free damage, get your health back. It's the right call.
Healing back up to 19, but darkness is more about that inevitability. And speaking of which, we're going to see more buffs. That Meteor Shower can take out the Vigor or the Catalyzer next turn. But, oh, that is not where you want to be.
Yeah, Darkness is such an interesting matchup into Zoe and Lee Sin because traditionally other control decks have to focus on stopping the Lee Sin, right? You kill the win condition and then you can secure the victory. Darkness, however, if they can get Vigor down, if they can get the catalyzers going, if they can get growth on their Darkness, and that's what we're seeing from Chief, they can just win with their own combo. There's not a lot you can do into a Sentinel Vigor fueled turn. Yes, you've got access to like deny, or you know, a lot of lists are running Nopify, etc., but that only buys you like one turn. Over and over, the Vigor player can continue to threaten your Nexus, and so in many ways this is like two combo decks trying to ramp up against each other. This is a stress defense check for Chief. They could save it if they've got it, but they do not.
Very cool.
Yeah, very cool if you're cover, but...
Oh my god, Darkness is already at 5, though, which is slightly terrifying.
And another Vigor comes down, so it's going to continue to grow. I am officially scared of the dark. Interesting
More moon weapons!
Yeah, interesting that we're grabbing the moon weapon here. You're just carrying it over for the next round, but you did play it because you wanted your meditation to trigger, right? Like, that's the only reason that you do it there.
Yeah,
so
you need that discount. Trying to dig for answers.
You're just kind of conceding, like, my next turn's going to be meditation, Eye of the Dragon, and then probably something to trigger Eye. But that also means you're not doing anything as far as like advancing your board state long term. So you're really telegraphing by playing that moon weapon. And here we're not even going to get the eye.
I have nothing. Your Darkness is huge. Enjoy it.
Yeah, that's actually a really heads up play. You don't even play the eye there because Darkness, one, kills it, but also that speeds up the leveling of your Vigor. So
they can't cast Darkness if it has no targets.
Yeah, Cover is navigating this properly, but he'll also have to get rid of something in his hand at some point because you can't overdraw your Lee Sins. This is a really interesting game state for Cover. All the while, yes, you're dodging letting this Vigor level up, but you are also just letting Darkness get bigger and bigger. Like, this is quite the gamble. Priestess drawn, not going to be played not only because you don't have Daybreak, but again, right now you're focused on denying the Darkness targets. But you still have an unanswered Vigor on the other side of the board. And
those Darkness are growing and growing and growing. And here comes the Senna. Now these Darknesses are fast.
Yeah, they are dealing 7 damage currently, soon to be up to 8 damage. And you're going to get likely a number of them in a round, right? Because you've got the Senna to work with. One of the interesting paths available here as well when it comes to like trying to level up your Viger is I believe darkness just targets units, right? Does it specifically say enemy?
It strikes any unit until you level up the vigor, right?
Yeah, the train of thought here is that the darkness spell can only target enemies. I had to double check.
Oh,
so
you mean
you can't
can it hit your own units? No, it cannot. So unfortunately, you can't like play out a dark bulb and then darkness your own dark bulb.
All right, so Viger levels up. These darknesses are dealing 8 damage a pop. You've got plenty of ways to make them.
Generating more of them with this Senna.
So
you have to obliterate and hope they don't have another.
Comet comes down. This is a really big deal because it's not something that you can save the Viger with a, you know, a stress defense or anything of the like. Kind of waiting to see what the potential response would be. There's nothing that makes a darkness at fast speed here so that you could then pop one off. But you can glimpse it. That's fair. If you're going to lose it, you might as well get some value out of it. It is worth noting that's 2 Vigers down, though, which means there's going to be 1 natural Viger, and then most of these lists run some number of rekindlers as ways to get them back. We haven't seen Senna die yet, but that is worth noting because if we get to the point where cover kills that Senna, rekindler at that point can no longer bring back Viger.
And I also want to note that now the darknesses come with a discount.
Yep, darkness does have a discount. And actually, I was wrong. I thought, hey, you know, let's double check, right? There are no rekindlers in Chief's version of darkness.
Oh, so there's nothing to bring back.
Yeah, so that 1 Viger that's left in the deck is the last one. There are still the 3 copies of Sentinel, so that is still very much threatening. But that makes that last Viger, whenever it comes down, all the more important. They do run 3 copies of Robe Maker, so that is a bit out of the norm here as well. Gonna make a darkness spell.
Is it time to strike? Stop that Senna from attacking?
Yeah, the palm shuts down the Senna from attacking, which also shuts down that play where you lock in your darkness targeting a unit and Senna attacking, which then generates another one. I was really concerned for cover here for quite some time, but the longer the game goes and the more he responds to the board of Chief and slows things down, we actually could see him find a path to victory here. There's only 1 Viger left in the deck, and if the Sentinels prove to be elusive for Chief as well, you could get yourself back into this game. You do have to fight through a lot of removal, but 1 good Lee Sin combo could be enough to get you right back into the thick of it.
Thankfully, one thing Lee Sin can protect himself from is damage, getting those barriers. So here we're gonna go. Gonna try to take out Senna here. Let's see if this lands.
Yeah, you mentioned obviously Lee Sin protecting from damage with the barriers. Another interesting bit for this darkness list is 2 mini-morphs, 2 vengeance. So not even the full complement of mini-morphs. There is 1 ruination. We'll have to keep an eye out for that as well, but looks like we're going to have a flurry of action here. With Senna on the board, it does mean Go Hard is playable at fast speed, and I will admit that was something that I missed when I had looked over the deck list. That might explain some of the exclusions, because it looks like Chief is just playing on Go Hard as being an alternate win con.
I love how big this hand is. It's just like, what's up? I've got a stack worth of spells, and I do not want to die. But between all these little pieces of burn, it's gonna be a vicious trade here.
Yeah, Kever is still trying to fight off the back foot, but has successfully dealt with 2 Vigors and a Senna.
Well, there's another darkness, and this one's going to get duplicated on face. That's just 8 direct damage.
Yeah, it is 8 damage. You don't want to deny this one because it's not threatening lethal, but we could find ourselves in a position where in the future denies do need to get used on the darkness spells that the Sentinels create. And in doing so, it means that your only sins will be vulnerable again. So Chief is doing a great job of kind of forcing Kever to use resources that they don't want to. Here, you're threatening lethal. We're going to see the heal go out. We could also still see Palm because there's not much else going on with this turn.
Going down to 2 life. 2 is not 0.
Yeah, I think the real decision point here is that 2 life means that a Sentinel now threatens lethal, where if you can somehow keep yourself above 8, then you're above a single darkness finishing you off. But since you can't, you only have the 1 Palm. You just let it through. You accept your fate.
Not super useful.
Yeah, those Zenith Blades.
The
The last thing you want is all 3 of your Zenith Blades in your hand. Makes the Daybreak useless.
Like, I wanted to draw 1 off of 1, and it looks like Kever has admitted defeat. No Lee Sin drawn. Can't go for a combo finish. That's a game, and it looks like we're going to be going into game 3 between Chief and Kever.
Not much you can really fault Kever for there, right? Your opponent drew multiple Vigors. They had the double catalyst, catalyzer start.
I think that's it.
They also had the Senna, right? So they've played a ton of champions. On your end, no Lee Sin, all 3 Zenith Blades in hand. Like you're fighting off your back foot from the get-go. Ultimately, I think it's the right call there to just take the surrender, go to game 3. But this is a big deal because this is a must-win for Kever to stay in the tournament. Yes, he was the top of the ladder, but has already suffered 2 losses. We're going to game 3. A lot on the line for Kever.
Game 3 here. We've got the Zoe Lee once again with no Zoes or Lees present. They just don't like showing up, huh?
I mean, that is the unfortunate side effect of a deck like this. I like to call it, pulling the Majin Bay, but sometimes you just don't draw your combo piece. And ultimately, Lee Sin is in many ways a combo deck. It's a bit reductive to call it that, but it is still at its core trying to pull off a combo to threaten the most damage. Now, we did find a Lee Sin here.
Hey, there's a Lee.
And a Wounded White Flame.
Flame. And
we have some threats.
I would say this is also just, unless Chief gets a very good aggressive start, favored for Kever. This is the sort of battle where I feel like Kever's list has a really good chance of winning against the Iceborne Spiders because it doesn't have too much interaction that can't be denied for going for the Lee Sin victory.
Yeah, of course you say that, and they immediately start with the Elise, so that's part of the aggressive start. And the other thing, I don't have the deck immediately in front of me, but I'm planning on pulling it up. The other thing we have to consider is this is still a control deck, and this is a Freljord-based one. So one of the things that you can do is utilize things like Frostbite on those big Lee Sin combo turns, and then follow it up with some sort of removal to force more resources, force more cards out of Kever. Now that I've pulled it up, it does look like it's just the one of 3 sisters, but you do still have to play through 3 vengeances. You do have to worry about things like Despair. Despair is actually a pretty good value play against Lee Sin very often. You'd much rather just take the 3 damage than the 16 later on. You have your spiders. You can try to go wide. Yes, the Dragonlings can help you stall. And we now have a second Eye of the Dragon, so Kever does potentially have that covered as well. But that is the other, potential game plan for Chief. Chief does also have Ledros on the top end, along with a pair of Atrocities, but those can be answered by deny effects. And so this is really just going to be, I think, a back and forth, but Kever has to be, I think, favored long term.
That's how I feel in this matchup. But that said, I think you could go either way. They are both very strong deck lists. Oh, but that is an early Iceborne Legacy. Now it's going to come down to what is the spider generation like.
It's an early Iceborne. Well, you've got your Wounded White Flame. You can't block with it if they take the open attack, at least on the Elise, but you did finally find your Zenith Blade. So once that goes down on the Wounded White Flame, that'll kind of shut down these Elise attacks. The question is whether or not Chief takes the open attack, or if they had like a Brood Awakening, they might have tried to be greedy there. I really like recognizing that something has to be expended for them to block Elise here. You've got Palm, so you can, stop some of the damage, but you still don't get to assign the blocker. Getting as many attacks out of Elise as you can makes an awful lot of sense. Kever now down to sub 10 health, but is hitting the point where this deck tries to turn the corner and establish its foothold. We see all the tools available. It's just going to come down to whether or not Chief's aggressive start is too much.
Now, already down to 9 Nexus health. That's not where you want to be. Here we are, though, going to see the Wounded White Flame be wounded no longer and grow off that Fated trigger.
It's so funny that Wounded White Flame, A, doesn't come into play wounded, and B, shows you why you never wound a dragon, right? It just makes him angry.
Only grow back scar tissue stronger than ever.
Yeah, it just makes him angry. You kill a dragon, or you just don't mess with a dragon at all. You do not wound a dragon. They will come back with a vengeance, establish a vendetta, get overwhelmed, get fury.
He's just a little angry dragon. And there's a vengeance. Since you've already invested into this dragon and it's your only fearsome blocker, we're going to see the deny here to protect it.
Well, and going a step further, you also have a backup deny. So you can feel pretty confident that this one is acceptable. Your opponent has used a vengeance, and if we're looking at the deck list, like vengeance and ruination are the cards you want to be denying. So you're not going to have a better target realistically.
As a bonus, this also was the second spell needed for some tasty little blockers. Hello, dragonlings.
Yeah, the blockers are important because they deter attacks. Even though you've got the Elise, now Kever has a blocker in the dragon, and you've got your spiders, but you don't want them gaining health. This Withering Wail is actually a pretty big deal.
Withering Wail does take out the dragonlings and wound the Eye of the Dragon. So here we're going to see a stun getting a 3-2.
Yeah, this is a nice palm. Gives you another blocker that's not the dragon if more fearsome stuff does come down. Gives you something that trades into one of these spiders, assuming there's not another Iceborne, but there is 5 mana up. So this could very well be bait to either push more damage or try to get some favorable trades again. Kever has to, I think, make the proper read here and decide whether you can afford to take extra damage or not. I think this is the right call. I think you do this and say, if they have the Iceborne, they have it. Sometimes your opponent just high rolls. They do!
They do have it. And there are still some tricks available.
Yeah, there are tricks available, but the reason this is so impactful is not just because of the trades here, but
it means every single spider is going to be a 5/5.
Every spider is a 5/5 from this point on. Kever does find the 3rd deny in the list, though. So when Lee Sin comes down, it will be maximum protected. But you're still at 9, and your opponent has landed 2 Iceborns with a lot of ways to make spiders.
Yeah, I feel like the dragonlings are going to have to do some work too. Getting a little bit of healing just by swinging in on this turn.
So with double deny in hand, Kever decides to develop the Lee Sin here. And even if Chief has a vengeance, again, Chief has already used 1, does run the full gamut, so has 3, but can be answered by Kever's deny. If you come back next turn, then you've got another deny. So really, you got to force them out of Kever's hand so that you can come in with some of your other tools. Again, there is also the inclusion of Ruination in this list, and that is looking more and more enticing if you can force the denies out. There is temporary stall options. Again, we mentioned that one of 3 sisters, but the rest of your deck is kind of designed to chump block, and you can't do that against the Lee Sin.
We're seeing some consideration here for playing these spells pre-combat versus just going in here considering how would this trade go for me? How am I most afraid of them blocking? Do I want to try to commit Twin Disciplines before the combat? Yes, I do. And this is going to give Challenger to remove the Elise.
Yep, you still have your 4 mana back for Deny, but you're now threatening a lot more damage, and that's very relevant. You're triggering the Fated as well. You're trying to get rid of Elise. Chief could have some options available. Ultimately, Chief needs to just force the denies out. We know Cover's sitting on both, but even if we didn't know that, if you were Chief, like, you can't win this game until you force all of those denies out and force some sort of opening, whether that means, you know, you use your vengeances and that opens up an atrocity victory, or whether or not it opens up like Ruination, resetting the board to buy you time. You just have to get rid of them, because you know a player like Cover is never going to go below 4 mana. It's just not going to happen. You won't catch him off guard. So the way through is to plow through his resources.
So here we're seeing the Hapless Aristocrat is going to absorb only 1 damage. We see Withering Wail to take out the 2 Dragonlings.
Yeah, the Withering Wail here is trying to deny some of the health gain.
And speaking of deny, we're seeing a consideration here saying, you know what, I have the spare deny. This helps me stabilize, and it deals a lot more damage to my opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for Cover, but if I'm Chief, you know, I don't know what's in his hand, but I would assume that you're really happy with seeing a second deny. Now, it's possible that Cover's also doing this as a bit of a bait, saying, you know, once my opponent has seen me play 2, they might not think I have the 3rd. Or maybe Cover's saying, I only need 1 more to close this out because I've got my Lee Sin and I've got my 8/8 Wounded White Flame. But regardless, if you're Chief, as I was saying before, your only way to win is to just force all of them out of your opponent's hand. So you've seen 2 now. You have to feel pretty good about that. You just have to have the right cards in your hand to kind of follow up. And that's going to be the test, right? What are those 5 cards available to Chief? Because you could have a bricked hand. You might be sitting on like 2 Atrocities and then some of your like low impact cards. That's the question.
Chief thinking hard about what to do with these last 2 mana, if anything. Could even be another Elise in hand, since one did just get destroyed.
I was kind of
hoping for like a Crawling Sensation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was secretly hoping. There are 3 copies of Crawling Sensation, and I was like, you know, 2 mana could end up being 4 5/5s here, and that's also
so scary.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because like it's scary, but that's also not a problem for Cover. Like it would look bad on paper, but you're getting the Dragonlings, so you've got a full board of blockers,
Lee is
and then
just
you still
about
have
leveled. You've got the
you
Zenith
know,
Blade to give the Overwhelm. Oh, it's Ledros here. So this is a skill which can be denied, but I don't think it needs to be denied here. There is a bit of a lack of blockers here, but
yeah,
with the Palm, can definitely live through it.
This is Chief fully telegraphing what they have, which is good for
Ledros.
Cover. Yeah, well, it's a Ledros into like trying to get the Atrocity victory. If you're Chief, you've seen 2 denies come out. You know that you probably don't have a hand to deal with Lee Sin and the Wounded White Flame. So you commit Ledros here while you have the attack token, and then you're hoping to get the Atrocity off.
Whoa.
You might be trying to dig for a follow-up answer with this Glimpse.
It's actually possible the Atrocity's not in hand. This is the dig for the Atrocity.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter because Cover has 2 ways to stop Atrocity. Gonna use up 1 here, the Will of Ionia.
Yep, I like this play because if your opponent has telegraphed that, you know, they're playing Ledros and then they're gonna blow up one of their board units just to dig, you deny the dig, their board still gets smaller, and you set yourself up for a beautiful open attack here. So unless Chief has magic available, and by that I really mean 3 Sisters, right? 3 Sisters could bail you out of this because of the burst speed shutdown of the Lee Sin finishing you off. But outside of that, and that's a 1 of in the list, I can't imagine that Cover doesn't get the victory this round.
So here comes the swing. We've got the leveled Lee with Challenger the gigantic wounded white flame and scooching that last spider over to the end. This is more than enough to end the game.
And so there's the atrocity. Again, the game plan was kind of telegraphed. I think Chief did what we all would have done in that situation, said, all right, they've used 2 denies, there's only 1 left. What are the chances they have the 3rd? But they do. And so that is a victory for Kever. Kever keeps his tournament hopes alive. Number 1 on the ladder, but has already dropped 2 games. Had to go all the way to game 3 here, but does find the victory, does get the job done, and continues moving on.
Kever making it through with that excellent record. For anybody who didn't see it yet, we're in round 7 of the Magic Misadventures open rounds. Still have 2 more rounds to go. I'm not sure yet if we're going to be watching another game in this round.
The answer is no. We're going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, we're going to have round 8 on deck. This is where things really get spicy. All day long, it's kind of been, you know, people have to win to keep moving on, but we are hitting the absolute breaking points for most players, and we're gonna see this all the way through the end. So don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break. When we get back, round 8 of the Magic Misadventures open rounds. Welcome back to the Magic Misadventures Open Rounds. Unfortunately for you, I'm still Charmer, but thankfully for you, we also still have Amy, the Amazonian, and we are coming back from a break where I had just hyped up the fact that there are so many players that have to win to continue their tournament life, and instead, we get a treat. We're going to be watching Majin Bay play to secure a spot in the top 32. If he loses, he still has hope, but if he wins, he's in. So a little bit different. What do you think about that, Amy?
I think that it's nice to see a little bit of pressure off one of my favorite players, but I think his opponent is in the opposite seat, where this win is necessary to keep going, but he has to win 2 games to get through. On the other hand, if they lose, they're out, whereas Bay has a little bit more wiggle room.
Yeah, I'm a bit torn because I like rooting for my friend and seasonal champion Majin Bay, but I like to root against known flesh and blood cheater Caleb. And when he watches this VOD on the back broadcast, he's gonna get a quite kick out of that. But we're ready to take a look at the decks in case you were not with us at the beginning of the broadcast, where we did get to highlight him briefly. Majin Bay brought a very, very Majin-like lineup. We have Ari Kennen, and we are seeing the Go Hard version on the screen. That's what he was going with. And then 2 other decks that are very much Majin Bay-like as well. We'll see those in a moment, but of course he brought his Lee Zoe. He is known for it. He lives and breathes it. And then he brought what I like to call the new version of that list, which is a Pantheon list.
I mean, you gotta have that Shyvana Pantheon. Both of these decks, by the way, Zoe Lee and Pantheon, making use of this Wounded White Flame. Such an incredibly strong unit. Being able to be Fated and Furious and just a big blocker and attacker anytime during the game is great. Really, a 3-mana 2/4 that grows and grows and grows. A must-have in so many decks.
Yeah, it's too Fated, too Furious, and too much for your opponent to handle. That's why you see it in both those lists. But also, it fills a similar role in both of them. You and I have kind of talked about how Lee Sin decks, if you don't draw Lee Sin, you can sometimes run into trouble. Pantheon, kind of the same thing. If you don't get that early Pantheon to start stacking the Fated triggers on, you can run into a bad time. And the Wounded White Flame gives you a way to give you an alternative, right? You can start stacking on that, give it Overwhelm with the Zenith Blades, and present a different threat that your opponent has to invest resources into. So then when you do find your champions, they're a little bit more protected because your opponent had to stop that mean, nasty dragon.
I feel like having an alternate win condition, essentially, to Lee Sin is really important for this deck, and it makes it more versatile and stronger in the mid game. You're not just trying to survive until the final game, those last few turns, or looking to level up the Zoe and just get lucky with that.
I mean, you say lucky, but we saw Majin earlier in the broadcast pilot a leveled up Zoe into a beautiful win condition. And I think that sometimes she gets overlooked. Yes, she generates early value. She helps with your spell count. She does a number of things. But in those long games where you're not finding your Lee Sin, if you do level her up, being able to give your entire board lifesteal, stall the game out until you find your Lee Sin, find your win con, that is also such a massive thing. And Majin Bay knows how to pilot those games beautifully. We saw it once before. We will hopefully get to see it again. There is always the chance that Lee Sin gets banned. I pose this almost, I feel like, every seasonal, right? When you're playing against Majin Bay, you've got decks that you're worried about. Ari Kennen is kind of the boogeyman in the meta, but then there's also the deck that players are known for, and in his case, it's Zoe Lee Sin. So you've been saying all day long, just ban Ari Kennen. But if you were playing against Majin Bay, do you stick to that game plan, or do you take away the deck he's most comfortable on?
I actually want to give you a quote from Majin Bay himself. This is from his Twitter. I remember seeing this earlier today. Quote Majin Bay. Hey guys, turns out Ari Kennen isn't even that good, so don't worry about banning mine. He says, trying to goad people into, just let him play the incredibly powerful deck he's very good at piloting. And, maybe you can ban the one that he's very comfortable with, that isn't as well-rounded as a whole, but, he's good with it. Talking about those Zoe Lees. Yeah, Majin Bay knows that this deck is a threat and wants you to let him play it.
Or is he playing 5D chess and he tweeted that so that people will think that he's comfortable on it, but really he was being honest, and nobody expects honesty on the internet?
Oh no. I mean, if you just listen to what like all of the Mastering of Runeterra crew has been saying, it's like, well, we haven't figured out a good counter lineup for this, so we're gonna play it and we're gonna ban it.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair meta assessment. The deck is cracked, and we've seen it do very well. And you and I've been saying all day that you have to ban it, but I still always pose the question because there's just something special about Majin Bey when he's piloting the Zoe Lee Sin deck. Even when he occasionally drops a game because he can't find his Lee Sin, it feels like it doesn't matter, right? He's going to get a victory with that deck in the match. So if he drops one, he'll come back. There's no way he bricks his draws twice in a row. And so I just really feel like there's got to be a case at some point, even if it's not this meta, even if Ari Kennen is still the right ban choice, there's going to be a time in the future where just saying Majin can't play his favorite deck is the right call.
Well, looking at how Lee Sin Zoe performs kind of in a vacuum independent of pilot, it looks like it has some very, very skewed like performance. It does very poorly against darkness. It does kind of medium against scouts. And against Ari Kennen, it's not great. It really is not great. If I'm looking right now at just like a bunch of data that was scraped from Masters, and it looks like it only has about a 20% win rate against Ari Kennen. This is just as a whole for Masters players. I'm not talking about Majin Bey. I'm not trying to disparage the deck. I'm just saying, unless you're banning that Ari Kennen, you better watch out.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that Majin's game plan is to just always ban Ari Kennen. I don't think that his lineup does very well into that. And yes, you can actually still beat... I think this is something that sometimes gets lost in tournament talk. You can actually still beat somebody's lineup even if you drop a game to whatever the boogeyman is. So like, let's just say hypothetically Majin accidentally sneezes when he's clicking on the ban and he locks in a ban that's not Ari Kennen, right? You drop your one game, but if you have confidence in your lineup, you can still just beat the other deck twice.
That's true. I could definitely see him getting through there against any odds. Remember, once your opponent wins with a deck, they cannot play that same deck again.
But with that being said, it's very clear that their game plan going into this is to just ban Ari Kennen. As you said, the Mastering Runeterra team, so this is the team of players that Majin Bey playtests with, people like Jason Florent, for example. They have just settled on that that's the best deck in the format, and they want to continue to ban it and then take their best crack at whatever's left in the lineup. And so with that in mind, it sounds like we're going to be taking a look at the decks for Majin Bey's opponent. And this is Conquester and Darkness. So that's one of the options that he's going to have when it comes to trying to figure out exactly how to navigate.
Taking a look at this deck right now, this is one of the versions of Darkness that's really laying on the one-ofs to give an unpredicted gameplay to your opponent. They're going to have to play around unusual threats like board wipes, Ruination, the box, bringing back your creatures or champs with Mist's Call, and of course you have the best removal in the game. Not just talking about Darkness, I'm looking at those mini-morphs, those Vengeances.
Yeah, this is the second player we've seen bring the 2-2 split. The buff to Vengeance, reducing it from 7 mana to 6 mana, has done a lot in terms of that card's inclusion in decks. Even in, decks like this where traditionally in the past, before that buff occurred, you just jammed 3 copies of Minimorph. But now players are saying, Vengeance is actually good enough where I want to go with a 2-2 split. But against Majin's particular lineup, where, again, you've got the Zoe Lee Sin, you have also got that Pantheon list, this could come back to haunt them. The more interactive your spells are, the more opportunity there exists for somebody like Majin, who's a veteran, to kind of counterplay those. Minimorph, not super easy to stop, but Vengeance, a lot more palatable.
Oh, Vengeance is very nice against big single targets that don't have Spell Shield. And now the second deck is Scouts. Scouts, another very good deck to play into Ari Kennen. We were joking before about how Majin Bey said, please don't ban it. you know, you don't have to. And having this deck is a nice reason to let it go through. Looks like Conquester is not running Ari Kennen themselves, so they've got a good versatile game plan here with MF and Quinn. This is all about attacking multiple times per turn, looking to get the scout attack into a regular attack, and then possibly some rallies on your opponent's turn or on your own with Golden Aegis.
Yeah, knowing that the last deck is not Ari Kennen, we're going to see it here in just a moment. It is what I call the Cold Spiders, the Iceborne Spiders. This is going to lead to an interesting round of bans because Majin obviously had the game plan of wanting to ban Ari Kennen, does not have that as an option, so they're going to have to decide, do I just get rid of scouts and deal with 2 control lists? And I like that game plan personally because it means you don't get overrun if you have a bad draw with your Lee Sin, for example. But they could also instead say, I'm going to take away Darkness, for example, and just not deal with Mini-Morph. On the other side of the spectrum, Conquester has 2 control lists and scouts, which is known to target Ari Kennen. So you and I were just talking about how, you know, maybe somebody actually doesn't ban Ari Kennen. This could be one of those players that was trying to feast on that Ari Kennen. We could see maybe a Lee Sin ban. Now, it wouldn't shock me if Ari Kennen still gets banned because, let's be honest, it's still a great choice regardless of what your lineup is. But just specifically looking at the fact that Conquester brought 2 control lists and scouts means that it's not out of the realm of possibility that they just allow Ari Kennen to go through.
Yes, this nice little Frosty Spider deck could also be just versatile enough to win against any of Majin Bei's decks. I feel like if it has a good start, as we've seen in other games, then it wins. When you have the 5/5 spiders that get through, and you don't have something like, oh, I don't know, a big, scary white flame to block them, then those spiders are getting through for an awful lot of damage.
Yeah, I really like Conquester's lineup because when you're looking at what it does, it kind of forces your opponent to decide between, do I ban the scouts and deal with 2 control decks? And the control decks, I think, are well positioned for playing into non-Ari Kennen decks, right? Or I can deal with, you know, 1 control list and then scouts, and then I have to hope that my opponent doesn't have a strong opener, some sort of high roll. Ultimately, if you're not bringing Ari Kennen, I really do feel like Conquester here has a strong lineup for the meta. And by taking away Ari Kennen as a ban option for those who have not prepared for this scenario, you can catch them off guard. Now, it's very clear Majin has done the preparation. That was not much of a deliberation at all, and did. And
he knows no darkness.
None of that. To get rid of the mini morph, right? So I said maybe they get rid of scouts because they don't want to worry about getting overrun, or you get rid of the mini morph option. Looks like that was the choice, and I don't hate it.
Yeah, a lot of good targeted removal that Lee Sin cannot dodge. So just going to go ahead and say, Darkness, I'm good. We're just going to go ahead and put that as the ban. But Conquester now has to lock in their own bans. And as a reminder, Majin Bei does have a win in this round. If he wins, he does qualify for the top 32 because of his tiebreakers. Conquester, however, doesn't have a win in, has a losing out. Has to make sure that they get a win in this round and the next. And look at that. It looks like it is Pantheon getting the Pantheon.
This was far and away not the ban option that I was expecting.
No, I was thinking that it was either going to be the Zoe Lee, which is like the kind of comfort deck that's so good, or the Ari Kennen because it's such a dominant deck.
I thought for sure it's Ari Kennen is the ban because it's the boogeyman and that's what you planned for, or if your lineup is meant to target it, like I suspected Conquesters might actually be, then you take away Majin's favorite list, right? I think you take away the Lee Sin Zoe because he's just so comfortable. This was just not what I was expecting at all, and so we're, I think, in for a bit of a wild matchup here. You're giving Majin Bei arguably the best deck in the format and his favorite deck to play with your tournament life on the line.
This looks like a pretty decent hand. You've got some recall action, some elusive action. Nothing super interactive though, just that concussive palm.
Yeah, nothing super interactive. That could come back to bite you if they have a strong start on the other end. Conquester decided to open with scouts, and so if you're Conquester, this is in many ways, I think kind of like the most important matchup, right? Scouts, you bring this because you want it to beat Ari Kennen, you want to get that victory, but also you just want to go up 1-0 so that you only have to get that final win. They do have the 1 drop here. I expect this to, I was going to say, potentially get blocked, and it looks like I'm right. I think that Majin is rightfully realizing that you can't get overrun, and the more free damage you give them, the worse off you are, and with no interactive elements in hand, I really like that block.
So here we are. We're going to see Kennen coming down and not doing any sort of swinging because there is a 4-3 here off the Mirai Warden. The Mirai Warden got the biggest possible unit, but also the deadest possible unit. Yeah,
that was a kind of a blessing and a curse all in one go. Bright Steel here going to apply the barrier. Conspirator going to be bringing this cannon back.
Time for a bounce house.
I expect the attack to come in here unless you've got another 1-drop, but I feel like this is the best opportunity to take advantage of what you have. You have to assume Kennen is coming down, which will result in a stun on the Warden if you don't take the attack here. And so that is exactly what we see, and you get that damage.
And we're going to see, waiting on replaying the Kennen to make sure that that 2 damage from the mark actually happens and kills the unit. There we go. Gonna take it out. Don't want it to get wrecked by a barrier.
No, you just take that opportunity to prevent Conquestor, any opportunity to save it. On the other end, Navigator comes up, and that's actually a really good roll. You love the crack shot. It's another trigger when you're taking these attacks. You don't even need to attack with it. Yes, it has the scout, but that could end up being really fruitful for Conquestor. And I think Majin rightfully recognizes that, yes, there's a 3-2 over there, but that one has the potential to be far more annoying. So let's get the mark applied so that we can follow it up later. 1 extra damage
with every attack when you're attacking 2 times a turn. That does add up rather quickly. And here come the scout. Here comes the scout. Singular.
Maybe.
Maybe? Definitely this is a maybe. If Conquestor has something like a Quinn to drop or an MF to drop, now would be a great time to do it. Get that level up progress, and make it harder for Majin Bey to block.
I think if you have a misfortune, that's an easy choice, but the fact that they were going to attack and now they're pulling back means that it is likely the choice between like a Quinn or a Valor. Yeah, I was going to say the Blinding Assault makes sense. Doing this now...
time.
Yeah, doing this now means that you get to threaten something with your challenge. You know Majin's just going to pass through and play reactive elements, but you're forcing them out, and so here comes the Valor on the Kennen. Likely going to, I was going to say get this Twin Discipline because you want to just get rid of the Valor. The recall isn't as valuable, and I like this call.
The recall just means that on that second attack for the Valor, you're going to end up losing something else. There is always the possibility of something like a Sharp Sight to make sure that this does go through as damage, but Majin Bey is sitting on a recall and a stun.
Yeah, Majin Bey has a ton of tools and all the mana to pay for them. There's also the deny if something else comes along, but Sharp Sight is out. Good read, Amy. And I think expect a Palm here. You still have the recall if you really need it.
The best move because this is still the scout attack. Oh no, going for the recall, about to lock it in.
Yeah, so
could still go for the stun.
Yeah, I was gonna say the decision making here is that you can still use the stun if you really want to, but you could also replay Kennen, and that means the mark landing on the crack shot also gets you some value.
Want to make sure that you do it when you're safe and able to do so. Oh, but we are actually seeing the crack shot swing in here, giving it the block opportunity here from the 2/2 elusive.
Yeah, I like this because...
No, it's just saying, hey, I already know you can replay the Kennen. I know that you can get that stun and 2 damage on it. I'm just going to play around it by not letting you have it.
Yep, I like it because of that, but also there was the chance that it resulted in like 1 free damage if Majin was scared of a second sharp sight, for example. Now, I think Majin made the right call. You're not really scared there, but you still present yourself with opportunities to kind of bully your opponent. So I think that both Conquestor and Majin made the right calls there. Both players starting to run low on cards. Majin does have the Dancing Droplet, but no recall effects currently in hand.
The recalls so far have really gone into Kennen, and this Kennen is a bit over halfway to leveling up. It's seen itself get summoned quite a few times. And I bet Majin Bay's chat right now is popping. Must be so excited seeing their fave player get so far in this seasonals.
Maybe. Or maybe his chat is filled with people who are not a fan of known flesh and blood cheater Caleb. Either way.
Wow. Really?
Either way.
Laying on right here with the blasphemy.
Yeah, so either way, this is a great top deck. Sign-in gives you the resources that you were missing. It gives you a buff on your elusive units as you're getting ready to attack. You top deck that recall, so now you've got more firepower as well as far as like reactive elements, but just a beautiful top deck as all the best players are capable, right? All the best players just top deck as a skill. It's what separates them. You know, of course I'm kidding, but another deny here. Great pickup as well. It shuts down multiple rally effects with the 2 denies in hand.
Now, at some point during this game, Quinn did adopt a second bird. She named them both the same thing, though, so we have double the valor on the board.
Yeah, she's just treating her birds the way Geralt treats his horses. They're all named the same thing.
That's are all the same horse. Roach is always Roach. That horse is immortal.
I hate to break it to you, but no. In fact, Roach dies a lot. But there's always another Roach. That's why it's such a great name, right? You never run out of Roaches. Quinn, on the other hand, probably going to run out of Valors here. You've got a flock of them, but unfortunately, a few of them are going to bite the dust. And I think Majin is still fine with this outcome. Your health is starting to get lower than you would like. But even if you're trading even on these, because you have the sign-in now, like long term, I think that you can just trust that you'll have the resources to get the job done. You do have that recall if you need to reload. You're going to get the leveled up Kennen here as well. So you're turning the corner. You do just have to keep an eye on your health total because you're down to 7 and you don't have great ways to improve on that number in your main deck.
And Conquestor now has another attack. That person was just the scouts coming in. And we're probably going to have to see some more recalling action take place. And there are some good targets here for the recalls. There's also the opportunity for stuns. So we could see a stun and a recall. A recall from Kennen gets you another mark. A recall on Sign-In is just really, really strong because of how much value it generates.
Yeah. The issue with the recall on Sign-In is, yes, you get a ton of value, but you also kind of want to kill this Quinn.
Yeah,
now,
I like this.
Conquestor,
get that 2 damage done with.
They could have some sort of a buff, right? If they've got a sharp sight, then perhaps it survives. Right now, Ranger's Resolve, not good enough to keep it alive, though, and I think that Majin would just much rather deal with the Quinn as opposed to continually draw the 2 cards. You're still also saving your droplet, so you at least have a draw engine. It's not your, turbo aggressive draw 2 cards, buff my squad, but here comes the sharp sight.
This is the second sharp sight we've seen so far this match. So far, none of them have been used to block elusives very often a game plan with something like Ari.
Yeah, and Majin down to 5 health now. Does not have his Ari or any of his other more traditional win cons available, but does still have a couple of denies, does have a backup Kennen, or that can be the Kennen spell as well. We're going to see the mark go on Quinn, but at some point we could just see a Kennen spell target it.
It can take out 2 units and do it this turn to make sure that for Demacia doesn't mess up the timing.
Yeah, your big concern right now is that you don't have enough to play the cannon spell and a deny, right? And so if you try to be cheeky and
Then
you
you
get
might get
answered with like a
rallied.
rally, yeah,
I know, Conquester, 3 cards in hand. 1 is known. Where to rally? Oh, Homecoming does help. Having these stuns and recalls is definitely a helpful thing to have in hand.
Yeah, honestly, the Homecoming is a huge top deck because it allows you to deal with the Quinn in terms of it leveling up. So even if you can't successfully remove it, and this mark is successful, but even if that didn't trigger, you had a way to prevent the level up, slow down the opponent's board. I really feel like Majin has turned the corner. They have all the tools they need to get themselves out of this jam now. Only 2 cards left in the hand of Conquester, and likely not many ways to stop this droplet, and another Homecoming as well. So this droplet's going to keep the hand full of cards, and the Homecomings plus the palm will keep the opponent kind of at bay.
And here's Valor.
Yeah, Valor's nice, especially if you're trying to set up your 4 Demacia on the following turn, but the problem is the palm can, you know, answer a 4 Demacia pretty effectively.
And there's a board refill too.
You got a board refill for chump blocking. This is potentially really bad for Conquester if they lose this round, because scouts into Ari Cannon is where you really wanted to get that edge. You wanted to get that victory. If Majin goes up with a win with Ari Cannon and he gets to get 2 cracks at you with the Zoe Lee Sin deck, I would not feel comfortable with that personally.
So right now, Bay is down to 1 trick, but has so many options. We've got the stun, the deny, and the Homecoming all at the ready here. But 4 Demacia is going to make for a huge swing for Conquester.
Yeah, and right now you can be patient if you're Majin. This Homecoming means that you can deal with multiple bodies. Right, you can block one and bounce the other. Yes, this is the scout attack, so they can still come with the big bodies, but you've got plenty of kind of fodder to deal with it. And so, yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see the well, you know, I think he might be considering what I was just considering, which is I don't think the Navigator is the one that you want to bounce if you can help it, because you don't want them to replay it.
Good on summon value, getting the 1-drops. So we're going to see instead the stun on Talon, on Valor here, sorry, on Valor, gonna keep those Talons at bay, stop the possibility of any challenges happen, and give Majin Bay full control over how blocks happen. Now it's a question of which of my units am I willing to sacrifice? Looks like it's going to be Wayfinder first.
Yeah, it's the Wayfinder for now, and then because you get the 3-2, you know they're going to come back with 3 attacks. You can block with your 3-2. Likely sacrifice, I think 1 droplet, 1 cannon makes the most sense. You could opt to keep 2 cannons if you just want to continue to stack your marks. If you're saying, okay, I don't need the card draw off the droplet, I'm just going to rely on marks from cannon and my Homecomings, because that's certainly an option as well. And does look like that's what Majin wants to do.
I'm so glad that it's Kennan's birthday party, because we rented a bounce house just for him.
Yeah. So it is worth noting, the double cannon makes an awful lot of sense, not just because of the marks, but also, yeah, I was just about to say, the 4 Demacia buff is about to wear off, and so these units are going to be quite a bit more killable with the marks from the double cannon. Picking up this Ari is also a pretty big deal because she's on the cusp of leveling up.
I think once one of these cannons is recalled, she does level up. Ooh, but that's a recall. There is a deny in hand, though. No Aegises allowed.
Yeah, this is a much needed deny. You really don't want that to pop off. Double marks here means even if Conquester answers this with another rally effect, you can still defend it. But you're kind of hoping that you get the opportunity to let your Ari level, kind of machine gun through the board a bit here. The 4 health is, you know, potentially problematic, you know, in theory, but because you get multiple marks here, You could still keep the Ari alive if you wanted to.
And indeed, she's going to make her way across the board, striking as she goes. Giving loads and loads of cannons back in hand.
Yep,
She
cannons
doesn't
go
get that
back in
final
hand.
strike, but that's because the unit was stunned.
This is still a pretty big deal, though. The cannons go back in hand, but because the Ari's leveled up, they're free. So this means you still have the mana back for the homecoming if you absolutely need it. But you also get multiple mark triggers. You'll likely get to bank your spell mana going into the next round. And so what looked like, you know, a dire situation at one point for Majin, he has turned the corner, he's stabilized, and it's really hard to imagine this game getting away from him at this point.
I know, at only 5 life too. Had to throw away a lot of sacrificial blockers 2 turns ago, but everything is looking up Majin Bay. Being able to deny that rally was also a very pivotal point, and taking out that Quinn.
You got 1 mark left that you can play before the round ends. Could put it on the 3-2 to set up a nice easy trade, or you could try to like preset something up.
She's scary. She's scary. But also, there's homecoming. She can just be tossed back in hand.
Yeah, and because of that, I really like putting this on the navigator.
Looks like we're just going to see taking out the navigator now, completely denying the scout attack.
Yep, you go down to just 1 cannon, but you get rid of their scout. You still have the homecomings in your own hand, so you can deny the Cytherea and Sergeant attack fully, right? You can block the one and then use the one that's blocking to recall with the homecoming. Sign in here gives you an awful lot of gas as far as card draw goes.
Sign in also gives you another fearsome blocker, which could be very helpful.
Yeah, I was going to say Conquestor low rolls a little bit here with the 0-3, but Cytherea will still buff it, so it's not the end of the world. However, Quinn coming down.
What a build-up on this board. Conquestor went from 2 units to 6.
Yeah, that was not what Majin was hoping to see, and so now he kind of has to make some tough decisions here, because on the one hand, Conquestor could take the scout attack, but there's also the opportunity for them to just turn everything on, forego the scout attack, and have fearsome be an issue. And with Majin only being at 5 health, there's a world that exists where you could potentially threaten enough. Because you have to remember, the Valor, even if you are taking the swing there, right? That's going to pull something, and so you're going to open up. Yeah, I think doing this now. Yeah, it turns off the fearsome and it turns off the board wide buff, and I think that this is a bit of a requirement. You can still get punished now by the scout attacks, though, even if it is just the Valor pulling something. It's forcing Majin to make some tough choices. You don't really want to go down to 2, but you also don't want to put your Ari in danger, but I think you kind of have to.
I think you do have to block here. Neither Quinn nor Ari die. Here comes Kennen once again.
Yeah, ultimately,
also
I think
don't want to be blocking with your Kennen.
Even if
but with another sign-in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if you have to fully block out, I think Majin still ends up net ahead because he's got that second sign-in in hand. Like, it doesn't feel good to lose your Ari, and it doesn't feel good to lose your Kennen. But if you trade even, but you still have a sign-in and a God's Willow in hand, you can just refill,
I feel
right?
like all this takes is one more elusive.
Conquestor did not send everything, just sent the Sergeant. Takes Majin down to 2. And now we have a bit of an opening for Majin here. We've got the Ari, and there's only 1 card in the hand of Conquestor, and we've seen Sharp Sights already come out.
Looks like we're going to see the ephemeral sign-in made, drawing 2 cards, possibly getting an elusive unit to set up for Ari. No, it's 2 Gohards.
I mean, the Gohard's are relevant because of the drain. Not only can you clear threats, but the drain is pretty relevant as well. I'm not sure it matters though. I think that ultimately Majin can get there with elusive damage plus the cannon spell targeting the Nexus. Like, that's what I'm keeping my eye on for this round.
It's 2 damage to anything. I love those words, 2 damage to anything. Mystic shot with a little bit of recall on top. Oh, and there's a sharp sight. So now we know exactly what it is. It is something able to stop elusive damage.
Well, it does, but unfortunately, it only stops 1, and because of the RE chain here, you essentially have lethal, right? This sign-in can come down, it buffs your board, and then you can stop 1, but you can't stop the full chain. So this is going to end up being a victory for Majin. Extremely well navigated, and if you're Conquestor, like I said, I don't think you feel good about not getting the victory against Ari Kennen with Scouts. I think that was what you were trying to target with that deck. And now you're going to have to, you know, win twice against Majin Bey on his favorite deck, Lee Sin Zoe.
So seeing the order of Ari into Kennen, into Sinan. And Ari's about to do some work.
Yeah, Ari's going to do some work, but technically Conquestor can stay alive here with blocks. I say technically because I think that there's nothing that Conquestor can top deck to get him out of it. I think that this is a bit of a foregone conclusion at this point.
There's that 5 damage landing and the 2 more in hand at fast speed.
Yeah, this cannon comes down. You've got the other one in hand, so
there goes Quinn.
It's going to take a little bit to get there, but Conquestor doesn't have anything in his deck that stops the cannon spell from triggering on the Nexus. So ultimately, this will be a Majin victory.
And a little bit of
to back it up
bonus
is
Nopify,
even further.
just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case.
For a little treat.
Here's a treat. So, we're going to see Kennen's spell recalling him to hand and blasting 2 damage right to the Nexus. And that is game. Majin Bey now up a win against Conquestor.
Yeah, because of his tiebreakers, Majin, if he wins this, is guaranteed a spot in the top 32. And if we would have asked him at the start of the tournament where he would like to be, I think this is how he would draw it up. He still has a round to drop if he needs to. He's up a game in the series, and he's getting ready to play his most played deck, Zoe Lee Sin.
This is
you
his
couldn't
pet
draw
deck.
it up, honestly, any better if you were Majin. You have to love your position.
Yeah, I think that I would envy to be in his spot. This could be another top 32 for him in the bag. We'll see.
Now, that being said, Conquestor still has ways to get back into this, right? Zoe Lee Sin, yes, Majin, absolute pro with piloting the deck. But we have seen the deck beat itself from time to time. If you can't find your Lee Sin, if you're playing hide and seek and you come up on the wrong end of it, you can drop a game and then maybe you go into that final game 3, things don't go your way. It's not over yet. It's just heavily in favor of Majin, but it's not over yet.
Absolutely.
And Conquestor does want to continue their tournament run as well, so you know that they're going to come in focused. They're going to bring the scouts, they're going to run it back, and they're going to hope that they can race.
Scouts versus Lee Sin. The other choice for Conquestor was spiders left unbanned. Iceborne spiders.
Yep, that's right. The cold spiders, the final deck. Again, not really confident in that list going into Lee Sin, but this was a kind of, I think, a tough one for Conquestor to navigate because I think ultimately you wanted to win against Ari Kennen with your scouts, right? And now you are kind of playing from behind, both in the series, but also in terms of your game plan. Then you go a step further, you open with your Mirai Warden, and you get the big whiff there with the 0-1, and that's an 0-no.
Oh no. Love to see the Fated Dragon coming out early. The Wounded White Flame is going to set up to grow during this game. Hopefully outgrow any of these scouts.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Majin, you've kind of got everything that you would have wanted, with the exception of maybe a turn 1 Zoe. But you didn't have the attack token on one, so even that is questionable. You had your Wounded White Flame, you've got early Eye of the Dragon, you already have Lee Sin in hand, and you have a lot of interactive elements, right? You've got the Will, you've got the Palms. I said before that Majin couldn't have really drawn this up any better. It's the same thing as far as this hand goes, right? This is exactly the kind of opener you want. I made the joke that skilled players just always top deck immaculately, but he's kind of making it look like it's a real fact, a real statement.
Oh, and hi, Zoe. Get yourself a little 2-1 with lifesteal. Get a dragon that's as big as a Quinn. Lots of nice reactive spells, too. Things like Will of Ionia for the recalls.
I will note, and you know, as we talk about things that have not necessarily went the way for Conquester, we've put a lot of emphasis on saying, you know, okay, it's really important to draw Lee Sin for this Lee Sin deck, but with Scouts, it's almost just as important to draw Misfortune, and her not showing up, her being a no-show, is really rearing its head because it makes attacking into these Dragonlings, for example, a lot more awkward than it would be if you had her trigger to clear them out and not give the health gain.
Yeah, right here we have the choice of, oh, well, now I get 2 free damage on one of these units. Chipping down Quinn sounds pretty good to me. And only taking 1 damage net during that entire attack.
Yeah, Conquester does get the second attack that was just the Scout, but really, I think not finding the Misfortune is starting to show its head more so in this matchup because of the Dragonlings, and we're going to have the Grizzled Ranger come in because, you know, it didn't die the last round, so why not send it again? It's also a bit awkward because it's big enough to at least threaten the Wounded White Flame, but the Fated trigger has not went off yet. With no mana to replay it, Will of Ionia could be tempting here because that's really slowing down this unit. You haven't got the token value out of it yet, but that is a powerful card, and sometimes you want to hold on to it.
So I know we can't see the game clock right now. It looks to me like Machabe is using an overlay so he can view Conquester's deck list on the same screen. This is only game 2. And it feels like game 1 was a very big back and forth that ate up a lot of the round time.
Yeah, you can eat up a lot of round time, though, if you just win 2-0. And the way you do that is by, you play your Wounded White Flame on 3, you play your Zoe, you play your Lee Sin, you have a bunch of tools to back it up.
And all your opponent has
time
is
could
another
be a
1
factor,
drop.
but...
That is a pretty good high roll on 1 drops, though. Gotta say, getting Treasure Seeker, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but you were due because the other Warden hits for Conquester have been awful. You got the 0-1 last round. You had that 0-3, which was only going to get value because of Cythria. You still haven't found your Misfortune. At some point, Conquester needs to get a few breaks, and this is like the bare minimum that the universe could have given him.
No Misfortune, only Quinn, low roll units. Conquester has the deck against him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you've got a nice wide board. You know, I've mentioned a few times you don't have Misfortune, but you can still win without her if you get your rallies and you go wide enough. The biggest issue right now is that Majin also has a relatively wide board. Has went below the 4 mana threshold, so you don't have to, you know, you don't have Palm to rely on. But you can do that comfortably because Conquester here is also below rally mana. But as we go forward, that's kind of something to keep an eye on for Conquesters. If you've got a nice wide board and you can get an attack off and then immediately go into like a rally or sometimes 2, that can be a big swing. But again, you know, Majin, I keep mentioning it, he just has all the tools, right? If your opponent next round, let's just say Conquester opens with the open attack, even if it's just the Scouts, and then they go with another attack and then they try to set up the rally, these Palms are going to go the extra mile. They stop a unit through all of the extra attacks while also giving you an additional blocker. So Majin's really just not in danger here.
Majin Bey just opted to get the Serpent, looking for a 1/1 with Challenger, over Moonglow, giving some protection, or Crescent Strike for stuns.
Yeah, if Conquester is trying to find some sort of like path to victory here, I think it's got to be centered around leveling up Quinn. Even if ultimately that Quinn gets dealt with, you want to put yourself in a position where your future Quinns are also already leveled up, so you can kind of lean into it. And it looks like we're going to see, an answer to Quinn.
Trouble Bubble.
This is a heads-up play by Majin, properly identifying Conquester's outs and then moving to take them away. Takes a little sip from his beverage, says, yep, this is a good time to do this. Conquester playing the Cytherea, I like this because you're kind of saying, okay, if you're going to get rid of my Quinn, you're going to have to deal with a Cytherea attack. And so now Majin has to make the choice of, do I deal with the Quinn or do I maybe just palm the Cytherea and, make this turn otherwise lackluster? It does, however, leave the Cytherea on the board. It does leave the Quinn to be dealt with long term, but you buy yourself a lot of time, and it does look like the Majin wants to go that route and say, okay, you get to keep your Quinn, but your turn was kind of non-existent.
And any attacks you do are going to result in you losing units.
Yeah, ultimately this is, kind of a feels bad attack. You're still going to try to capitalize on it one way or the other. Yep, I felt like sending everything is correct because you still got a bunch of cards in hand and you need to chip away at Majin's wide board. Like, that's the way you win. You go wide and you kind of go around him. The fact that Majin has got to this point means you've just got to plow through it. And you've got your Quinn leveled up now as well. So if you play the game of attrition, maybe you get there. But again, the problem is Majin has already leveled up Lee Sin, already has that Zoe on the board, and the longer it goes, the closer she gets to leveling, and we can already see that arrow starting to blink, so we know she's close.
She's at 6, I think.
Yeah, at least past halfway. So with that in mind, you've got a lot to consider. We've got Eye of the Dragon, so at some point if Zoe does level, the entire board starts to get lifesteal. This is a ticking clock for Conquester that they kind of just have to plow through and pray.
Majin Bey trying to decide how he wants to set up pre-attacks, and we're going to see another Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Gonna get that stun.
Yeah, this is the second one. This is the double bubble trouble potentially on the way.
Likely followed by a Paddle Star to take out that leveled Quinn. All future Quinns, though, are leveled and going wide.
Could be protected for from something like a Sharp Sight or a Ranger's Resolve, but does successfully pop off. Lee Sin now leveling up. And this is great for Majin because this also means you can attack the Cytherea. Doesn't kill the Cytherea, but even just bouncing it back to the hand when it can't be replayed is a pretty big deal.
Everybody likes kicking Cytherea, right?
I mean, Cytherea doesn't like kicking Cytherea. I think she's very much on the please don't kick Cytherea train, but here comes the Dragon's Rage. Yeah.
She got promoted through the Demacian military, and that's not necessarily a good thing. Those guys are corrupt. Oh, and here comes the Sharp Sight. So they had the opportunity to save Quinn earlier with the Sharp Sight. Decided to save it to aim for the Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it, but the problem is Majin has multiple ways to save this Zoe. I'm going to go with the stun because it also gives you another body. It could have, if they really wanted to, went double Twin Disciplines. Not something I recommend, mind you, but I'm just illustrating the fact that there were multiple ways to save that Zoe.
And here's Valor once again. The bird has landed.
Oh, I couldn't see it. I was blinded temporarily. I don't know why. Maybe it was some sort of blinding assault. Nonetheless, Conquester is now running into more and more trouble because Majin is still at 18 health and we're on round 9. And Majin has a wider board than the Scouts player. So
Genevieve landing
everything
does mean that there's some potential for some nasty challenges here. Ooh, but getting a moon weapon, I wonder if that's enough to level Zoe. I don't remember what she's at right now. I feel like she's at 7 or 8.
Even if we can't level her up, it doesn't matter. The moon weapon means that you have a way to give your Lee Sin overwhelm. And so if Conquestor can't finish off Majin and can't deal with the Lee Sin, you're staring down a pretty big wombo combo next round, because we got double twin disciplines and the opportunity for overwhelm. We know that there's not a lot of like interactivity in the Scouts list, specifically the lack of things like single combat and concerted strike are very present. You know, as I take a look here, I see none of them, no concerted strikes, no single combats. So that's just an open invitation for
and there
an
it
easy
goes.
victory.
Indeed, Zoe was at 8. Sorry to cut you off there, but this means the Zoe buff is now in play. Genevieve, unless there's something to save her, is going to be taken out. She won't be challenging any more units. And Majin is still got 18 life.
18 health, ongoing Zoe buff, plenty of ways to close the game out. I have a hard time imagining that Conquestor can pull this through. We're going to see the board go wide. We're going to see an attack. But again, we've got like the Dragonling to buy time. So the 5-2 is really just going to be answered by a Dragonling when this comes through. Unless you pull it with a Fleet Feather, but in which case, like now Majin doesn't have to worry about that. Yeah. Does look like that's going to be the play because you need to threaten as much as possible. But now we also still have Lee Sin with the barrier. So that's a... easy choice here as well.
Conquestor
You've got plenty of health that you can just soak. No mana. With the options in hand, like I said, you have to assume that this is just going to be the wombo combo Lee Sin here. Here comes the overwhelm. Conquestor will get the opportunity to respond, like if they wanted to play like a rally effect or something, but it doesn't matter. Priority will pass back to Majin. They can lock in the attack with the discipline, and yeah, this is going to be it. So
here comes
Majin Bay,
big Lee Sin, giving Majin Bay yet another victory. GG, Majin Bay gonna make it into the top 32 with a 7-1 record. Does not need to get that 8th win. He may still play that last round, but he does not need to.
Yeah, he'll play that last round for sure, because you can play spoiler, right? Gatekeeper. Also gives you some reps, some practice, but ultimately, congratulations, Majin Bay. Could not have drawn it up any better if you wanted to. You're in with a round to spare. It was a beautiful series, well navigated, but we're going to be jumping to another game. Our friend Kever, who has fallen to 2 losses early on, but has been fighting to stay in the tournament because they have the #1 tiebreakers, is still fighting, right? They're playing against nobody. No, not literally nobody, but somebody named Nobody. And they're trying to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yes, but I would like you to see that the game clock is ticking. There's a 9-minute countdown right now on the clock.
Yeah, not only that, but Kever is also down a game in the series. Nobody is up 1-0. So this means this is only game 2. Even if Kever pulls this out, then you still have to fight against the clock into game 3. And while it looks really good for Kever right now, they have the health lead, they have the board lead, they've got a very buff Lee Sin going here.
There's definitely some sort of a Zoe ult going on in here.
Yeah, they still have to deal with that clock and deal with that 3rd game, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Nobody has the attack token here, does have their own Lee Sin, and is pulling up the weapon. So we're going to see an Infernum come down. Now, we do know that Kever has a deny that works on skills, including the Dragon's Rage. We're going to have to see if that is the play, or if maybe they try to fire off a Comet or something here. They have the mana for both.
So I pass back into deep meditation on Nobody's side.
Yeah, you're just kind of hoping your opponent spends even more mana. And so Lee Sin trying to drag Lee Sin again. You've got your deny here. Now, the one danger with this particular exchange is that nobody did just Deep Meditation, does still have 4 mana available on their own side. And so I think Cover, rightfully so, realizes, all right, I'm not dead here, so I'm just going to let this go and rely on my lifesteal board. Again, we assume that it's the Zoe ult that has went off.
Not just
and have that get me back into the game.
Lifesteal, Faded, and Furious. And, with the addition of Zoe, Elusive.
Yeah, nobody's got a lot of great answers so far this round. They got the Lee Sin attack. They have the Nopify to turn off the Zenith Blade. We do also, so this is the interesting bit though, right? We do also have Cover giving his entire board elusive once this Zoe comes down into an open attack. So there is a very strong possibility that that is the game plan for Cover to just close this out.
It will be lethal. If
Or
there's
at least
no
enough
way
to threaten it.
interrupt this next attack, then these priestesses turned dragons will take the game.
Yeah, so I think you just go into your open attack. You don't want to give them any more opportunities to find an answer. You're threatening lethal here by sending the crew, so nobody has to kind of like lead things off, which means you'll have the opportunity to either respond with a deny or play your twin disciplines to re-threaten lethal. Nobody did heal the Nexus, so they're technically at 1. Cover says, okay, I'm going to pump something, but I want it to be on like an innocuous option, so they're going to go with this Eye of the Dragon. Also triggers the Faded.
There goes the
So now we see the attempted will.
But Deny is able to hit that. Are we going to see a chain of denial here? A deny
Could
on
see
a
that.
deny?
Still lots of mana available,
no.
so nobody could have a Palm, could have a bunch of stuff, but because we saw the emote, it's maybe possible that they are out of reactive tools.
When Vlad starts cheering, so do we. Looks
Yeah,
like
and
that's
so that's
game.
That's it. Wow.
Kever tying
Cover.
it up. Now Kever and Nobody both have a win, but there's only 1 minute left on the clock for their final game.
I saw an update there, so it looks like there's going to be 5 minutes of total time. The real issue, though, is that the last time that we had looked, Cover was behind on
By about a minute,
the actual
I think.
tiebreaker time. Right. So we're going to have to pay attention to that as we jump into Game 3. I'm really surprised that Cover got a clean victory there, not because they made mistakes or anything, but just because you don't expect your opponent to run out of interactive options when you're playing against Lee Sin like that. More denies, more wills, more palms, things of that nature are usually on deck. But here you can kind of see that some additional time granted back, and the gap is kind of closed. So both players are going to have to be very cognizant of their time spent and the overall time left in the round.
This is not the time for thinking. I know that this is a very clutch round for both players, but you have got to watch that clock like a hawk.
Yeah, Cover knows. You can see him snapping the choices, right? Pulled the clock over so they have the constant reminder. I honestly feel like this favors Cover because if you're piloting decks, the Pantheon one is a bit more curve friendly, right? I'm not saying that it's a brainless deck by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly the one where I think your decisions are easier. You know, you play things and you attack, and you play things and you buff them and you attack. The Lee Sin player has to be a bit more aware of what their responses are. Now, of course, I'm saying this, and Cover
Kever,
is currently
stop
falling
thinking.
behind
You have
on the clock.
seconds left. Kever,
But
just
I
play
still
to
feel
stay.
like this. I feel like long term this favors Cover because you're going to put nobody in a position where they have to make the tougher choices.
Here we go. We're going to see a fight on Zoe. This is going to trigger the Faded for Pantheon and also just trigger one of his level up conditions.
Yep, you want to work on that. And overall, I like this game plan because even if you bait something out, all right, so it's the Will of Ionia, for
That's
example,
rough.
you can just turn around, redevelop your Pantheon, you still have credit towards your leveling up. You reset the faded, but I think that you're fine with that if you're cover. Question now is, do you just redevelop the Pantheon? Do you slap down this mountain goat? Does look like goat.
You better do it fast.
Yeah,
I mean,
I like Pantheon
Kevr,
into
but...
potentially Pale Cascade here. Pantheon has the Overwhelm as well, has the barrier, so because you have the attack token, it's the more offensive play, but at this point, nobody can start kind of like playing for the clock, so I think Kevr has to keep that in mind. With only 2 minutes, 3 seconds, and counting left in the overall round.
So something being brought up by Blevins in the chat is because of that recall, that Will of Ionia, that denied the faded, the targeting your own unit from the single combat. It never happened, so it didn't go towards the level up condition.
So Pantheon back to needing to go a long ways toward leveling up. Moonglow on the Zoe could have huge ramifications. We just saw Kevr get a big victory on the back of a leveled up Zoe. Nobody taking lessons and saying, all right, I see what you did there. I like your style. Let's protect my own Zoe and see what we can push through. And I also just like the aggressive nature of nobody. Again, I think just playing for the clock here, slapping these attacks, locking them in. Math is for blockers. You love to see it.
Math really is for blockers. You cannot hesitate when you are in a match like this. Like, you see that 1 minute pulse.
You see the 1 minute. Now, what's interesting though is both players still have a time bank.
They do.
So previously, when we saw the one game go to time, both players were already in the negative, and so it was decided right away. I believe what happens here is that the primary clock starts going negative and the time bank for both players kick in until one falls. But I guess we'll find out. Every time that I've seen the timer run out, somebody's been in negative. This is uncharted territory for me.
We are at around the round time, looking at the clock in real life, but I think there is about 5 minutes on it. Ooh, another recall! Trixie, nobody!
Yeah, you're doing a great job of making Pantheon reset, but turns out Kevr just has endless Pantheons.
Now here's the
Never
goat.
runs out of champions.
And now here is the time bank kicking in.
Yeah, so once it ran out, you hit the kind of like the 5 minute overtime. I knew that it wasn't going to end immediately. I just couldn't remember.
Like, there's so little time to end this game, to stay alive, and putting yourself in the negative to maybe make an action is really risky. And I know it's like you don't want to in such a huge situation. You were playing for $10,000 for that first prize. You want to get into that top 32. You've had a long day, but you got to be quick on your feet.
Yeah, this is, if I'm being honest, kind of a nightmare scenario for Kevr that's developing, because your opponent has a Zoe that's very close to leveling at this point. They've got a Lee Sin that now has leveled and has developed Overwhelm. And on your side of the board, because they kept recalling your Pantheon, you don't have any interactive tools.
Level.
You didn't get the Pantheon level, so you can't rely on that to bail you out. The Radiant Guardian having lifesteal is now irrelevant because of Lee Sin leveling. You finally top deck something that is interactive, but it's probably going to be too little too late with the board state that nobody has developed. This is not looking good for Kevr.
So we're going to see the kick, the Dragon's Rage on the Radiant Guardian. As she is slamming right into the Nexus. Kevr down to 4 Nexus health.
Down to 4. You can develop Pantheon and Shyvana by just choosing to not develop the Radiant Guardian. You have to assume you're not going to get to gain the health from her anyway, so I think this is, a heads up call. Instead, just opting for what's going to give you the best chance at making a comeback. Pantheon, I believe it said now, is at 3 of 5. So
you can't
unfortunately,
even level them next turn.
You can't level them up next turn either. Not ideal for Kevr.
Second
White
wounded
Flame.
White Flame.
Yeah, White Flame comes down, but it's not the answer you're looking for. You still only have the one interactive tool in your hand. At this point, if you're cover, you're kind of just hoping that nobody makes a mistake. It sounds sad, but that's realistically your only out here.
We're seeing stuns and a fight on the Zoe. Gonna go for the strafing strike here. But that's being notified, which actually levels up the Zoe. This is now a double threat. The leveled Lee, the leveled Zoe. I do not see a path to victory for Kever. And Viego mourning the loss of the Magic Misadventures open rounds.
This is such a nightmare for Kever because the Zoe's still leveled. You also did not get to generate any additional board presence. They got another unit because of the palm. They slowed down you getting any sort of counter pressure. Not that that Pantheon was going to successfully attack, let's be honest. The Lee Sin with the barrier over there is going to say no anyway, but if there was any hopes and dreams that were still somehow existent, they were nopified into oblivion. Crescent Strike here is just the extra slap in the face. Not really necessary or needed, but you do it anyway, and I think nobody can smell blood in the water. We're going to see probably some burst spells to set up the Lee Sin attacking. Not only does it still have Overwhelm, not only does it have the Dragon's Rage on deck, but also has Lifesteal as well because of the Zoe level up into the Eye of the Dragon. And that's it. Kever is going to be eliminated in round 8.
Ended with a 5-3 record. Did have the best possible tiebreakers. Could have made it through with those 2 losses, but that's not going to be it. Kever, unfortunately, taking the L there in round 8.
Yeah, Kever just kind of fell behind very early in the day. You had great tiebreakers, but 2 losses early is a problem. And so all of that work to get to the top of the ladder very quickly, kind of takes away your advantage. Still fought back, made it all the way to round 8 before being fully eliminated. So part of a champion there. Not enough to put them into the top 32 though. So again, congrats to nobody. You get a victory. Let's not take anything away from nobody. You don't want to take something away from no one.
So far, nobody is a victor in my book. And I believe nobody has one more round to play in. Round 9.
Yeah, Kever loses and nobody wins. But with that in mind, we do have round 9 upcoming. That's going to be the last round of the open rounds. This is where we figure out who our top 32 is. But before we kick that off, we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. Round 9, the final round of the open rounds, are coming your way when we get back from the break. Hello and welcome back to the final round of the open rounds of the Magic Misadventures seasonal tournament. I am still Charmer, once again joined by Amy the Amazonian, and it's all come down to this. We're entering the final round where we're gonna, at the end of this, know who our top 32.
I don't know what you want me to say. We've been watching this all day. We've been waiting to get to these final players. We've seen some of our favorites qualify. Looks like Majin Bay, What Am I, and Black Boss all cinched top 32, which isn't much of a surprise because they've done it before and they'll do it again.
Yeah, it's not even really a seasonal top 32 unless you have those magnificent players in there. But one of the things that I would like you to talk about, I guess, is what you're most excited to see in this final round that we haven't yet seen today. I know earlier I said I wanted to see Deep. I know that Max had brought it. Doesn't seem like we're going to get to see that on broadcast. But is there anything that you haven't seen yet that you would want to have seen by this point?
Well, I'd love to see Seku win. We did see Seku playing a little bit earlier today and did get a win in that round. Maybe that would be nice to see. But I would love to see more off-meta decks. Deep would be one of them. We did see some Shell Folk earlier get those wins, and just getting to see on-camera play, that's always fun. But we're down to the last round, which means that there aren't as many streamers, so we're going to get what we can and watch these folks try to qualify for those last few spots for top 32.
Yeah, I know for me personally, one of the things that we highlighted at the top of the broadcast that we did not get to see today was in fact Caitlyn Timo. So I don't know if the ladder meta for this final week was just people testing stuff and ultimately deciding, all right, it didn't work, or if maybe it was a byproduct of a lot of players trying to sit on LP to prepare for this event, lock in those tiebreakers, whatever the case may be. That was one of the decks I was kind of excited about as far as the meta report went, and then we haven't seen it at all today.
I wanted to see some flash bomb traps.
Yeah,
haven't
exactly.
seen a single one.
Seku did not bring it, did bring Ari Kennen. We did get to see them on the broadcast earlier today as well, so we kind of know what to expect from them. But, you know, Ari Kennen probably going to get banned, which means we're going to get to see their Darkness deck. We're going to see that on the screen here. This has been really popular today.
Yes, it turns out that Darkness is still good. Not much has really changed in this kit. We've seen the removal of the Tenor of Terror, but otherwise this deck has just sort of added in more removal. With Vengeance being 6 mana, Minimorph available, there's so much good interaction for Shadow Isles and for Bandle City. Of course, Senna makes those even stronger, and Vaker, just the inevitable win con of Darkness to your face.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly from earlier in the day, I believe the last list is Iceborne Spiders, or as I like to call it, Cold Spiders. And yes, right as I'm saying it, we do see the deck pop up. This is a little bit different from some of the other versions. We do see Blighted Ravine included. I like this inclusion because just like we were mentioning the Flash Bomb traps, Blighted Ravine is something that triggers at the start of a round, so all of the recall shenanigans kind of go out of the window for the Ari Kennen matchup. But we don't even know if they're going to run into Ari Kennen. They're going to be playing against Eden X1, and we see right out of the gate that they have Pantheon, but they opted to bring Tarek. This is the first time we're going to see this particular combo on the broadcast today. One of the things I like about that that we mentioned earlier is the attack combo, where you get to attack like 3 times in a round. Eden apparently really likes attacking because they also brought scouts.
Gotta get these extra attack steps in. Gotta get those scouts giving you the extra token.
Yeah, absolutely. So they love Golden Aegis.
And here is the thing we've seen all day long. Ari Kennen, will it be banned? Will it be played? We'll find out soon because we move into the bans. Eden X is going to be facing off against, was it Seku again? Yes,
yep, it's
Seku once more.
So if both players just decide to ban Ari Kennen, then it's going to be pretty straightforward, but neither player bans it. Wow, we've got the Pantheon Tarek combo taken away, which I find to be a little bit surprising. And then on the other side, removing one of Seku's control lists. So instead, we're going to start things off with scouts taking on cold spiders, the iceborne spider control list.
So looks like Seku is 6-2 going into this game, but he does have a high seed, which is good for those tiebreakers, which makes this still a win and in for either player.
And this is a great start for
getting that Elise
Seku.
on turn 2. Yeah, getting Elise into a potential crawling sensation is very strong.
Yeah, the only downside is you don't have the attack token on 2, but you do still get the development. Well, I was going to say you're probably just going to wait till after the attack, but I think right here you're saying, okay, if I'm going to lose my Elise to this 3-2 blocker next round, I might as well use her to soak 2 damage here. Eden takes that bait, does get the damage on the Elise. So Elise is going to go into this attack, and we know likely just trying to set up this crawling sensation. I can, feel the crawling in my skin and not blocking the Elise because they have the misfortune. So instead just trying to rely on that 1 damage ping, but the box answers back.
Going to deal some damage to the freshly summoned Misfortune. She is now gone off the battlefield. Misfortune really is key to getting very strong victories with Gauss. You don't need her to win, but she really does help. And look! It's Lurk! If this ends up hitting a Lurk trigger, I'll be really freaked out.
Yeah, I would be very impressed. It does not hit the Lurk trigger, but what we do see is Seku already down to 11. We get the crawling sensation going. We do have a Withering Wail in hand, but we haven't seen any Rangers resolves yet from the side of Eden. You have to assume that they are packing it. So this is going to be kind of like the pivotal few turns where either Seku establishes a foothold, starts to establish control, or Eden runs away with it. Looks like Eden is okay with taking the block on the spider.
There's Quinn following up, bringing out her birds as well. Looks like a Withering Wail would be well paced here. Would deal 1 damage to each of Eden's units, taking out everything except for Quinn.
Yeah, I really like this play by Seku because you're never really going to run into a situation where your opponent is completely out of mana. So if that is your train of thought, you play Withering Wail now. Hopefully they haven't drawn Ranger's Resolve yet. Every turn that goes by gives them another chance to find it. But also, worst case scenario, they do have the answer that they would have had all along, and you still get your 3 health, and you get to bank your 3 spell mana. So just slapping it down there might have seemed reckless, but there's not really a great time to hit those, and it paid off.
If it hits, you get tons of value. If it doesn't, well, at least you won't have to deal with that resolve on an attack turn.
Yeah, and now
Ooh, Vengeance.
Vengeance is a quality pickup, but
As
so is this
just
Navigator.
Trundle. Trundle is a very strong blocker here. Having 4 power means that even Quinn does not break through this assault.
Ah, but Quinn can force her way through if she finds her trusty bird Valor to pull that Trundle away.
Valor, sacrifice yourself to this troll. Bother him until he attacks you.
I like the sentry block because it lets you dig a little bit deeper, gets some more damage on the Quinn. The problem is that Quinn's going to be pretty close to leveling up soon, but the 2 health is relevant if you find something like a Blighted Ravine. I feel like Quinn's going to level up before that happens, though.
Oh,
instead we finally find a legacy.
There's only 1 spider left on the board, or really with anything happening in hand. But hey, getting big spiders is always fun.
Yeah, sending
Do we keep the spider alive because we drew the Iceborne Legacy?
Yeah, you're telegraphing that you have it at that point, but you're only saving yourself 2 health, so I think that's fine. I was just about to say, what's more interesting is this is a big telegraph that they have the sharp sight. Sending the Quinn in knowing that it's going to run into a Trundle says, 1, you want to make that trade, and 2, that you have the answer. I'm just actually kind of shocked that you care that much about the Trundle as opposed to leveling up your Quinn.
Gonna start fresh with a brand new Quinn. New day, new Quinn. New Valor. The
Yeah,
box is a great answer here because it does hit both of them.
Yeah, it deals with the Valor, gets some damage on the Quinn. And this is like one of the few opportunities to get that off. But if your turn involves playing Iceborne Legacy and you did keep that spider for a reason, that means that's kind of your entire turn. Does look like they are still fine with that. They want to lock it in. They're down to 8 though. No health gain in hand at the moment. So they're going to have to survive this next round of attacks that Eden throws at them. They do have tools. You've got Vengeance, you've got Three Sisters, but you're not going to have a ton of mana if you pop this Iceborne off. So we're going to wait and see if they take the bait, swing with the spider. You have your 5 mana open. Does allow them to get rid of 1 blocker if they block. They opt not to, and still going to go with the Legacy.
Gonna get that efficient mana usage. Use it all up.
I mean, you use
now
it, but
facing down 3 scouts, 1 mana off from casting that Ledros.
yeah, I don't know that I liked playing the Legacy there when you didn't get the bait, just because now your opponent's going to have multiple attacks, right, with the scouts, and they're going to have the opportunity to maybe pop off a rally, and you're stuck with really just the Vengeance or the Three Sisters. You don't have enough mana for both, and this is a very wide board and you're low on health. I feel like either banking the spell mana or, you know, trying to set up some other play would have potentially been more beneficial.
I do think we are going to have to see something here, probably pre-combat. I don't mind a Vengeance on the Quinn.
Yeah, I just don't feel like the spider being a 3/3 here is as beneficial as being able to play both of your reactive elements. Because at the end of the day, like, the spider is still just going to block a body.
Yeah, that 1 damage versus 3 damage on things that have 2 health is not that big of a difference.
I mean, you can make the argument that it being a 3/3 means it can block multiple scout attacks, right? Like maybe it blocks the navigator once and then it blocks it again, but now with the gem, that's going to ruin that game plan potentially, and you're still back to really wishing that you had an option to deal with multiple bodies here.
Seku's still thinking over the options. We'll need to start interacting with this board. Freer of the North does give you 1 extra chunky spider for 1 entire turn.
Yeah, and again, the nightmare scenario here is even if you somehow find a way to survive this attack, survive the next attack, Eden only has 1 card, but if that 1 card is a rally, they have the mana to play it, and I just do not see a way that Seku can survive a 3rd attack.
I don't think that there's a way to come back from that. So here comes the Vengeance.
Yep, Vengeance makes sense. You get rid of the Quinn, takes away a good chunk of damage, prevents her from leveling up, but we see another attacker come down and doing some quick napkin math. This is going to be the end of the game. Just too much damage.
Those sure were some scouts. Gonna move into game 2. So as a reminder, the 3 decks that the players brought were for Seku, we had... Was it... Oh no. For Seku, we had the Iceborne Spiders, which we just saw.
Yep.
Darkness, which we watched earlier. And I no longer have the 3rd deck up.
It was Ari Kennen. So the interesting thing about this matchup was on the other side, we had Pantheon Tarek, Ari Kennen, and Scouts. And neither player banned Ari Kennen. So this should be Eden loading up a go hard version of Ari Kennen. Yep, we can see that now. And it looks like we're going to see spiders run back. And if Seku gets this victory, then we're going to have an Ari Kennen mirror for game 3. But we had Darkness banned and we had Pantheon Tarek banned. So both players said, you know, Ari Kennen's not as scary as everyone makes it out to be, and I'm fine with playing against it.
Somebody has confidence in their many, many spiders.
So Seku, again, early game Elise with a crawling sensation. Unfortunately, again, not attacking on evens, instead just developing on evens and attacking on odds. And so not ideal. You're better suited in the early game here because your fearsome on the Elise is far more relevant. You see the spider come down.
Ooh. You know, marking a damage on that Ari is quite nice because there is a blighted ravine in hand.
Yep. You also get to trigger your crawling sensation. No Iceborne in hand yet, but if you can find an Iceborne to get your spiders going, and then you also have that Brood Awakening, you can have things get out of hand pretty quickly. Also, the ravine is nice, but as is the box. There are some turns where the box can be very brutal against Ari Kennen. I don't think that it's going to be in the near future, but just kind of having it in your back pocket for later is potentially a big deal. And it looks like we're going to see a Brood Awakening come down. That would mean 5/1 spiders and a leveled up Elise if that ends up being the case.
That would make for such a strong next turn for Seku. And if there happens to be a draw of an Iceborne Legacy, it may as well be game.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely one of those scenarios where you're just setting yourself up for the best possible outcome. If you rip an Iceborne off the top here, it is game over because not only would the spiders be huge, but you also have the Challenger effect and does not find the Iceborne, but this is still a great turn because of the Challenger and the leveled up Elise. So you can pull the Ari, you can pull the Droplet, and you can send the rest of this nice damage straight at the Nexus.
And that Droplet can't block on its own, so leaving it on the back line just means if you want to recall that, you're doing that without getting any blocking value.
Yeah, I think they decided that the Ari is worth still trying to threaten. Right? That's valuable enough that I still want to try to get rid of it.
We're looking at a homecoming here. Recalling the Ari to recall the Elise. That would undo the... Actually, it wouldn't undo that much. It would just undo the damage from Elise this turn and save the Ari.
Yeah, I mean, it saves 5 damage, which is nothing, to sneeze at. But I think there was some consideration about whether or not they wanted to sacrifice one of those spiders for something like a glimpse. Right? There was some hesitation on the side of Seku, but instead they're going to develop Sentry. I like this, knowing that you're about to hand over the attack token. You play the thing that you're okay with it dying. You save your Elise for a big play later. Now that it's leveled up, you can just turn on your spiders whenever you need to. Also, it lets you dig deeper. If you kill your Sentry here and you get to draw, that's one more card that you're trying to find your Iceborne Legacy.
Yeah, I was thinking the Glimpse Beyond gives you a lot of digging here. Sorry, I spoke over you a bit there. It was trying to get to that card with this spider-filled board is very important. So there's the Nopify, just going to stop a Glimpse. Gaining, draining, killing a spider. Here is, once again, Elise giving spooky fearsome to the spiders.
Yep, Elise safe to develop at that point because Eden was essentially out of mana. They still had the one left, but you get to develop it. And I was saying before, the box generates a lot of value sometimes. This is one of those times with
it's
the
like
trade.
Trick, because it stops the Ari from scooching over, recalling any droplets.
Yep.
Lethal on the backswing.
Huge, absolutely massive, and we get the surrender. They're not even going to play the rest of this one out. So Seku comes up big with the spiders, finds the early Elise, gets the job done, and so we're going into Game 3, Round 9, win and you're in for the top 32 Ari Kennen Mirror. Matches that I was not honestly expecting to see. I know Ari Kennen is very, very popular on the ladder, but I was not expecting any mirrors because that meant that both players did not ban it, and yet here we are.
An Ari Kennen mirror is what a lot of people were expecting going into this weekend, but this is the first one that we are watching on coverage. So we've got an Ari and a Kennen in hand for Seku. We do not know what Eden has, but it's going to be hard to race against that. And also having this early go hard is a great way of saying, oh, nice droplet.
Yeah, you could take that path if you want, but you highlighted earlier.
The allegiance. Yep.
You mess with the allegiance. I think this is still a great play here because, as I said before, there's a million ways to replay this Wayfinder if it does whiff on curve, but just the sheer fact that you already have Ari, you already have Kennen, you've got the Wayfinder when you can play it on curve and you're attacking on evens, so it's going to be an aggressive turn for you. If you whiff, that's like the first thing that went wrong for you.
So unfortunately, no elusive blockers here to get in front of the droplet. Does get recalled, and Eden draws a card, but here comes Kennen, going to mark Ari.
Yeah, you get that mark set up, and you took some damage, but it's at the expense of developing your own board. You're also probably just going to bank this 2 spell mana knowing you're going into a Kinku, and you find another one as well. So even if this one whiffs, you're going to, again, have another opportunity after that. But I would imagine this to be a pretty wide board. Ooh, and it whiffs! The go hard
that means
backfires!
It's go hard on top! So this is what I was talking about in one of the earlier rounds. Whenever you cast a go hard, you create more copies of it in your library, which means that you are more likely to have a non-Ionia car on top of your deck. So right there we saw, there's a go hard on top of the deck. The Wayfinder does not find a second Kennen, does not end up getting rid of this threat, this Ari as a blocker for turn. And now you're stuck with this weird block. And you're deciding, do I want to recall this? Do I want to put this back in hand? I think the answer is still yes.
Well, so the issue here is that your opponent also still has mana available. So they could, with a Twin Disciplines, actually kill your Ari if they take the clever block there. I think that was a heads-up play to just realize that and not go into it. Even more so knowing that, you know, you've whiffed on your Wayfinder, you know you're going to draw a go hard. So at this point, I think
hit the Kennen.
Yeah, I think you shift into playing conservative, playing a bit more defensive, and hoping that you can find a pack your bags before your opponent does. Now, I say before your opponent because Eden's also played at least one go hard, but you know that you are at least up the draw, right? Like you've played one and you know you're going to draw one. Eden is on a bit of an X factor in that regard, but you, to steal a phrase from my boy Blevins, you are not the beatdown here.
Wait, we stealing this from Blevins? Is this not like a 20-year-old article?
I mean, it is, but Blevins acts like he invented it. He mentions it at literally every opportunity. Not even just when casting Legends of Runeterra. I went to dinner with him once, and we were ordering, and he was like, by the way, did you know that there's an article about who's the beatdown? And I was like, I didn't know this. Why don't you tell me more? And then, long story short, Goo Goo Dolls are now his new favorite band. But we are watching Seku try to go wide, try to stall out, but also kind of running out of resources. So with that droplet dying here, you're really relying on top decks at this point. This is an interesting position to be in.
Welcome to Top Deck City, population Seku.
Yeah, I see Blevins in chat confirming that what I said was 100% a real true story. Turns out Cincinnati is a heck of a city, but that's the second Nopify from Eden. Good news is you got 2 Nopifies out of the way. Bad news is you have slowed down your go hard progression, and that was going to be your key to kind of turning the tables back in your favor. Eden has the leveled up Kennen, has the health advantage, even with just eating this, right? You're only bringing it to even in terms of health, but you've got a better board. So we're going to see if this Wayfinder hits, and it does.
Ooh.
And the other one whiffs. Eden's whiffed.
This is what happens when you play in these go hards. So we've had a whiff for both players now on the Kinku Wayfinders. Some of them just don't have friends. Like they're supposed to use teamwork to solve their problems.
Yeah,
These ones
but
don't. They're loners.
It's blessings and it's curses, because yes, the Wayfinder whiffed, but that also means you know Eden has drawn another go hard. With this sign-in, they're going to dig even deeper, which means pack your bags is really, really imminent. And you don't have a deny in hand. Your Nopify will not be good enough. We're going to see this go hard. You have to Nopify this because you can't afford to deal with the pack your bags. So
Pack your bags would be a board wipe and a half.
Yeah, this is kind of rough. I don't think you want to Nopify this. Like, you don't feel good about it, but I don't think that you can really let this resolve either, especially knowing your opponent already has the leveled Kennen and already has the sign-in live.
The way some spells work, if you just recalled your cannon, it would stop them. But in the case of Pack Your Bags, even if you get rid of the target, it still does execute the other part of the spell and put those extra copies of Pack Your Bags into the library.
Yeah, and even after having to deal with, you know, all of that, you now also have to deal with the attack. And this is a buffed board because of the sign-in. So you can make some blocks, but you're not going to get any sort of like actual value trades. You're going to lose both of your wayfinders here just trying to stay alive. We're going to see, I was going to say the homecoming on a droplet because you need to draw at this point. But again, you don't feel great about this. This is a rough spot for Seku to be in.
Seku has definitely run out of gas in hand. Doesn't have anything like a sign-in to really refill and replay over and over. And is chilling with an unleveled Ari and Kennen on the board.
Yeah, and so like this is that weird kind of like awkward situation because you're in the mirror. So yes, you're playing the homecoming, but literally all of these targets are things you don't want your opponent to replay. You're giving them value one way or the other. You don't want to give them the sign-in. You don't want to give them the cannon. You don't want to give them the kinku if you can help it. This is, again, a rough spot. Eden, I think, really turned the corner when they found the sign-in. Gave Seku a lot to fight through because they were already kind of behind on cards. This is another go hard, trying to set up the Pack Your Bags. As you rightfully pointed out, you're going to save your Ari here, but you're still going to get the shuffle effect. You're still going to get the credit towards setting up Pack Your Bags. And with that sign-in live, if they've got like a God Willow, they can dig really deep to try to find it. I haven't seen this many issues with dealing with a sign-in since I lost my password.
Ooh.
Yeah, I also say, ooh, what a good pun. You're amazing, Derek.
Let's
Great
all just
job.
watch Ari level up and be like, wow, Vestaya sure are interesting. I love knowing how all these animal people are sort of the same strange race. Did you know that Nami is also a Vestaya?
I did, in fact, know that the mermaid-looking Nami is actually a Vestayan. Pretty much anything in League of Legends lore that is animal-like is a Vestayan, unless you get to experiments, you know, Warwick, that sort of thing. But we have
Warwick's
the go
just
hard.
a furry. Come on.
Yeah, we have the go hard attempted, but it gets denied outright, and so we're gonna need a lot of value off of this Ari attack. Eden also running out of cards on the other side, so there is an opening here. We have the twin disciplines and the leveled up Ari, but Eden has two cards that we don't know what they are, and the magic 4 mana for something like a palm or a homecoming. So really pivotal attack here.
This could be Ari winning the game, or it could be nothing.
Yeah, this could be Ari winning the game. This could be a complete shutdown. Does look like it's the homecoming. So Seku, thankfully this is happening before you've invested in your big play. You could have maybe tried to bait even further on the side of Eden, but I think that they just really wanted to, you know, establish their position, right? If they get this homecoming off, if they live through this turn, they know that they've got the board position to push this through. With Seku being at less than 4 mana, there's not a lot that you are really worried about here. Homecoming can't be nopified. It's going to be successful. You break up the chain. I think this was just a really heads-up play by Eden.
Drawing this deny is pretty helpful, though, for the next turn.
Finds another twin disciplines. So if they can survive, they can set up another big Ari attack. But Pack Your Bags forces this deny. 4 mana left, and we've only seen 1 deny from Eden. So if they have another deny here, this could be huge.
No, that is a straight up counter on the Pack Your Bags. Do not have to worry about it right now. No board wipes, no problems. And finally, Kennen's leveled up.
Yeah, I think Seku has maybe turned the corner. It was looking dire for quite a bit there. Eden had the resources. Eden had the board. You still have to survive this turn. Nothing is set in stone, but Eden is slowly running out of cards now as well, and you stopped the pack your bags. You've got your own leveled up Ari, you've got the Twin Discipline. If you can get to the next turn, you'll be in a really good spot. That's a pretty big if. They have their own leveled up Ari plus the Kennen here.
And Ari is able to chain through these elusives. She's looking to get lethal, but there are elusive blockers on Seku's side, which means that there is the potential to block, survive, turn around, and swing back, because there is not too much more that can happen. There is the free replay on those draplets. That's about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're rightfully using the Oracle Eye before they make this mistake. They thought that they could interrupt the chain and then kill the Ari, but the quick attack on the Ari would have stopped that, the opposing Ari. So Seku instead rightfully realizes that if I just stop the Ari from striking in the first place, everything down the chain is fair game. So great call, great, use of the Oracle Eye there by Seku. And then you top deck your own sign-in when you've got a nice wide board. This is huge. We're going to take the open attack first. But if there are any sort of shenanigans that stop this from being successful, then you have your sign-in that you can lean into after the fact.
We're seeing the blockers lined up, trying to figure out, how do I not lose this turn? And it doesn't look like Eden has an out. Seku turning it around after the clunky start. After missing the allegiance on that first Wayfinder and getting victory, qualifying for the top 32 in the Magic Misadventures Opens.
I didn't think we were going to see any Ari Kennen mirrors today. And I definitely didn't think I would be that excited for one. But that one was actually a lot of fun to watch because we had missed allegiance triggers. We had a lot of great back and forth there. Seku, it was looking pretty dire, decided, I'm going to hang in there, going to play to my outs, ended up coming away with the victory, had the key deny for the pack your bags. Congratulations, Seku. You're going to be moving on to the top 32. And this was a lot of fun to watch. I did not expect that.
I'm telling you, it's not a bad deck to watch. A lot of people give it a lot of trouble because they are upset because they lose to it on the ladder. But it is a good deck. It requires a lot of skill to play, and watching two good players play it against each other, learning how to interrupt things like that Ari pass down the line. You recall your blocker on the Ari, she's no longer striking. That was a great play, and as you mentioned, great use of the Oracle's Eye. You're not sure how a spell works? Check the eye.
Yeah, and I will fully admit, I'm the exception, not the rule. I am all in on Ari, so I will watch Ari gameplay all the time, but it sounds like we are going to be actually getting a winner's interview with Seku. So I'm really excited for this because this was not the first time we have seen Seku on the broadcast today, but it is the first time we've seen them get that big win in a game 3 and move on to the top 32. So I'm really excited to talk to them and see what their thought process was going into this. So Seku, first of all, hello, congratulations, and thank you for joining us. How are you feeling after that?
I've been nervous ever since I was 3-2, so going 5 in a row is pretty nice, or 4, whichever it was.
That's an impressive win streak. Is this your first time qualifying for top 32, or have you played in other seasonals?
This is my 4th time qualifying, I believe.
4th time, nice, good job.
Yeah.
That's a huge win streak.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Seku,
still get nerves though.
Oh yeah, I mean it never gets easier, or at least it shouldn't. But I want to ask you about your game plan going into that last round, because I was very surprised that neither player banned Ari Kennen, and then even more so, I kind of want to know what you were thinking when that Wayfinder whiffed on 4, because it was something that kind of set up this cascade of funny back and forths throughout that last game.
So my lineup was actually intended to beat people who don't know what they're doing on Ari Kennen, just so that I don't have to ban it and give people the respect. I'm going to make you play the deck, and if you're better than me at it, you can take the win. So going into that game, I kind of felt like as long as I get the right hand, I went back and watched a lot of Ari Kennen games to prep, and took pen and paper, wrote down prepped with the scrim group, and I felt pretty confident in my abilities in the mirror going into it. So when it came down to that final game of Ari Kennen versus Ari Kennen, and I saw Ari in my hand, I was like, okay, well, I've got this in the bag. The Wayfinder turn was... I was actually hovering the deck to see how many cards were in, and I was saying, okay, 1 in 12, or somewhere around there. Like, the odds are exactly this much. Let's see if I miss it. And I missed it, and I kind of just laughed to myself. I was like, okay, this might not be too bad. Let's see where this goes. And, you know, they missed Allegiance, and then made a couple mistakes, like a little bit of a back and forth, but I ended out on top, and I'm pretty happy about that.
Amy, I'll give you a shot. Do you have more questions here for Seku? If not, I've got plenty. I can talk to him all night long, but I want to give you an opportunity to hop in.
Seku, I noticed in your streamer overlay that you were drinking a maple branded beverage. By any chance, are you Canadian?
Yeah. I am Canadian. That's actually, I make iced coffee at home. I made some to prep today, and that's I drink iced coffee. My girlfriend made the logo for me, and, you know, I'm proud to rep that I'm Canadian.
I love the logo, and also, fellow coffee drinker, did you use coffee to get yourself through the day? It was 9 long rounds.
Yeah, I did make my own coffee at home. I definitely can attribute a lot of my win to that.
Glad to see victory coming, not just from your big brain plays, but also from your delicious beverages.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Blevins and I like to joke that some of the best Runeterra players all come from Canada because they also don't have to worry about healthcare or other things like impending disasters. So, not surprised to hear that you are a Canadian, but one thing that I wanted to ask you about as well is what your plans are for the top 32. This is not something that is new to you, right? You've played in many seasonals, but what changes for you in terms of your prep when you go from the open rounds where it's a bit more harder, in my opinion, to kind of game plan for versus when you go into it knowing who you potentially run into, what kind of decks they brought to the tournament? How does that kind of change your preparation when you make that change?
Well, I think for me, a lot of my prep comes from, or a lot of my prep for open rounds was bringing decks that I thought I could like check my opponent in skill difference, right? So maybe it wasn't the most optimal lineups, but I brought decks I was comfortable on and brought decks that I thought I could maybe get a slight edge over my opponent with, right? Going into the top 32, it's going to be all good players. There's not going to be as many opportunities to kind of check if your opponent knows what they're doing, check if they're making mistakes. It's going to be a lot of very optimal plays. So preparing a more optimal lineup and just like predicting what each of my opponents are going to be bringing is going to be key for that. I'm a student, so I don't have too much time, but hopefully I can have my Runeterra friends help me out a little bit.
Well, I wish you luck in the top 32. Maybe we'll see you as the next champion for the Magic Misadventures Seasonal.
That would be nice. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for, jumping on the call, doing this interview, and giving us a great game to watch there at the end, because again, going to game 3, I was not expecting to see many Ari Kennen mirrors today. I expected it to be banned a lot, but you gave us an entertaining one to end on. So thank you. Good luck in the top 32, and looking forward to seeing how you perform.
Thank you. Oh, hopefully not too disappointing.
Oh, I feel like Seku's my spirit animal. Still gets nerves. Hopefully not too disappointing. Drinks a lot of coffee, right? Has the maple in there. Seku has earned
relatable
a fan.
Relatable content.
Yeah, very
Except
relatable.
Seku is, much better at Runeterra than I am.
Oh, definitely better than me, that's for sure. But great interview, great games. Love to see it. Amy, how are you feeling? This is the end of our broadcast essentially, right? That was round 9 in a nutshell. I know I had a lot of fun, but how are you feeling at the end of the day?
I loved getting to spend today with you, and I think we got to cast some very fun matches. I will say the highlight did happen in round 4, our first round casting together. Hey, I did not go into today expecting to see a single game 1 from, I'm sorry, what was it that we saw a couple times in that first game?
Oh, sunk cost with the
something?
100% win rate, and when it was cast, immediately got the surrender, which I think is the right thing to do. I think if somebody casts sunk cost on you, you just concede in shame at that point, right? Like, you go up to the corner, you click on it, you go to the surrender. It's the right thing to do. It's the respectful thing. But yeah, I mean, great games all the way through. Loved the sunk cost. Loved the one we ended on with the Ari Ken and Mirror. Loved seeing Majin Bay do Majin Bay things the round previous where you couldn't have scripted it any better. And I also enjoyed spending my day with you. I love casting games. This was a lot of fun, but that's it for us on the broadcast. Again, reminder, this was just the open rounds. The top 32 will be kicking off next weekend. We're going to be crowning our first seasonal champion of 2022. We'll also be awarding $10,000 to first place. That's it for me. That's it for us here on the broadcast. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you next week.